the Holy Spirit. Amen.
EWTN. Live truth. Live Catholic.
Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us for the 52nd Annual March for Life. I'm Tracy Sable, joined by Dr. Matthew Bunson, Vice President and Editorial Director of EWTN News, and Abigail Gavin. She is host of Pro-Life Weekly right here on EWTN. It's so great to be with both of you today on this day.
It's a privilege to be here, but it's also a very important reminder of why we're here, to defend life. This is a national movement. It's a global movement. It's a movement for the church. It's a movement for people of goodwill.
Absolutely. And Abby, we are so great to have you here. So wonderful to be here with you today.
I'm so happy it's my first March in studio, so it's such a privilege to be here with you all and on the Feast of St. Francis de Sales. I think that's very providential.
Absolutely. It couldn't be better. We're going to take a live look right now on the National Mall, where our nation's top pro-life leaders will speak on the beauty of life and the importance of defending it. They'll be joined by tens of thousands of Americans and international pro-lifers for this inspiring and joy-filled rally. This is the largest human rights demonstration in the entire world.
We've got more than 6 hours of team coverage for you. We'll be joined by reporter Teresa Tomio, who will bring us all the action of the rally. Reporters Mark Irons and Rosel Regis will be out with the marchers. Correspondent Eric Rosales will be on Capitol Hill, and Owen Jensen will join us live from the White House.
That's right. Well, the theme of this year's march is life, why we march. This is a moment for pro-life advocates to be united, encouraged, and strengthened for this next phase of the battle for life. And here to unite our whole team is Father John Paul, Franciscan missionary of the Eternal Word, to lead us in prayer. Good morning, Father.
Good morning. We pray for light and wisdom, guidance, the power of the Holy Spirit, but most of all, the gentleness of God. I think for all of our coverage here, for all of those watching, for all of those behind the scenes, we encourage our viewing audience, most especially, to pray for this broadcast. Pray for all those that are watching, and may this be a very prayerful experience while you're watching those marching today. Pray for them and with them. The many people watching this broadcast that are hurt by abortion, and we want those hearts to be healed too as well, to be seen by God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. How precious is your love, O God, for with you is the fountain of life, and in your light we see light. Jesus proclaims that life finds its center, its meaning, and its fulfillment when it is given up. We too are called to give up our lives for our brothers and sisters, and thus to realize in the fullness of truth the meaning and destiny of our existence. We shall be able to do this because you, O Lord, have given us the example and have bestowed on us the power of your Holy Spirit. We shall be able to do this if every day with you and like you, we are obedient to the Father and do his will. Grant, therefore, that we may listen with open and generous hearts to every word which proceeds from the mouth of God. Thus shall we learn not only to obey the commandment not to kill human life, but also to revere life, to love it, and to foster it. And may the blessing of Almighty God be upon our coverage and all you watching, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Father. That was such a beautiful prayer. I especially love the part where you said that life finds its center and meaning and its fulfillment when it is given up. And I think that's just so contrary to what the world is telling women, that they need to take the life of their child in order to keep their own. So we're just so blessed to have you here.
You're welcome. These are words from Pope St. John Paul II, I might add. Such an important pro-life saint.
Amen.
Perfect. Thank you, Father.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. If you are at the march, make sure to tag us on all of our social media platforms, including X, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. We're covering this live and bringing you exclusive content. Look for us on your favorite social media platform and be sure to use the hashtags EWTN Pro-Life and Why We March for all of your March for Life posts.
And we're going to head out now to reporter Teresa Tomeo, who is at the rally site not far from the Washington Monument. Teresa, great to see you.
Good morning, everyone, and great to see all of our EWTN viewers. It is a beautiful day here in front of the Washington Monument. We're having a great time already, and it's a very interesting setup this morning because we learned yesterday, of course, that Vice President Vance was going to be speaking. So there's a lot of additional security, but so far everything is going very smoothly. There probably had to be, I think, at least 12 to 15 security entrances for the crowds today, and the crowd is expected to be very loud. President Trump is headed to North Carolina and California, but he will be giving us a video message, and then, as I mentioned, as you already mentioned earlier, that the Vice President is speaking to us today. The theme, as we all know, is why we march. And I spent some time talking to my own listeners yesterday on Catholic Connection about why they march. And so many beautiful stories. One woman told me she marches for all the women she supports at her pregnancy care center down in Florida. Another one says she marches for the niece or nephew she lost and a brother who actually attempted suicide because his wife aborted their child. All kinds of stories here today. But there's a very positive feeling because of the new administration. And even things that happened yesterday with pro-lifers being pardoned, pro-lifers who were behind bars, and we're going to be addressing that topic as well. Right now I want to bring over my friend, Omar Aguilar. So great to see you, Omar.
Oh, it's great to be here, Teresa.
Okay, I have a question for you. We were talking last year that we were supposed to move this to Puerto Rico. What happened?
I don't know. It was supposed to be Puerto Rico during the summer, and here we are. It's amazing. You know, one of the coldest weeks in D.C. in recent history, and here it is. Friday morning, the sun's out, people's out here. It's amazing.
But it's actually pretty nice.
It is.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. I'm layer up. I'm overdressed now,
well,
but ready to go.
It's better safe than sorry,
absolutely.
Right? Well, it's great to see you again. Tell us about the coverage on EWTN Espanol today.
Absolutely. We'll be starting at 11 Eastern, so in a couple hours we'll be on, and it's going to be amazing. As every year, it's only not within the U.S., but it's all through Latin America, and we get to talk and learn about what the pro-life efforts are happening and what's going on in Latin America. So it's international. It's an effort that all of us are invited to be part of it. So if you know anyone that habla español, let them know. We're going to be on in a few minutes in EWTN Español.
You know, the theme is why we march. What are your thoughts on that theme? I think it really causes us to pause and think, why are we here, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, every year we come here to re-energize, to remember the reason why we're all here together. But at the same time, it serves the purpose to reignite and ask us that wonderful question. What is it that we do, right? What are we pro-life? And then you come here and see all these young people, all these families, all these people committed to the pro-life cause, and then you remember, oh, this is why we do it. Right. And even for someone, I guarantee you, there's going to be someone here that is here for the very first time, and they don't know what they're here for. And then, you know, at the end of the day, God willing, they'll be like, oh, I know why I was there. I know why we march. And that's the whole point, to come together to re-energize, but also to remember to be recommitted to the pro-life cause, because it is still a battle, and it's still out there, and it's still called all of us to get involved one way or another.
We had some great positive news yesterday. First, the Vice President is going to be speaking to us, and the President leaving a video message. And, of course, good news about the pro-lifers who were behind bars. They have been pardoned. And so there's a lot of good news, but a lot of work to do, right?
Oh, it's still a lot of work to do. You know, a couple of years ago, we were celebrating the overturn of Roe v. Wade, but still tons and tons of work to do now that it's back to the states. Now we're more than ever called to inform and communicate the messages in our local level, in our communities, within our states, because the battle's still on. And yes, the last 24 hours, we rejoice with this great, amazing news, but still many more work to do, and all of us are invited to be engaged one way or another. And one of the first things that we can do at the beginning of the year is to tune in to the March for Life.
Right. And I think there's a real positive, I mean, there's always a positive vibe here. You and I have covered this for years, and so there's always a lot of joy in the midst of the sorrow of abortion. But it feels different this year, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You know, every year it's a peaceful march. We got to say that. Every year it's families that come together, but this time it's You're right. It feels just different. It feels like people are more committed.
Right.
Maybe the numbers are not as big as other years, but
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, the crowd, I'm looking at the crowd coming through security, and I'm thinking when news broke that the vice president was going to be here, I think the numbers are going to go even higher.
And this morning when they went outside and saw that it's so beautiful, they're going to be like, yeah. Let me go to the march. Yeah, but it feels different. It feels, once again, more commitment. Like, people are here. Most of the people that are here really know what they're here for. And a couple of things, re-energize and to celebrate life as well.
Absolutely. Good to see you. Look forward to your coverage. Back to you in the studio. Again, they are just checking all the equipment. People are coming in. Slowly but surely it's filling up. And back to you in the studio. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Teresa. We are covering all angles of the pro-life movement during our live coverage, with Republicans now controlling both the House and Senate and now the White House after this last election. Members of the pro-life community are hoping a number of measures are finally going to get a vote in Congress.
Let's check in with EWTN News Capitol Hill correspondent Eric Rosales with a closer look. Eric?
Well, good morning, all. Yes, I got to tell you, Teresa is right. It's not as cold as it has been in years past. I'm on the Cannon Rotunda balcony just outside of Independence Avenue, and it's right over here, right over my shoulder, is where the marchers are going to be walking, making their way over to the U.S. Supreme Court. You know, over the past couple of months, I talked to a number of pro-life advocates, and they plan to push legislation and policy reforms on abortion during this new Congress. Some of those plans include new regulations on the abortion drug mifepristone, which is used in chemical abortions. Other efforts include rolling back the abortion policies of the Biden administration, supporting conscious protections for doctors and hospitals opposed to abortions, and backing federal law that restricts abortion by a certain point in a woman's pregnancy. Now, here on Capitol Hill in Congress, in connection with the March for Life, this week, Senate Majority Leader John Thune held a procedural vote on the Senate floor. It did not pass, but prior to that vote, the Majority Leader spoke on the floor about the need for this legislation.
As thousands of pro-life Americans come to Washington for the 52nd annual March for Life, we'll take up the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This straightforward bill simply states that a baby born alive after an attempted abortion is entitled to the same protection and medical care that any other newborn baby is entitled to. This vote will ask Democrats to answer whether a living baby born after an attempted abortion should be provided with medical care or be left to die.
Think about this journey. Go back to 1973 and Roe v. Wade and look at that. Times of ups and downs, the perseverance of the pro-life activists, the community, all the prayers, all the marches resulted in overturning Roe v. Wade. But it took a generation plus to do so. That's why this fight never ends.
And that's right. That's why this fight for life will never end. You may recall that Democrats objected to the Born Alive legislation when it passed the GOP-led House. That was back in 2023. They argued that it interfered with the medical decisions made between a mother and her doctor. Senator Dane adds that this is just another step in the journey. Although the bill failed to advance this week, Congressman Chip Roy from Texas has introduced another pro-life bill to stop federal funds from going to universities that support the abortion pills for students. He also introduced a bill that would repeal the law used by the Biden administration to prosecute dozens of pro-life activists who protest in front of abortion clinics. That law is known as the FACE Act. Now, the bill currently has over 20 co-sponsors, and I'll continue to follow its path. Senator Daines adds that the best part of this March for Life is that all the youth out here, the future pro-life movement that we're going to be seeing, it's on display for all to see. But again, we're going to continue to bring you the very latest from here on Capitol Hill. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thanks so much, Eric. Now, let's head out to the White House with Owen Jensen, who's going to give us a look at some new pro-life news from the White House.
Good morning. In a video today, President Donald Trump will address the March for Life, and Vice President J.D. Vance will speak in person at the 52nd annual event. Meanwhile, freedom. Yesterday, President Trump pardoning several pro-lifers he says should have never been prosecuted. Take a look.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
23 people were prosecuted They should not have been prosecuted. Many of them are elderly people. They should not have been prosecuted. This is a great honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now?
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous.
So a lot of people very excited to see the president take out his pen and free those pro-lifers. But at the same time, some of President Trump's policies and positions run counter to the pro-life cause. Trump has committed to keeping abortion pills accessible during his second term. He's also a big supporter of IVF, in vitro fertilization, which the Catholic Church opposes due to the destruction of embryos. But it appears he's open to religious exemptions. Trump has also said states should determine their own policies on abortion. And he said during the campaign that he would not sign a national abortion ban if elected. Now back to those pardons. When he ran for president, Donald Trump talked about getting those pro-lifers out of prison. And the Thomas More Society petitioned him to do just that. Back to you. Enjoy that march.
Thanks, Owen. The March for Life is always preceded by Life Fest, held by the incredible Sisters of Life.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful event, and thousands gathered last night for an evening of praise. And this morning, Life Fest featured Holy Mass music and really some dynamic speakers at the Eagle Bank Arena in Fairfax, Virginia. Sister Cora and Sister Charity of the Sisters of Life were there. They got the crowd ready for the big day with their musical talents and the search for a Life Fest theme song.
If you like what you hear, just give us a cheer, okay? Okay. All right. Ready? Yes. All right. I've had the time of my life. Fast! Okay, they like that one. Okay. Good. Okay, let's try another one. See what you think. The circle of life. Fast!
I love their energy. They're so great. And we have a crew at Life Fest, and we'll bring you all the coverage after the March for Life right here on EWTN. And be sure to tune in at 4 p.m. Eastern right after our coverage to see the event's beautiful mass.
Life Fest is such an incredible event. There is so much joy, and the Sisters of Life really are doing God's work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any event where the Sisters of Life are taking part, it's must-see.
Yeah.
Either television or in person. In person's even better. You can pick up the energy for there. I wanted to jump back briefly to Owen's package, though. His discussion about President Trump, you could actually hear him signing. So the significance of that moment, I think, for the pro-life cause is something that no one in this movement is going to forget.
Not at all. And how wonderful that it happened right before the March for Life. Yeah, so we are so grateful for that. And we should note that this year's march, as exciting as it is, it's also, pretty bittersweet. That's because after more than a decade, March for Life President Jeannie Mancini, who we all adore, is stepping down. She's done such an incredible job at the helm of this event and has been really instrumental in getting greater recognition of the march. EWTN News' President, Monse Alvarado, actually sat down with Jeannie previously and asked her about when she took this role. Let's take a look.
When you think about your legacy and where you want the march to continue to go, how did you kind of lay the groundwork for the future?
I'm not sure I'd say I ever strategically sort of led the groundwork for the future. I was really trying to follow sort of the inspirations of God and just discernment and what have you. But I think probably when I look back on my time at the March, which it's just been the honor of a lifetime to lead this organization, I'm still sort of shocked that the Lord would call me to such a public role, which, by the way, I don't think I initially understood how public of a role it was. It sort of became that more along the way. But I love messaging, and really what I love is aesthetics that are beautiful. And so whether that's through, our theme every year or just how we speak about the inherent dignity of the human person, I've probably had the most fun in that area, trying to take kind of what can sometimes be framed as negative or polarizing and instead just show, life is beautiful and the truth is beautiful. I mean, really, in a way, I'm taking my JP2 education and just showing it because, of course, St. John Paul II spent so many years talking about theology of the body, which is essentially like God's plan for the person, and the human person is inherently attractive, even when it comes to some of what are considered the harder church teachings. And when we can just show this for what it is, or show life in the womb for what it is, show choosing life for what it is, which might be hard, but it is inherently attractive and beautiful. And so hopefully my legacy is trying to pull on what is real, true, and good in people's hearts to draw them into the truth of the beauty of life and the pro-life movement, etc.
Jeannie is an incredible leader and an inspiration, and we're all praying for her next adventure in life.
Yeah, well, let's turn once again to Teresa Tomeo, who's at the rally on the National Mall. And we're all hoping that, Teresa, you're staying warm out there.
I am, actually, Matthew. It's really nice. The national anthem is playing right now, so I think I'm just going to let this finish out of respect for our country. Let's take a listen. Well, we are here on the mall. We're having a great morning so far, ladies and gentlemen, and with some of my favorite people, the Catholic Daughters of the America. To my left is Susan Monet, and to my right is Essie Walker. And I want to start, ladies, by asking you, first of all, about the theme of this march, why we march. Why do you march?
I march to have a voice for the born and the unborn.
That is well said and nicely summarized. And Susan?
Just to uphold the right to life for every single baby that's conceived, that God's created and has a right to have life, like all of us. And that's what it's all about, is our life.
Let's talk a little bit about the work that you do in terms of the people you help, especially in terms of the pro-life movement, Essie.
We help all the unwed mothers. We do so many functions, so many baby showers, collect donations.
What's it been like for you so far since you arrived? When did you arrive?
I arrived on yesterday, day before yesterday, as a matter of fact, yes.
Yeah, and how's it been?
It's been very good. Met a lot of people.
Yeah?
Yes.
Enthusiastic? Expand on it a little bit.
Enthusiastic, yeah. Yes. Got to meet, the people that I have met were from other cities, and they told me about their experiences they've had, informed, keeping up with respect for life.
Amen.
Because when God gives us something, when he gives us the life, you're supposed to respect it, take care of it, and not abort it.
Amen. Amen. Oh, Susan, what activities are you working on this year with the Catholic Daughters of the America for life issues specifically?
Well, it's varies throughout the country, because all the different states, all the different courts are doing different things. Like Essie said, the baby showers, and we have Catholic Daughters that are earning money to buy ultrasound machines for our AIDS for Women centers. They go and they work in shelters helping the mothers. And we not only want to have the baby born, but we need to take care of that baby as it grows and support that. So there's many, many programs throughout our country where the ladies are doing it, Catholic Daughters, because we respect that life is so valuable, and we want to protect that, because those babies have been, their voices have been snuffed out.
You are here tirelessly every single year. This is a part of your overall mission, is it not?
It is. Basically, it's one of our most important issues, is the right to life. Because if we don't have the right to life, we don't have anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're dead, right? Or whether you have. Essie, so nice to meet you. Welcome, and you have a beautiful day. Is this your first march?
This is my ninth.
Oh, your ninth. Okay.
Yes, I'm very excited.
Yeah,
very excited.
We're excited about the weather too. It's very nice.
Yes.
The wonderful ladies of the Catholic Daughters of America. They are here every single year, so it's always a great tradition for me to catch up with them and talk about the wonderful efforts that they do, not only in this area of the country, but as you heard, all over the country, and they work really with women in need, which is what it's all about, meeting women where they're at, especially if they're in a crisis pregnancy. We are watching them all fill up. It's a beautiful day. It's chilly, but you know what? It's not too bad out here, folks. I don't even have my foot warmers on yet. So We will be reporting back with more fun interviews and lots to say about our theme today, Why We March. Back to you.
Thank you, Teresa. Wow, I love that they throw baby showers for the mom. Talk about celebrating life and having them enjoy the anticipation of the new life they're welcoming into the world.
Yeah, that whole discussion there is perfectly framing for us the pro-life movement. We cut to it right as the national anthem was playing, so a reminder of our duties as citizens to promote the common good, and that's exactly what the pro-life cause does. And then to be able to talk to women who are from all over the country helping mothers in need, helping to save children. It's a remarkable little microcosm of the pro-life cause.
Absolutely, and there's so many organizations doing just that, you know, kind of boots on the ground, helping moms in need.
Yeah.
They're so critical to everything. Stay with EWTN for live coverage of the 52nd Annual March for Life in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back.
Lord, bless our family, all of us now together, those far away, all who are gone back to you. May we know joy, may we bear our sorrows in patience. Let love guide our understanding of each other. Let us be grateful to each other. We have all made each other what we are. O family of Jesus, watch over our family. Amen.
Write this, my child. Before I come as the just judge, I am coming first as the King of mercy. Before the day of justice arrives, there will be given to people a sign in the heavens. There will be great darkness over the whole world. Then the sign of the cross will be seen in the sky, and from the openings where the hands and feet were nailed will come forth great lights which will fill up the earth for a period of time. This will take place shortly before the last day.
O blood and water, which gushed forth from the heart of Jesus as a fount of mercy for us, I trust in you.
You guys ready to go? Just about, Mom. Okay, van leaves in 2 minutes. Honey, aren't you coming?
I'm kind of tired. Why don't you go to Mass for both of us?
You guys all set?
Welcome back to EWTN's continuing coverage of the 52nd Annual March for Life. You are looking at the National Mall in Washington, D.C., where the crowds are just beginning to gather as they do every year, rain or shine, sleet or snow, to take part in this incredible event.
Well, people all over from the U.S. are gathering in one place for one very important cause, to show support for the unborn. I'm Matthew Bunson.
And I'm Tracy Sable. The fight for the unborn happens on many fronts, as we know. The overturning of Roe versus Wade left that issue of abortion up to the states, and the pro-life movement has seemingly faced really an uphill battle to defend life in 50 very different legal landscapes.
Well, that's right. Since 2022, 18 states have seen abortion on the ballot. EWTN News' Catherine Hadro gives us a look at the wins and losses for life on the ballot.
The exciting thing is that women are going to be protected from an industry that sometimes doesn't care much about them.
In August of 2022, just weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, pro-life advocates in Kansas eagerly watched as votes rolled in for a special election. Earlier that day, Kansans voted on the Value Them Both Amendment, a pro-life measure that would have allowed state legislators to regulate or restrict abortion. It was the first time abortion was on the ballot in a post-Roe America, and many saw the initiative as a bellwether for future ballot initiatives. Pro-life advocates dedicated their summer to a grassroots approach, and pro-abortion groups spent millions on media campaigns. Pollsters expected a tight race, but pro-life advocates were shocked and disappointed when the final vote was tallied and voters overwhelmingly rejected value them both, leaving abortion legal in Kansas.
The abortion industry came in with 71% of its funding from out of state, and they were able to sow a lie that the passage of the Value Them Both Amendment would somehow harm women, and in some cases they said that actually that women would die because of its passage. And ultimately that's why we were not successful this evening.
Later that year, during the midterm elections, pro-life advocates saw 3 more states, California, Michigan, and Vermont, enshrine abortion as a so-called right into their state constitutions. Voters in 2 states, Kentucky and Montana, rejected pro-life initiatives. In 2023, pro-life advocates faced a 13-point defeat when voters in reliably red Ohio approved a referendum to add a right to, quote, reproductive freedom to the state constitution. A record 10 states voted on abortion in the 2024 election. 3 states, Colorado, Maryland, and New York, already had very liberal laws where abortion is legal in all 9 months of pregnancy. And not surprisingly, the abortion measures passed in all of these states. In Arizona, 61% of voters approved extending the abortion window from 15 weeks up to 24 weeks. Montana followed suit with enshrining their 24-week abortion law into the state constitution, with more than 57% of the voters approving. Pro-abortionists argue viability, or when a baby can survive outside of the womb, is at 24 weeks.
They're claiming viability is at 24 weeks. Medical science has advanced so much that now viability in many places is actually as early as 22 weeks. So these amendments actually keep us in medicine from a decade or 2 ago.
Missouri was a big loss for the unborn, but it was a close race for Amendment 3. 51% of voters favored an amendment that legalized abortion up to that 24-week mark.
I think it's encouraging that some of these states were close. Where we've seen losses, it's because there's misinformation.
In Nevada, an abortion measure passed with 63% of voters in favor of creating a constitutional right to abortion until fetal viability. But the pro-life movement still has a chance to change hearts and minds. The abortion measure needs to pass another election cycle in 2026 to become law. 3 states celebrated pro-life wins, the first at the ballot post-Roe. In South Dakota, voters chose to keep a law that protects babies during all 9 months of pregnancy and rejected Amendment G, which would have constitutionalized a so-called right to abortion in the first trimester. Nebraska voters found themselves in an unusual situation when they had to vote on dueling abortion ballot measures. In a win for the pro-life movement, voters approved a measure that keeps the state's 12-week abortion limit and rejected a measure that would have allowed abortion until 24 weeks. And in Florida, a pro-abortion amendment failed to get the necessary 60% of the vote.
I want to thank Governor DeSantis because this is clearly a part of his leadership. You know, this is a result of him having a strong pro-life stance.
But it was close. Some 57% of voters there wanted to constitutionalize abortion. Despite more voters in favor of the abortion measure, it still failed because of that 60% threshold law.
For the first time this year, we now have 3 victories in 3 different states.
Catherine Hadro, EWTN News.
Well, Katie Glenn Daniel, the Director of Legal Affairs and Policy Council at Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America, has been on the forefront of fighting for life at the state level. Katie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be here.
Well, pro-lifers saw, as we were just hearing, their first major victories at the ballot box post-Roe. We had victories in Florida, Nebraska, and South Dakota. Why do you think that we won in those states?
Well, one of the things we saw was strong leadership from our elected officials. Governor Ron DeSantis, my governor in Florida, he pounded the pavement all across the state, making the case for why Amendment 4 would be so bad for Floridians. We saw something similar with our lawmakers in Nebraska and South Dakota. These are people who have been elected by the voters, who they trust, and so when they made the case directly and fought against the lies of the abortion industry, we saw success.
Yeah, it was great in Florida, Life won. You know, we were so happy about that. Katie, do you think there should be a method for maybe future ballot initiatives, and what other strategies could be used?
Well, I think one of the other things we saw was that as a pro-life movement, we have to work together. The other side seems to print money. In Florida, they spent over $100 million. So what we have to do is really take the case directly to our friends, neighbors, voters, our fellow parishioners, and explain why our laws are protecting life, are protecting moms especially. That's something that really resonates with voters. We saw success finally after several years of failure on this issue in 2022-23. We seem to have cracked the code, and so we're optimistic that there's a lot of work to do, but we can defeat these in the future.
Yeah, sadly, we also saw 7 losses in this past year. How did those come about?
Well, one of the things that we saw that was very effective, and so I hope everybody does understand that this is a lie, is the idea that women cannot receive health care in a medical emergency. There is not a single pro-life law in the country, including in all those states where we lost, where that's true. And in fact, people like the very pro-abortion Arizona Attorney General has said that, even while the campaign for abortion in Arizona was disagreeing with her on television to lie that to the voters. So I think we have to be cohesive in our message about that, because they found that to be the most effective lie. And even we saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris using that same message in their ads nationwide.
You just mentioned the drastically, the great disparity in spending that took place. How can we use grassroots to try to combat some of this, recognizing as we do that there is this huge disparity?
In the states that were successful, they saw so much involvement of the church communities. So it was being spoken about in churches and other houses of worship all over their states. People were not afraid to say that there is a right and wrong way to vote on this. There's a way to vote that protects life, that protects moms, and there's a way to vote that would enrich the abortion industry. I know it's not always easy, or if people feel like they might make someone uncomfortable, but the stakes are high. And so when we can be educating our neighbors and having them have a comfort level with the good work of our pro-life laws that are literally saving hundreds of thousands of lives, you know, we've got to step into that uncomfortable place, and you can find people to be actually very receptive to the message.
Yeah, Katie, looking ahead, what states are you tracking right now that you have sort of your eye on, and talk about your initiatives?
So there are several states that the pro-abortion side has already said that they plan to engage in. Many of those are in the Mountain West, states like Idaho, Utah, Oklahoma. We expect another challenge in South Dakota, even though they lost by 20 points. We think that pro-lifers in South Dakota should have made the case that this will not win, but that's another state that could potentially see this. And so in all those states, they have passed very protective laws, laws that protect babies from conception, that say every baby's life is valuable. So we've got to spend the next 2 years really making the case directly to the people that when they're presented with the petition to even put this on the ballot, they say, I don't think that we should.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit more about that, you know, changing the hearts and minds of those and bringing them over to the pro-life side.
Well, I think one of the things we've seen done very well in these states, and certainly in Florida, I'm proud of what we've done, is pairing protections for life that prevent abortion with support for moms and families. So when we passed our heartbeat law, we also passed $25 million in services money for moms and families to support them directly, and an ad campaign to make sure that they knew about these services being available. In Texas, you know, they are really leading the way on this, where they spend hundreds of millions of dollars supporting families directly. So I think as pro-lifers, we do so many things in our private lives and through our churches to support philanthropic efforts like the thousands of pregnancy centers around the country. Our politicians are getting in the game too, and I think that does make the case that we are genuine when we say that we really do support moms, their babies, and their entire families.
Yeah, so important, and thank you for your important work and what you do. God bless
Thank
you,
you.
Katie. Thanks for being here.
Well, let's take another live look outside at what the stage area is looking like at this moment, at this hour.
Yeah, look at the people gathering there.
Well, it's a lot of fun out there. As people gather, I think part of the fun is just embracing the cold, so to speak. We saw that with Teresa Tomeo. But there's also this great energy and anticipation in these hours just before the rally.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've been talking about the fight for life ongoing on multiple fronts, as we know, and the challenges. There are many challenges for pro-lifers on those fronts as well. And also is one thing that's a big challenge is that accessibility to a method of abortion that some 60% of women use to end the life of their babies. That drug is called mifepristone.
That's right. In the last decade, it has become more and more accessible. Legally, that fight has taken a few twists and turns. EWTN News' Roselle Regis gives us a look at the years-long effort to ban this dangerous drug.
Mifepristone, more commonly known as the abortion pill, continues to be readily available nationwide after the Supreme Court's ruling last year that preserved access to this medication. According to new data from abortion think tank the Guttmacher Institute, there were approximately 642,700 medication abortions in the United States in 2023, accounting for 63% of all U.S. abortions. Trends suggest that reliance on mifepristone will continue to increase as it has become more accessible over time.
Chemical abortion is the present of abortion. It's also the future of abortion. It's easier to access. It's easier to take, especially if you can get it at any local CVS or Walgreens. Take it in the privacy of your home without having to go to a clinic or schedule an appointment. But that's going to lead to a lot more complications and issues.
The Food and Drug Administration first approved mifepristone in 2000 to end pregnancies through 7 weeks, which later was extended to 10 weeks in 2016. FDA continued to loosen restrictions in 2019 when the agency lifted the in-person requirement to obtain mifepristone, allowing patients to receive the medication by mail. For years, pro-life doctors have been speaking out about the dangers of mifepristone.
We really need to emphasize to women that chemical abortion drugs are not safe. And the further in pregnancy, the less safe they are. The FDA never required an ultrasound. They never required the basic safety requirements.
In 2021, Charlotte Lozier Institute scholars analyzed 17 years of Medicaid claims data. They discovered that between 1999 and 2015, there were 430,000 confirmed medical abortions and 121,283 confirmed subsequent visits to an emergency room within 30 days of the abortion.
There was a 500% increase in women presenting with complications, which mirrors the rapid increase in the use of chemical abortion.
Dr. Ingrid Skopp, an OBGYN in Texas who serves as Director of Medical Affairs at Charlotte Lozier Institute, has personally seen the horrors of chemical abortion. She has performed at least a dozen surgeries on women who experienced complications when abortion pills failed.
I had to do surgery on another woman who had obtained an abortion in California. Because it's illegal in Texas, and yet she came to Texas, she had her complication in Texas, and I took care of her there.
In 2022, the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine and other anti-abortion advocates filed a lawsuit in Texas challenging the FDA's approval of mifepristone. In the meantime, due to COVID restrictions, the FDA officially allowed certified pharmacies to dispense mifepristone in person or by mail to those who have a prescription. The lawsuit ended up in the Supreme Court last year after hearing oral arguments about access to mifepristone. The 9 justices ruled that the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine lacked the legal right to sue over the FDA's approval of mifepristone.
In this unanimous ruling, the court decided that the pro-life doctors and medical associations who brought this lawsuit against the FDA simply didn't have that kind of direct connection because, as you mentioned, they don't prescribe mifepristone, they don't use it with their patients, they do not provide abortions. But that doesn't mean that other plaintiffs might not be able to bring a case back to the courts, but they'll just have to do it with different plaintiffs.
That is exactly what 3 states are doing to continue the legal fight. Since the Supreme Court did not rule on the exact issue in the case, which is the legality of FDA's actions on mifepristone, a revised lawsuit was filed by state attorney generals in Missouri, Idaho, and Kansas. It seeks to reverse regulatory changes the FDA has made since 2016 that expanded access to mifepristone. It also asks for new restrictions, such as banning the drug's use after 7 weeks of pregnancy instead of 10, and for federal regulators to require 3 in-person doctor's office visits before people can access the drug. As of October, the court has not yet ruled on whether it will accept the state's amended complaint. Fiorito explained that the fight against mifepristone can and should move forward to save the lives of women and the unborn.
These are very dangerous drugs. And when you look at them in the context of how they are used and prescribed in the United States right now, no in-person doctor visits. They can be sent through the mail. I mean, the potential for harm to pregnant women is really significant.
So far, at least 14 states have restricted access to mifepristone, such as banning the mailing of the drug, mandating in-person appointments, and limiting who can prescribe mifepristone. Rochelle Regis, EWTN News.
Well, great legal minds are really working on the pro-life front. Federal and state laws, of course, are tricky, so we hope that the Supreme Court will take up the latest effort to protect life.
Yeah, we want to continue our look at the abortion pill, which was a major topic during the presidential race. White House correspondent Owen Jensen has been following what President Trump has been saying about the abortion pill.
Here at the White House, where President Donald Trump once again sits in the Oval Office, he has committed to keeping abortion pills accessible during his second term in office. Now, pro-lifers have been fighting to block the distribution of these dangerous abortion drugs, including through the mail. In some states, they are legal. In others, they are not. Last year, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled against pro-lifers who sued the FDA, fighting for tighter regulations on abortion drugs. That was obviously a big disappointment in the fight to save the unborn and protect moms. President Donald Trump was interviewed by Time magazine late last year. Trump vowed he would not use his executive authority to restrict access to the abortion pill mifepristone. He did acknowledge people, quote, feel strongly both ways, and that the issue is, quote, dividing up the country, and he appeared to leave some room for changing his mind. But here's the key part of it. The Time reporter, clearly coming from a pro-abortion stance, asking, Time, I think what the women of America want to know is, are you committed to making sure that the FDA does not strip their ability to access abortion pills? Donald Trump, that would be my commitment. Yeah, it's always been my commitment. Meanwhile, at the state level, pro-life lawmakers are working to make it harder to access abortion drugs by reclassifying them and restricting their usage. We'll send it back to you.
Well, thanks, Owen. Dr. Christina Francis is the CEO of the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, better known as APLOG. She joins us now to talk further about the abortion pill and why it is just so dangerous.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Let's talk about that. I know you have seen patients who've taken the abortion pill. Tell us about, what they've gone through, what they've experienced, and how you were able to help them.
Absolutely. Well, so I work as an OB hospitalist, so I just work in the hospital taking care of patients that maybe come in through the emergency room. And I myself have cared for women who took the abortion drugs and then suffered tremendous complications. There's one woman in particular who stands out in my mind. She was a young mother, had another baby who was still very young and, wasn't ready, she didn't think, to have another baby. So she ordered these pills online. She was able to do that because of the reckless actions of the FDA in removing the in-person dispensing requirement. So she ordered the pills online. It took them 2 weeks or so to get to her. So she was 2 weeks farther along in her pregnancy. And then she took these pills and suffered, as I said, many complications. She did not pass all of her baby and the pregnancy tissues. So she had retained tissue. She had bled so much that she required a blood transfusion. And she had a severe infection that required IV antibiotics. And then she had to have an emergency surgery to complete her abortion. And, she had ordered these pills online. No one had given her appropriate counseling. No one had talked to her about these risks or even given her other options of what she might have been able to do in her situation. And this is not uncommon. My group has taken care of several women in very similar circumstances, and many of our members at APLUG from across the country have had similar experiences caring for women with really severe complications.
Yeah, it's so tragic, too, because you see many pro-abortion groups, Planned Parenthood, saying these are very safe.
Right.
Well, and to that point, there was a recent study in the United Kingdom that so many women are unprepared for the amount of pain that they're going to experience. And, of course, in society, it's sort of sugar-coated.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, as you both said, that women are told these are as safe as Tylenol. Mm-hmm. It's just like taking an over-the-counter medicine, and they think because they can do it at home that it must be safe and easy. It's anything but. Women experience severe pain. These drugs put them into labor, so they're going through labor at home, oftentimes alone with no support and very minimal pain control. You know, of course, I don't prescribe medications to induce an abortion, but one of the medications, misoprostol, can be used to treat miscarriage. And when I use that in my practice, I sent women home with narcotic pain medication because I knew that their pain was going to be so severe. So it's so important for women to understand this is not just a heavy period, which is what they're often told. Not only from physical symptoms that they experience, which is, like I said, labor, but also the mental health aspect of this, that they are going to deliver their baby at home and likely see their baby.
Yeah, part of that sugar coating comes from the media.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of peddling of false information and outright lies about this drug, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, some of the ones I said, it's just as safe as Tylenol. It's just like a heavy period. You know, women go through this all the time. It's not going to be a big deal. You can take these drugs, it'll be over with quickly, and you can move on with your life. When in fact we know, like I said, the physical symptoms are severe, the mental health effects that we're seeing are tremendous, and the abortion facility now gets moved into their home, and they can't ever get away from that. So it really is a travesty. It is wreaking havoc for women as well as the children whose lives are lost because of these dangerous drugs.
Yeah, absolutely. Our sister station, the Catholic News Agency, has been tracking where the abortion pill is legal, and all states that you see right there in red are where it's legal, and in yellow states the abortion pill is limited but still available. Even the states in green where it's supposedly illegal, women are still able to get this drug via the black market. Talk about the dangers there.
Absolutely. Well, there's so many dangers associated with these drugs at baseline. But then when you take away that in-person doctor's visit, to me that's saying women who are seeking abortions, they deserve substandard care, because then we're not screening to know how far along in their pregnancy they are. The farther along they are, the worse those complications are going to be. We're also not screening for an ectopic pregnancy, which happens in 1 in 50 pregnancies. These are not uncommon, and they can kill women, and these drugs do not treat ectopic pregnancies. So this is very dangerous for many other reasons as well. The other thing I think that's important to point out is now that the FDA has removed that in-person dispensing requirement and these drugs can be dispensed online, now it honestly doesn't matter right now what laws states have in place to prevent abortion, because this completely circumvents every state law in the country. You know, we've heard some people recently and certainly during this election cycle say this decision should be left to the states. The problem is the FDA essentially issued a federal mandate that overrides every state law, and it really is a problem, not only from a policy standpoint, but also for our patients.
So if a woman regrets starting a chemical abortion, she can get what's called an abortion reversal, right?
So yes, there is a miraculous option that's available called abortion pill reversal. And all it is giving women natural progesterone, a hormone that their body makes anyways, that is crucial for early pregnancy. And what it does is it competes with the abortion drug mifepristone to allow progesterone to have the action in supporting that developing baby that it's supposed to have. It doesn't work 100% of the time, but if a woman changes her mind after taking the first of the 2 drugs, which we know many many women do. Many women that I've talked to, I've treated women and had successful reversals, which is so amazing. One of the best deliveries I've ever done. But if women change their mind and start the progesterone quickly after having taken that first drug, right now with the data that we have, about 70% of the time we can save that baby. And there are now more than 5,000 babies alive because of the miracle of abortion pill reversal, and more than 5,000 women who were spared the loss of their child and able to have a lifetime with their child.
That's wonderful. Dr. Francis, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it. Always great to see you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
We'll see you later on this afternoon, too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, we want to give you an idea of just who is attending the event. EWTN's Mark Irons has been talking to marchers and participants as well as workers in the rally area. Hey, Mark. All right, seems like we're having some difficulties hearing Mark. We're going to go back out to him. This happens in live TV, as we know sometimes, right?
It does.
So,
the fun of live television.
Absolutely. I think we're going to go out to Teresa right now. Hey, Teresa, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Tracy and Matthew. What a great day we're having. And, you know, normally, those of us who have been on the street covering stories for a long time, Holly Shannon, my producer here out in the field, and I were joking because the worst thing you want someone to do is say, "Hi, Mom," and jump up behind you. However, given the topic today, life and motherhood and the beauty of our faith, we have such a beautiful pro-life story with Erica Stimula-Pardomo. Before we get to the legal issues, of course, that our wonderful friends in Alliance Defending Freedom work on. So first of all, I want you to say hi to your mom because you have a special story, and your dad, of course.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. All right, so you have a beautiful pro-life story as we were chatting here, and obviously one of the reasons you're doing the work that you're doing. Share your story with us, if you would.
Yeah, well, I'm here because my mother chose life for me. When I was in my mother's womb, I was diagnosed with a fatal fetal illness, and the doctors told my mom that I was going to die in her womb or be a sickly child and only live for a few weeks outside of her womb. But through miracles and so much prayer, I had a miraculous healing in my mother's womb. And when I was born and the doctors brought me to my mom, they said, "We have no medical explanation, but she's perfect."
Well, we have an explanation. God. Right.
Exactly.
All right, look, that is an amazing story. So obviously one of the reasons you're doing the great legal work that you're doing. But wow, what a time to be at Alliance Defending Freedom. You've got a lot going on. You've got a Supreme Court case. What do you think are the biggest issues you're addressing right now?
Yeah, so right now we have a case that's pending before the United States Supreme Court where we're defending South Carolina's efforts to stop their taxpayer dollars from funding Planned Parenthood as a qualified Medicaid provider. So the states are enacting pro-life laws, and we're asking the court to be able to enable them to do that. States like South Carolina that want to make sure their taxpayer dollars are not funding abortion providers and abortion facilities.
So how do you think we're doing in terms of the different executive orders that have been signed already by President Trump in terms of great news yesterday, pro-lifers are being released from prison. That was great news. Of course, J.D. Vance, a Catholic, is going to be with us, our new vice president. Your thoughts on everything that's happening so quickly now, putting more attention actually on the pro-life movement?
Yeah, well, we're really encouraged by these early days of the Trump administration, and J.D. Vance is going to be with us today at the rally. One key issue where we can see the Trump administration make a real difference is reinstating safeguards around chemical abortion. The Biden administration rolled back safeguards so that chemical abortion would be made available through the mail, leaving women to have abortions without the supervision of a doctor, alone in their rooms or even dorm rooms. And so we would love to see the Trump administration reinstate common sense protections for women so that they have ongoing medical care when having an abortion at the bare minimum.
During the election, the now president said he wasn't going to stop the mailing of abortion pills. Are you working with him on that issue, too, to understand that? Because he's with us in some areas, but obviously there's work that we need to do with this administration.
Yeah, and we can continue hoping and encouraging the president to roll back the harmful Biden administration policies, and he has that authority to scale back all the policies that were pushing abortion on the American people throughout the 4 years of the Biden administration.
What would you say is the most pressing case you have right now, Erica? What do you think?
Well, we are representing a number of pregnancy care centers. These are pro-life care centers that want to be able to offer women what's called the abortion pill reversal protocol. So pro-abortion government officials are targeting pro-life pregnancy centers and trying to stop them from offering or even advertising and informing women about this care. We have one case in Colorado where they tried to outlaw the procedure, and we represent a nurse who's actually saved a child's life by offering her mother abortion pill reversal. And the state of Colorado wants to come after her for the life-saving work that she does.
One more question. We're almost out of time, but it's obvious why you march, because you work for a pro-life agency. But also, if you could sum up what it means for you to be here with the new administration, with this theme, Why We March, and you have about, let's say, 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, we march because we care about women, we care about the work of pro-life pregnancy centers, and we care about the unborn. And Alliance Defending Freedom is going to continue fighting for the rights of pregnancy care centers to continue their life-saving work and defending the unborn from the moment of conception.
Amen. Okay, let's say bye to your mom now. Bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom.
Bye. Back to you guys.
I love that. We have to acknowledge our mothers, right?
We have fulfilled the hi mom requirement. So. Well, thanks, Teresa. You know, being pro-life means supporting life at every stage, from womb to the tomb, or from conception to natural death. But sadly, there are many people, including the sick, the poor, the disabled, and the elderly, whose lives are not treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve.
Yeah, and, you know, often they are the target of euthanasia or assisted suicide laws. Assisted suicide, sadly, is becoming increasingly legal across the globe, and Canada has become the leader in what they call medical assistance in dying, also known as MAID, and those numbers are just alarming. EWTN's Monty Alvarado explains.
1 in 20 deaths of Canadians, or more than 15,000 people in 2023, died because of assisted suicide in Canada. That's according to the most recent Canadian government health report. Of that number, a couple hundred deaths may have been criminal.
I will say that the recent report that came out of the federal government, and this is a big shocker, showed that there was 428 euthanasia deaths in Canada in 2023, which were likely outside of the law. When you look at these numbers, we're talking about real lives, real human beings who are dead. And this is exactly what we're talking about with euthanasia and what's happened in my own country.
Assisted suicide became legal in 2016. The MAID law currently allows those 18 and over who are mentally competent, are diagnosed with a grave and terminal condition, and or severe disabilities to request assisted suicide. But lawmakers have been pushing to expand eligibility ever since. The latest rewrite would allow those with mental illness as the sole condition to qualify them for assisted suicide.
We've been speaking to policymakers and politicians a lot and really raising the alarm. There's been a lot of psychiatrists who've spoken out about this and are trying to really help the government understand how challenging and problematic this is.
The Canadian government voted to delay changing the law until 2027, explaining in a statement, in its consultations, the Government of Canada has heard and agrees that the health system is not yet ready for this expansion. This extension would provide more time for provinces and territories to prepare their healthcare systems, to assess and provide MAID in situations where a person's sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness.
The majority of psychiatrists are against this expansion. I think we are likely looking at a change in government in this country, and I think that will be helpful in addressing these concerns because the current government is very set on these expansions.
In the meantime, several provinces have been making reforms to the MAID laws, some more strict and others more liberal, inviting the public to share their input through online forums. The province of Quebec is considering advance requests for assisted suicide, allowing a patient to request the procedure ahead of losing the ability to consent.
So then you get a situation with people with dementia, or let's say someone even having a car accident, having a serious head injury, that would make it a situation where they've become incompetent, then somebody else would have to make the decision to go ahead and lethally inject them.
Meanwhile, the province of Alberta is pushing to place limits on MAID, including having public agencies to oversee MAID, provincial limits differing from federal government limits, and allowing family members to contest a request.
They've had some very challenging cases that have come to the public's notice in Alberta. One of them is a 27-year-old woman whose parents went to court to try and stop her euthanasia death. There was another woman who flew to BC, and her partner stepped in to try and stop her.
The pro-life cause has many challenges, including a strong pro-assisted suicide presence, like the organization Dying with Dignity, which supports the expansion of assisted suicide for those with mental illness as well as advance requests. But they don't stop there. They're also pushing to open assisted suicide to minors and want to force religious institutions like Catholic hospitals to offer doctor-assisted suicide. In response to the rising culture of death, the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops has created several programs.
What we're doing right now is we are helping people to realize that the only alternative is palliative care. So there is a wonderful program that through the Conference of Bishops a few years ago that we're promoting, Horizons of Hope. That for many reasons, euthanasia and assisted suicide is not the answer. The Lord has come that we might have life and life in abundance, John 10:10.
The Archbishop of Toronto says the church is always there to promote life. Montse Alvarado, EWTN News.
Yeah, it's truly unfortunate, actually astonishing what's happening in Canada, and the incredibly high numbers of people who have sought to end their lives. And it's not just happening there, it's happening here too in the United States. There are currently 10 states, as well as the District of Columbia, where assisted suicide is legal here in the U.S. Delaware reintroduced a bill which would have made it the 11th state to legalize assisted suicide, but that failed to pass in September of 2024. On the other hand, West Virginia narrowly passed a bill to prohibit assisted suicide in that state. And in many areas, assisted suicide is offered to the elderly, who are often the target of these laws.
And in the other states, the legislation to legalize physician-assisted suicide didn't see the light of day, but these conversations aren't going anywhere. And as long as we don't have good solutions to end-of-life care, as long as people are getting bad pain management, or as long as people are just lonely in some of these care settings, we've always said physician-assisted suicide, euthanasia, those are the wrong answers to real problems. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
And the fight for life continues across the states. Missouri, Indiana, New York, and New Hampshire are introducing pro-assisted suicide legislation this year.
Well, and to continue our discussion on assisted suicide, we're joined by Dr. Joseph Meany. He's a senior fellow at the National Catholic Bioethics Center and previously served as the center's president. Dr. Meany, thank you so much for being with us today.
Great pleasure.
Let's reiterate why the church believes what she does. What are the ethical and moral concerns surrounding assisted suicide?
Yeah, so the main issue is that we were created by God, and our gift is our life is a gift. And so we basically cannot just take our lives and throw it away. So we have a duty, a moral duty, to preserve our health and our life, and to reject that gift is one of the worst things that one can do. So the church has always been very clear that suicide is a terrible, terrible offense against God, also against our families. It's so devastating, and you hear about this in countries that have legalized euthanasia and assisted suicide, is that the family members realize that this precious time was robbed from them, that their loved ones are gone, and they feel guilty because, they either participated or they allowed it to happen. It's really horrific. So it's not only destructive for that person's own soul, but also for all of society and the way that we look at death. Death should be something that is prepared for, but it shouldn't be something that is, propelled, something that is pushed forward. We need to fight death. And that's what the medical profession should be.
Well, in many places, assisted suicide is now being euphemistically termed medical aid in dying. That language seems very alarming. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's certainly true that one does not want to aid a person in dying in terms of committing euthanasia, committing assisted suicide, etc. And that's the thing, is that from a Catholic perspective, one does want to attack suffering. One wants to help a person to face death in the best possible circumstances and have reconciliation, all these wonderful things, but not to face death in the sense of like we're going to be killing ourselves, we're going to be committing a terrible sin at that last possible moment.
As we saw in Canada, do you think that opposition to assisted suicide is growing? And is this also an opportunity then to change hearts and minds on other important issues such as abortion?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's certainly the victim in assisted suicide is so much more evident than in the case of abortion, and that's helpful. And I think there's so many people out there who now are telling their stories and saying how, they were pushed to assisted suicide. A lot of people are very depressed at the end of life. And, we talk about postpartum depression as well and women being manipulated at that point. But also towards the end of life, people need so much support. And instead, they're getting suicide promotion, which is terrible.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around that. We do know that end-of-life decisions, they're difficult regardless of the situation. How can we as Catholics prepare to make these decisions?
Yeah, so one of the things that's very important is there's a taboo about speaking about death. And a lot of individuals do not want to make advanced directives, to plan. And the most important thing that so many people call us up at the NCBC and they ask us, what should we be doing at this point? And the thing is, appoint a person as your medical proxy who agrees with your values, who has the same Catholic faith, understands what you would like at the end of life. And that is so helpful because if people are making these decisions at the very end, under huge, tremendous pressure, and there's so many options available, and medical professionals are telling them one thing and other people are telling them other things, and it's very, very difficult. And so to actually have a kind of a serene conversation about this, talk to individuals ahead of time is very, very helpful.
Yeah, that's really smart because it's a stressful time. You can't really think straight during that time.
There's been a lot of focus on the global movement promoting assisted suicide. I think, for example, of the suicide pods that we're seeing now in Western Europe. Can you talk a little bit about the international dimensions of this now?
Yeah, there is a very international component to the suicide and also euthanasia movement. Australia being one of the big focus countries, but also Switzerland. The Netherlands, of course, for many, many years was kind of the pioneer in all of this. Unfortunately, the United States and Canada now are really kind of center stage as well. But I would say that there's kind of a strong move, and it's almost like this kind of libertarianism, right? This idea like, my will be done, not thy will be done. And people thinking, I just don't want to suffer. Life has no meaning if I'm not getting any pleasure out of it. They don't have a supernatural perspective, and they're like, we just want to end it all. And we want, to force the medical profession to help us do this.
Yeah, Dr. Meany, how do we change that narrative?
Yeah, I think it's so important to say life has meaning. Even if an individual is suffering, even if an individual is wounded, God loves them, their family should love them, the church loves them, and they really have purpose and meaning. And, I had a professor who liked to say, people say they don't want to be a burden. I want to be a burden, right? Because actually it helps other people to love. It helps them to come and, and express their love, and children are always a burden, right, for their parents. And so it's natural that the children should take care of their parents.
I tell my children that all the time. I have to tell you that I'm preparing them. They're teenagers.
Looking forward to being a burden, yes. Families are having to make really important ethical and moral decisions in crisis situations. What are some of the resources that the NCBC can offer them?
Yeah, so we have a little document called the End of Life Guide that's available at our website, which is very helpful. We also have this 24-hour hotline, so people could call us up, send us email, go to ncbcenter.org, and we have trained ethicists who can be in touch with them, help them, and it is very helpful to have someone who's had a lot of experience, who's not immersed in all the emotions and problems associated with this, to just tell them, what the church thinks, and not to tell them really what to do, but just to help them understand, clarify what the issues are and what the church thinks. And so many people are very, very grateful for that.
Absolutely. Dr. Meany, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
God bless. All right, well, we turn now from laws that embrace death to laws that some say have weaponized against pro-life advocates. EWTN's Mark Irons spoke with those arrested for trying to protect the preborn.
When we follow Jesus, he did say, pick up your cross and follow me.
At 76 years old, Catholic Paulette Harlow faces a number of health issues. She's recovering from a recent back surgery, and besides doctor's appointments, she's not allowed to leave her house, even to go to church. Paulette's on house arrest, and next month she starts a 2-year prison sentence. Her reaction to all of this?
We shouldn't be expecting that life is going to be without sacrifice, without penance. We're following Jesus. Will it be hard? Yes. But will it be joyful? Absolutely. So joyful.
Paulette is just one of the pro-life activists who protested at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. in 2020. At the Washington Surgery Clinic, run by abortionist Cesare Santangelo, activists blocked entrances with the intent to save unborn babies.
What if that were your child? What if that were your grandchild that somebody was going to come and kill? What would you do? You'd sit back and say nothing?
9 pro-lifers, including Paulette, were found guilty of conspiracy charges and violating the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, or the FACE Act, and all of them were eventually sentenced with jail time. The Department of Justice said activists forcefully entered the clinic and blocked clinic doors using their bodies, furniture, chains, and ropes. Last year, activist Lauren Handy received the longest sentence of almost 5 years. Catholic Chris Bell, whose wife Joan is in prison, describes her type of pro-life activism as a rescue mission.
People like my wife, they go in, literally walk into the door of the clinic and sit down, usually in front of the door between the office and the abortuary, where that life of that child will be taken, and pray.
2 years with Joan behind bars has been hard on the family, but Chris says she, like Paulette, believes it's a small price to pay.
I mean, all this deprivation, not seeing her, missing holidays, missing the family, it's a small price to pay.
Fellow Catholic and pro-life advocate Dana DiMattia speaks on behalf of her friend Jonathan Darnell, who is slated to leave prison next year. She says Jonathan has committed his life to the cause of saving children.
He was in the Army, and then he decided to leave the Army because he's like, I need to fight for the babies.
Jonathan's fight for life inspired her even before it took him to prison.
When I first met him, I was pretty lukewarm about abortion. And I'm Catholic. I totally get now why he has this sense of urgency and why he's been pleading and crying out about, like, what are we doing about these babies that are being slaughtered daily?
That fact became even more apparent in 2022 when pro-lifer Lauren Handy said she helped recover a box labeled medical waste outside the Washington Surgery Clinic. Handy documented what she found inside, including what appears to be the corpses of 5 developed babies, referred to as the DC-5. Caroline Smith, the executive director of the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising, believes the photographic evidence could show that Dr. Santangelo is breaking federal law.
Because they are very clearly very, very late-term abortions, and several of them have very clear signs of potentially being born alive and left to die after they were removed from their mothers.
Smith questions whether Santangelo could be violating the federal ban on partial birth abortion or the Born Alive Infants Protection Act. She has reason to believe the D.C. medical examiner is still in possession of the 5 babies, and she hopes Congress will take action to bring justice.
I want to see congressional hearings to investigate the murders of the DC-5 and to investigate the Washington Surgery Center and Cesare Santangelo. He needs to be shut down and have his license revoked.
Meanwhile, Republicans are questioning enforcement of the law that put pro-life activists behind bars. Congressional hearings on the implications of the FACE Act brought partisan disagreement last year.
The Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, or FACE Act, protects facilities providing access to abortion and other reproductive health services.
Unfortunately, over the past 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration has weaponized this act, disproportionately targeting pro-life Americans.
Mark Irons, EWTN News.
All right, we are back here in the studio, and Aaron Baer joins us now to talk more about the FACE Act. He is the president of the Center for Christian Virtue. Great to have you here with us.
Great to be with you.
So what was your reaction when you heard that President Trump pardon the pro-lifers that were in prison, and also them being imprisoned in the first place?
Yeah, really it was a day of celebration, and that's where my heart and mind went to first, was the people that got the pardons in the first place, and their families of what roller coaster they've been going through over the last few years. But I really started thinking about the chilling effect that the way the Biden DOJ had gone about enforcing the FACE Act against pro-lifers, and actually the lives that were lost because of that. We talk a lot about free speech and how the government can really disincentivize free speech and threaten people by curbing it. And immediately the way the DOJ went about targeting these pro-lifers in an unequal way, how many folks didn't go out and pray outside of an abortion clinic or didn't reach out because they were afraid they'd be next?
Yeah, really from the moment that the election was called in favor of Donald Trump coming in now as the 47th president, there was a certain expectation on the part of the pro-life movement. Did that pressure really play a role in that expectation?
Well, I'd say yes and no, right? Certainly, I don't know if it's as much the pressure that played a role, but the highlighting it, keeping it front and center, the fact that we didn't let this go. I mean, we have to be honest. There were a lot of issues that the Trump administration was coming in saying we need to fix, and there were a lot of things getting highlighted. And it's easy for something like this to get overlooked, right? This is why the March for Life is so important. That we have this sort of tent peg in the ground every single year, and say we have to talk about this. We have to remember the children who are losing their lives, and we have to stand up for pro-lifers that are doing and celebrate pro-lifers that are doing great work. And so by all means, I think what really happened is we helped keep this issue front and center. But I think that the Trump administration was really clear they were going to right the wrongs of the Biden DOJ when they came in. And they were doing this across the board right now.
Yeah, and Senator Lee just introduced a bill yesterday to repeal the FACE Act. Where do you think that's going to go?
It's going to be hard to do that, but I think it's a long time for this to be done because, first and foremost, it is just, I think it's unconstitutional on its face. We see these types of things pop up all the times where they're trying to, whether it's a buffer zone law or other types of laws, try to curb the rights of individuals to express themselves. So that's going to be an uphill battle, but we need to get it done because for far too long it's too easy to manipulate this law to really inflict your political agenda.
We all hope that this is not an issue that becomes political or that is political because it affects so many. But the reality is that many Democrats are highly critical of Republicans and argue that, no, the Justice Department targeting these pro-life activists, that this is the nonviolent protesters.
Yeah, and this is just the nonsense you're seeing from people who are defending the FACE Act and really from the Biden DOJ. One, you saw, there's no doubt, Aaron Hawley at Alliance Defend Freedom gave great testimony on this and on the unequal application of law under the FACE Act under the Biden DOJ. And that's the problem when you start putting these specific speech restrictions in different areas. You're going to open up the door for that. At the end of the day, violent threats, violence, all of those types of things, intimidation, those things are illegal. You can't do that. But standing outside an abortion clinic and praying, singing hymns, engaging in conversation, peaceful conversation, that's all legal. And things like FACE Act just open the door for this type of unequal treatment.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing, to think that would even happen. Aaron, have other administrations, other presidents used the FACE Act against pro-lifers in the past? Yeah,
what you really see with this in particular, when you're looking at how the FACE Act has been applied, by all means, you see the Clinton administration was looking at using this in a similar way. But what I've seen more broadly on this is local law enforcement. When I was in Phoenix, Arizona, we saw this of local law enforcement saying, hey, you can't be out here because of the FACE Act, right? And again, that's just the chilling speech. So even if they don't get to that actual prosecution, they use this to bully and intimidate pro-lifers from trying to save lives.
Well, you mentioned President Clinton. This is a law that goes back to his time.
Yes.
What exactly is the FACE Act for people who may not be that familiar with it?
Yeah, so the FACE Act is the Freedom of Access of Clinic Entrance Act. And, Chuck Schumer was a big champion of this. And really it did three things in particular, but broadly it said you can't intimidate or stop people from entering a reproductive health center. They also threw in, they used reproductive health center broadly at the time, so they tried to say, hey, we're also protecting pregnancy centers. And they also talk about churches and places of worship. But then you look at how it's actually been applied, and it's almost always going after pro-lifers outside abortion clinics. You had churches, especially after the Dobbs case, that had vans driven into their vestibules and all types of, the Jane's Revenge folks showing up and vandalizing clinics and saying that if abortion's not safe, neither are you. These folks weren't prosecuted in many cases, or if they were prosecuted, they got less penalties than the grandmothers praying outside abortion clinics. And that's the problem with any of these laws, like FACE Act. They try to specifically target certain speech that just open up the doors for selective enforcement.
Yeah, and we've seen in other countries too. It's not just happening here. Over in the UK, people just being arrested for silently praying.
Right.
Do you think that's something that could potentially happen here?
No, I mean, again, that's absolutely the direction these things go. When you look at Canada, you look at the UK, you look at these Western countries, and when you start to chip away at the freedom of speech and you start to add caveats to the freedom of religion, you can see how these things play out. And it's why we have to stand strong on broad protections for speech, even speech we don't like, so that the government can't be weaponized against us.
And even the risk of thought crime.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly right. And those are the types of things that are very realistic. I think for a lot of us, over the last 10 to 20 years, we'd say, oh, that can never happen here. But quite frankly, things like what you're saying with the enforcement of the FACE Act, even some of the trans things, people are like, oh, this can happen here in America.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. Thanks so much. And, we've only just begun our live coverage of this year's National March for Life right here in Washington, D.C. Stay with us.
What influencers do you follow?
Mine's on TikTok.
Me, it's Facebook.
Mine is on EWTN.
Huh?
You're kidding.
EWTN? Who can that be?
Yeah, explain.
Jesus Christ, of course, the greatest influencer of all time. 2,000 years and still going strong.
Wow, never thought of it that way.
Yeah, makes you think.
Who is your influencer?
It's where heaven touches earth. Silence becomes song. And the humble encounter the most holy. Litanies from the shrine of the most blessed sacrament. The chaplet of the Divine Mercy. The Holy Rosary with Mother Angelica, Stations of the Cross, Daily Mass, and more, with the angels and saints all joining your adoration to the Lord Most High. Find your daily liturgies and devotionals on the Global Catholic Network. EWTN. Live truth. Live Catholic.
For 2,000 years, we've helped the poor and comforted the sick. We've educated generations of children, developed the scientific method and college system. We support marriage and human life. Guided by the Holy Spirit, we compiled the Bible. We are the Catholic Church, with over 1 billion in our family, sharing in the fullness of Christian faith in the church started by Jesus. If you've been away, visit CatholicsComeHome.org today. Welcome home.
Live look right now at all the action up there on stage, underway at the National Mall right here in Washington, D.C. More marchers are making their way to the stage area, as you can see, where the National Rally for Life is going to begin at noon.
And we will bring you that rally in its entirety live here on EWTN. Be sure to stay with us to hear some pretty remarkable speakers at this rally.
Yeah, even Vice President J.D. Vance. So exciting. All right, let's head out to Teresa Tomeo, who's live at the rally. I know it's loud out there, Teresa. What can you tell us?
Hey, it's great out here, but it's really, really loud. So I may sound like I'm over-projecting, but it's because I can't hear myself think. But we will do our best. Great music, though, by the group Unspoken. The rally has officially begun. They've done the countdown. Wonderful guests, a good friend of mine, Louis Brown from Christ Medicus Foundation. Louis, it's great to see you in person.
Great to be with you. Great to be here at the March for Life.
Okay, so let me ask the question I've asked all my guests. Why are you marching?
We're marching for the goodness and the dignity and the beauty of every human person, from conception to natural death, and all the human and civil rights that flow therefrom. And we're so excited to continue to tell the American people the story about the culture of life and God's plan for their human flourishing, particularly in healthcare.
Amen to that. Now, one of the things I know that you're working on is working with the Trump administration. There's a lot of things that we have that we agree on in terms of the pro-life movement, but also we need to get him back into the fold on a couple of the big issues, such as the abortion pill and IVF. What can we do about that?
Yeah, I think we have to. It's important that we, with courage and conviction and a real constructive confidence, have an ongoing dialogue with the Trump administration, with President Trump, with President Vance, to encourage him about the reality that life is a winning issue in America. We see African Americans, we see Latinos, we see Catholics increasingly feeling more confident about pro-life legislation, protecting medical conscience rights, advancing non-discrimination against pro-life Americans. We need to continue that. I'm so encouraged that President Trump pardoned the pro-life activists who were unjustly and I would say immorally prosecuted for defending life. And so we need to encourage him to make those actions. It's a different issue a little bit, but I was also encouraged by his executive order rejecting gender ideology in our country. So I think ultimately President Trump will become one of the most pro-life presidents in American history. I'm so grateful that J.D. Vance is going to be here at this March for Life. It's a real statement that this administration is committed to the dignity of the human person. But we have to move forward on medical conscience rights, on religious liberty, and protecting every life that has so much goodness, so much beauty, so much dignity from conception to natural death, particularly in healthcare.
That was my next question. How important is it for J.D. Vance to be here?
It's a huge statement. It's a huge statement. We just had Senator Langford introduce the Born Alive Infants Protection Act, and so many pro-abortion legislators are against even protecting newborn life that have survived abortion.
We just learned that yesterday.
Right. Just a few days ago, we had pro-abortion legislators in Congress, I believe, defeat legislation that would have essentially protected against infanticide. It's unconscionable what pro-abortion legislators, what the abortion industry wants to do to newborn life, to preborn life, to pregnant mothers and families. And so we have a vice president who's willing to come to the March for Life. We have a president that's willing to make a positive address to the March for Life. We have a president that in his first term was the most pro-life president in American history. So we need to, in a loving, encouraging, constructive way, continue to dialogue, continue to engage this administration and this Congress so that we can defend life, defend medical conscience rights, defend religious liberty, and have a new birth of civil rights in our country, particularly in healthcare, which we so sorely need in this moment.
Yeah, because I don't know how you can get around the fact that abortion is the biggest civil rights violation, right?
It is. The foundation of our human and civil rights is human dignity, is the right to life. We saw that in the Declaration of Independence. It's enshrined in the Constitution. And if we don't protect life, all of our human and civil rights in our country collapse. We particularly see that in healthcare. So when we protect life, we're not just protecting preborn life, the pregnant mother. We're protecting the aged, the elderly. We're protecting racial minorities. We're protecting persons with disabilities. We're protecting the life, the dignity, the rights of all of us so that we can live in the freedom that God gave us in this great country. So it's so vital, it's so important that we continue to march, that we go at the state level, that we go at the national level, in season and out of season. Yes, we can compromise where we need to do more good and prevent more evil, but we have to stand in our principles in season and out of season.
Now, what are you working on right now that's very timely in terms of what we're seeing with the administration? What are your biggest projects?
Yeah, we're really doing everything that we can to advance medical conscience rights and religious liberty rights at the federal level. We're hoping that the Conscience Protection Act will pass in this Congress. We're also working on medical conscience rights at the state level. We also have an important Catholic health and wellness program that we have launched to help people in their health and wellness encounter the divine physician and advance in their dignity, in their healing journey, providing spiritual direction, Catholic wellness coaching, online Catholic wellness courses, and a real Catholic healthcare community. The healthcare industry is so opposed to life, is so opposed to the dignity of the person. That's why we have a mental health crisis. That's why we have so much addiction, the breakdown of the family. It's vital that we as Catholics come together.
Louis, thank you so much. Great to see you. Back to you guys in the studio. Having a great time out here. More to come.
Yeah, definitely lots of excitement out there right now.
Very much so. But you know, one of the major obstacles at fighting this pro-life battle is the enormity of the money and resources given to pro-abortion organizations, in particular Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood, as we know, is a multi-billion-dollar operation, but there have been calls for years to defund it. Some states have enacted laws to block its funding, which has sparked lawsuits. EWTN's Roselle Regis gives us a look at one case that will be heard by the Supreme Court.
And on a national level, $700 million a year from taxpayer money to go to Planned Parenthood, and they target communities of color.
$700 million in government funding. Some 34% of Planned Parenthood's $2 billion revenue is taxpayer funded, according to their annual report. Private contributions account for another 47% and 18% from non-governmental health services. But some are calling to defund Planned Parenthood, including the state of South Carolina, where Governor Henry McMaster deemed abortion clinics like Planned Parenthood unqualified to provide family planning services in 2018. Several states, including Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, and Texas, have already enacted laws blocking Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. One of Planned Parenthood's patients, Julie Edwards, sued South Carolina, arguing that ending funding violated a provision of the Medicaid Act that gives beneficiaries the right to choose their provider.
States often disqualify medical providers for a variety of reasons, including committing medical malpractice, disregarding safety standards, fraud, providing substandard care, abusing patients, and a failure to offer certain medical services.
The case, Medina versus Planned Parenthood South Atlantic, has made its way up to the Supreme Court. The High Court agreed to hear the debate, but restricted itself to a single question: whether the Medicaid Act's any qualified provider provision unambiguously confers a private right upon a Medicaid beneficiary to choose a specific provider.
Taxpayer dollars shouldn't be used to fund facilities that choose to profit off abortion, and South Carolina is free to use its limited funding to subsidize life-affirming health care. We are hopeful that the Supreme Court sees it the same way and upholds South Carolina's decision.
While the bulk of Planned Parenthood's government funding comes through Medicaid reimbursements, it's important to note that federal law prohibits Medicaid from paying for abortions, except in cases of rape or incest, or to save the life of the mother. Defunding for Planned Parenthood has also been mentioned by the incoming administration. In November, a Wall Street Journal commentary authored by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are both leading the new Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, said, DOGE will help end federal overspending by taking aim at the $500 billion plus in annual federal expenditures, including nearly $300 million to progressive groups like Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood responded with, what Musk and Ramaswamy call federal overspending provides critical and necessary sexual and reproductive health care to thousands of people every day, care that will disappear if they get their way. From 2021 to 2022, Planned Parenthood said it has provided more than 9.1 million medical services, 2/3 of which were testing and treatment of sexually transmitted diseases and various forms of contraception. Its affiliates also carried out a total of 392,715 abortions.
If you look at Planned Parenthood's annual reports over the last several years, what you see is each and every year they perform more abortions and they perform less of anything else. If you look at the data from this past year, what you see is that 97% of the pregnancy resolutions were abortions.
Susan B. Anthony, Pro-Life America, for years have been calling on the government to defund Planned Parenthood, asking to redirect funds instead to pregnancy centers and other housing and transportation programs that help low-income families.
We're glad to see the Supreme Court take up South Carolina's case. This is an instance where the state of South Carolina, which has had pro-life values for many, many years, said Planned Parenthood is not an appropriate recipient of our state Medicaid dollars, because even though they can't use the money for abortions, we know that they are doing abortions and they're using the money for ancillary services.
Roselle Regis, EWTN News.
All right, for more, Mary Rose-Housen joins us now. She is the Cato Burns Senior Fellow for Catholic Studies at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, and she is also co-founder and director of the Center's Person and Identity Project, as well as an attorney. We know that. Thank you so much for being here, Mary. We appreciate it. So let's talk about this case and the potential impact it could have.
Sure. I think this is an important case. We pro-lifers have been very eager for Planned Parenthood to be defunded, but it's a complex matter because the funding streams come through the federal government but also the states, and they come through particular programs. So the defunding has to occur within the parameters. So what this case involves is the state of South Carolina saying, we get to decide who is eligible to be a provider, and we're disqualifying Planned Parenthood. And Planned Parenthood in turn came back and said, wait a minute, Medicaid recipients get to choose whoever they want, and you don't have the right to disqualify us. So I'm cautiously optimistic because I think there's an attitude up at the Supreme Court where there's deference to what the states want to do. This is a reasonable thing for the state to do. So on that basis, I'm cautiously optimistic.
So what other cases are you keeping an eye on?
So I think where a lot of the action is really going to be is at the state level, because every time one of the states tries to do something good, they are sued immediately. And then these cases are going to take really a matter of years to bubble up before we get review, in some cases, up at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, what about this new administration, the Trump administration? How do you see this factoring into the legal landscape?
So I am very encouraged, actually, that President Trump sent a message to the marchers today, and J.D. Vance is appearing. And I think what's important for people to realize is, even though Trump, during the campaign, President Trump, was very specific, saying abortion, because of the Dobbs decision, is now very much in the hands of the states, it's clear he's also sending a message with the pardons of the convicted pro-lifers, with these messages. He's saying, but I'm still here for you. And I am still going to give and weigh in behind that pro-life message. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, in terms of the federal level, how do you hope that the Trump administration can actually roll back all of this taxpayer funding for abortion and prevent it in the future?
Yeah, and there is a lot. I think one of the difficulties is going to be, again, we need patience, because over the past 4 years, and then before that, even in the Obama administration, there was a real concerted effort on the part of the progressives to embed funding in all sorts of dark nooks and crannies. And so it's going to take some time to unwind that through regulations. But I'm confident, and some of it I think is going to be accomplished by DOGE, by just looking and saying, where's the fat, where's the excess funding that we can cut out. So again, I think we can be confident as pro-lifers that this is going to happen, but I don't think it's going to be overnight.
Yeah. Now, are there any other cases that we as Catholics should be looking at that are really going to impact the faithful?
In terms of pro-life issues?
Exactly.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how things play out, especially with the President's executive order on the transgender issue. I don't know if you noticed his language in that order. It talks about a person from the moment of conception being male or female, and I've already seen some pushback from some people on the left saying, wait a minute, is this an attempt to smuggle in a recognition of the fact that we are persons from the moment of conception? So I think it's going to be interesting to see the debates that happen around language and around funding, and then, as we know, personnel is policy. So the appointments that come through when we see what happens with HHS are going to be really important.
You used a word a minute ago, and that was regulation. Mm-hmm. The power of the regulatory state has only increased, we know, in the last decades. How can this administration roll back that or bring new and different types of regulations?
Yeah, so I think it's the rolling back that is going to be really key, but there's a process for that. You have to go through notice, you have to promulgate proposed new regulations, you have to show why that is needed, you have to have a notice and comment period, and then you can issue your final regulations. So it's a time-consuming process, but again, I'm optimistic because there are some really good people pointing out, which are the regulations that should go, that should be replaced. And then looking at, Trump is more deregulation, so I'm not looking so much as for replacement regulations, except in the area of conscience. I think we're going to see a strengthening of that, which is very important, not just for physicians, but also more broadly for healthcare providers and others. So I think that's something to look for.
Yeah. Well, Mary, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it. God bless.
Well, just a short time ago, President Donald Trump spoke about this year's March for Life.
And EWTN White House correspondent Owen Jensen questioned the president as he departed the White House. Owen, what did he have to say?
Well, good morning. Let me set the scene for you a little bit on this chilly but very nice morning here at the White House. On the South Lawn, the president was heading towards Marine One, heading off to North Carolina and California. The throng of reporters out there, it was intense. He didn't stop for long. A lot of questions being shouted, including mine. I asked him about the March for Life. I asked him about his administration's efforts to protect pro-life Americans from overzealous prosecution. It's kind of hard to hear. Listen closely. We'll play it for you.
Mr. President, the March for Life is today.
Big push for the March for Life, and we look forward to seeing it. I'm going to be watching it, and J.D. Vance, our Vice President, is there, and he's going to be representing us very well. Taking place in a little while, and other than being a little bit cold, it's a beautiful day.
How will your administration protect pro-life Americans going forward?
We're all for it. In fact, as you know, I just signed a pardon, and in the pardon we released 23 people that were unjustly put in having to do with pro-life, and they will be released and they'll be out very shortly. It was disgraceful what happened. That was a persecution.
And there you have it. And shortly after, the president was off on his trip, and I had to believe that Mother A was helping get that question in there, because let me tell you, very competitive out there on the South Lawn. But here at the White House, in the coming months and years, we'll continue to ask the critical questions key to protecting the unborn. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Owen, and we're so grateful that you got a chance to talk to the president, and great he answered your questions. All right, despite claims by pro-abortion groups and the mainstream media that late-term abortions do not happen, well, we know otherwise, and there is no formal definition of late-term abortion in the medical field. However, pro-life organizations like the Charlotte Lozier Institute consider late-term abortion to be at least in the second trimester, or 13 to 27 weeks of gestation. And we found many facility websites across the U.S. that offer abortions after 24 weeks. Some specifically offer it from 25 to 31 weeks. Others that talk about third trimester abortion, and others more broadly just state that it is available 24 weeks and later. And here to explain more about the reality of late-term abortion is Dr. Kathy Altman, and she is joining us in the studio. I can't talk today, a little tongue-tied. We've been talking a lot. So thank you so much for being here and to talk to us, you know, about this. Explain to us the reality that you see on the ground. You know, we hear that it doesn't happen, but I know you do know otherwise.
Well, we know it happens because of the abortion survivors networks. You know, Melissa Ohden, Gianna Jessen, all of these, so many of them, and they are here because they survived late-term abortions, so we know that late-term abortions do occur. I did the dismemberment abortions myself, and they can be done up to about 23 weeks, and that's where you basically tear a baby limb from limb. After that point, you're either left with doing what they call an intact D&E, otherwise known as partial birth abortion. If the baby is alive at the time you do it, it's illegal. Mm-hmm. If the baby is dead, if you give it a feticide to kill it before you start the procedure, then it's legal, which is kind of crazy. But probably one of the main ways that these abortions are done now is also through drugs. So using the mifepristone and misoprostol, you can basically induce labor. So they also use misoprostol for inducing normal labor. And it's sort of crazy. Why are you going to basically induce labor? The woman goes through a vaginal delivery. The baby is old enough to survive. Why not just deliver the baby the way you would normally and let the baby live? Why kill the baby? So there's really no reason for these late-term abortions other than you want to kill the baby. And the reasons for late-term abortions are no different than the reasons for earlier abortions.
Dr. Ahmed, it's hard to hear about these procedures, and I'm sure it was even harder for you to take part in it. Can you just talk to us maybe about how that affected you?
The sad thing is that I think when you're doing those things, you're so deluded. I mean, I truly thought I was doing something good for women. I was proud of what I was doing. I felt that I was very competent, that I did a great job. I worked so hard to make this very painful procedure as painless as possible for my patients, and I didn't even think about what the baby was feeling. So now as we've learned that these babies are feeling pain, it's really hard to think about. And it was devastating at the point that I finally saw myself as a mass murderer. But until that point, I truly believed I was doing good.
Was there a point, do you remember the point when you decided not to do this again?
I did abortions even after I became pregnant. But when I returned at about 6 weeks postpartum to the clinic, there were 3 patients that had an effect on me. The last one was a woman who had 4 children, and she and her husband decided that they just couldn't afford another child. And she cried the whole time. And after I did her abortion, I realized that I could no longer kill babies just because they weren't wanted. It took me a while after that to finally change my mind completely. God had to work on me a while. But when I did, it was sudden.
Yeah, I know it's hard for people to listen to, but I think it's really important to talk about because it is the reality of abortion.
Yeah.
How did you overcome the feelings in yourself once you realized where you were in life and what you were doing?
Thankfully, by that time, I'd become a Christian. God surrounded me with Christian friends. I had a friend who worked at the McNutt's Healing Center in Jacksonville, and she said, come with me and let me pray with you up there. And she started praying, and I found myself at the feet of Jesus. And he said, are you more important than I am? Are you more powerful than I am, that I can forgive you and you cannot forgive yourself? So I think he just needed me to have a real quick healing. Mm-hmm. The other thing I did was I read Susan Stafford Rue's book on Will I Cry Tomorrow, which is about a post-abortal syndrome. Between those 2 things, I basically said, okay, God, what do you want me to do? And that kind of, I got an email the next day asking for volunteers to go to Washington to testify in partial birth abortion. And I said yes. And I didn't end up testifying in Washington, but I ended up testifying throughout the country in different state legislatures after that.
Yeah, and it's important to mention healing and forgiveness.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
For people who are watching right now,
mm-hmm.
who might be considering, a woman who might be considering an abortion, even a late-term abortion, what is your message to her?
One, well, let me tell you about my abortion, okay? I had an abortion prior to going to medical school for 3 reasons. One, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to become a doctor if I didn't abort my child. I was afraid that our marriage would end up in divorce if we had to get married, because this was going to be the man I was marrying. And I was afraid of what people would think. And later, when I went to medical school, I met all these women who had their children first and then went to medical school. And my marriage ended up in divorce anyway. It was not on a sound basis. One thing I want to say to men, you're told that it's not your place, you shouldn't say a word. If he had said, I support you in this, I'd like this baby, I wouldn't have had the abortion. So that's one thing. Really try to get down to the nitty-gritty with your partner and see, how they feel. So many men just feel so disenfranchised and they have no control and they lose their child. I found out years later that my husband wanted that baby. Had I known, I would have made a different decision. Also, had I said something to my parents would have been supportive. The people I cared about most would have supported me. So the first thing I would say is, if you do, talk to your family. see what support there is. If you don't have family, go to a pregnancy center. These pregnancy centers are phenomenal. They can support in so many ways, financially, emotionally, education. They do so much. Learn about adoption. Adoptions are not the same anymore. I've been amazed listening to different stories about these open adoptions, and you know, if you want, you can regularly see your child, you can have a relationship. It's not the same old deal. I know that when I thought about adoption, I immediately discounted it because I thought, they're going to take my baby away. I'll never know what happened to that baby. They might get abused or neglected. Weird. I'm willing to kill my baby rather than the chance it might get abused or neglected, which is crazy. But had there been something like this, I think I might have made a different decision.
Thank you for talking to us. Your witness and your testimony is so important, and I know there's somebody out there right now who's watching this and can relate, and you're saving lives.
Oh,
so thank you.
I hope so, but I can't say enough about these wonderful pregnancy centers and all the work they do and the lives that they change. I mean, these women end up in a much better situation than before they got pregnant.
Thank you so much, Dr. Altman. God bless you, and thank you for speaking to us and everybody in our audience. We appreciate it. You can stay here. Don't go anywhere just yet. All right, of course, pro-life issues are going to be discussed in Congress this year in one form or another.
That's right. Many are hoping that with Republicans in control of the House and the new Senate, new pro-life measures are going to make their way to the president's desk. Let's check in on Capitol Hill with correspondent Eric Rosales. Eric?
Hey, how you doing there, guys? I got to tell you, just powerful, emotional testimony from that woman, and the bravery that she shows for sharing her story. Just want to thank her for that. You know, I wanted to get a sense of what the pro-life community and Catholics can expect in this new Congress, so I was able to sit down with the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus co-chair. That's Mississippi Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. She tells me after several disappointing years, she's optimistic that Congress can make big strides in saving the lives of the unborn.
The refreshness of coming in with President Trump, capitalizing on his former wins that he had, that we knew that we could reinstate, or we think we can reinstate. And, you know, it's just by the grace of God that we have this opportunity to undo some really bad things, as you're well aware of.
The Mississippi senator agrees since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, setbacks have occurred in state elections. But now, she says pro-life lawmakers will concentrate on President Trump's protecting life rules, like Title X, which was removed under the Biden administration and allowed federal tax dollars to pay for abortions.
But I think that you're going to see issues that come up that's going to give states the tools that they need. And I think you're going to see a lot more of providing for pregnant moms, that, you know, that we can have services out there when we're asking them to choose life. We need to step up and make sure that we enable them to do that.
She is hopeful President Trump will overturn the Veteran Affairs abortion services and military travel vouchers and Medicaid reimbursements for abortions provided by the Defense Department.
Sometimes I think, Eric, that God let us go these 4 years. He let us go through that to really define extreme. Extreme in a way that we literally never imagined. The DC-5. You know, there's so many things that have surfaced that we're going in eyes wide open with grateful attitudes of we have a chance to make strides now, and it's up to us to do that.
Amen to that. You know, the senator tells me that, bottom line, every child has the right to live, and there are no exceptions to that. She adds that she and others are going to continue to concentrate to improve the services to make sure that every child has a chance, and those are services to improve the mother, realizing that so that she can be able to realize that there are other options out there. There really is a sense of renewed hope among lawmakers. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Eric. Great job out there. And we'll see what this new Congress brings.
That's right. Well, Teresa Tomeo is live at the rally site, continuing to brave the cold. Teresa?
Hi, Matthew. Thanks so much. The group Unspoken is still playing, as you can hear and see behind me. But I am just so thrilled to have my dear friend, Dr. Monica Miller, with me from Citizens for a Pro-Life Society. We go way back. She's from Michigan, and she has been a pro-life warrior for decades. Monica, give us your response, first of all, to the pardons that we learned about yesterday.
We are jumping for joy.
Give a jump.
I was at the trial, and I was at the sentencing. That was the last time I was in D.C. And now I come back to D.C., and everybody's released. We need to give glory to God for this great, great gift. I'm just so happy. And we're hoping that with the new Attorney General, the new U.S. Attorney General, our face cases in Ohio is a civil suit, not a criminal case. Those cases are going to get dismissed. So we'll be done. And we need to go forward. We need to defund Planned Parenthood. We need to repeal the FACE Act. We need justice for the 5 babies that are still at the D.C. medical examiner's office. They need an autopsy and they need a burial. So these are all the things we need to be working on as we go forward.
Let me ask you, what does it mean to you to see the fact that the Vice President is here today and the President is leaving a video message?
Well, it's hopeful that, you know, they're going to do some good things for the pro-life movement. And personally, I feel that we dodged a bullet with the defeat of Kamala Harris. So it was a great, great mercy to us. So we're hoping for good things. The other side, they are in shambles. They're in shambles psychologically, spiritually, and politically. And we need to make a lot of progress right now while we have the chance.
And how close do you think we are to defunding Planned Parenthood? What are you hearing about that?
Well, with this particular Congress, it might go 50-50. We'll see. We just need to keep the pressure on it, and not let these pro-life issues cannot die. We have to keep the pressure on. That's what we intend to do.
It's a lot more hopeful than it was in the previous administration. I feel a lot of hope. Not a perfect situation, but we don't live in a perfect world, right?
No, we have to make the omelet with the eggs that we've been given. To use a culinary metaphor. But let me tell people to go to our website, prolifesociety.com. We have lots of information up there and about our statement on the release, the pardon of the pro-life prisoners. So prolifesociety.com.
What is the next big project you're working on this year?
Well, frankly, we need to defeat the buffer zone, a buffer zone that was put in place by the Detroit City Council. So we got to go forward with that and challenge that. We have the Thomas More Society attorneys working on it for us. Get rid of our face case in Ohio and start to do some more red rose rescues.
Amen. And unfortunately, we don't live in a very pro-life state in Michigan, but are there any signs of hope in Michigan with our governor? Any chance of her being a little bit more open-minded?
That's a very good question. There's hope that Trump took our state, that he won our state. I was very surprised. That really was a lot of hope there. So we just look at Teresa. We have a lot of work to do. Okay, I think the pro-life movement needs to do 3 things: educate. And that's why we put up our billboards regarding the humanity of the unborn child. We have them up in Detroit. So we need to convince our culture that the unborn are human persons. They have a right to exist. That abortion is murder. That abortion is violence, and it hurts women. And that's we need to keep on that script.
Monica, great to see you.
America, too. Thanks, Teresa. We appreciate it. Doing a great job out there. We are joined again by Pro-Life Weekly host Abigail Gavon, who is always doing a great job for us.
It's a pleasure to be back. You know, I was just in the green room speaking with some of our speakers. We have such an exciting lineup coming up.
Yeah, we do. It's a remarkable lineup, but we've already had some incredible guests sharing their expertise with us and their experiences today. I think Dr. Altman's testimony is going to linger with all of us for a very long time.
Yeah, very powerful indeed. And our guests are really great pro-life advocates. And in the church, we know we are called to be the voice for the voiceless, and that example is set for us beautifully by our Holy Father.
È licito, è giusto.
I ask, is it licit? Is it right to eliminate a human life to resolve a problem?
Umana per risolvere un problema.
It's a human life. That's science. The moral question is whether it is right to take a human life to solve a problem. Indeed, is it right to hire a hitman to solve a problem?
Hiring a hitman. Those strong words from the Holy Father on the practice of abortion. Pope Francis has long defended the right to life throughout his papacy, speaking out for those who can't speak for themselves, from conception until natural death, upholding Catholic teaching. It reads in the Catechism, "Human life is sacred. No one can under any circumstance claim for himself the right directly to destroy an innocent human being." Francis has never backed down from standing up for life, likening abortion to the work of the mafia.
L'aborto non è un male minore. Abortion is not the lesser evil. It is a crime. You throw someone out to save another. That's what the mafia does. It is a crime, an absolute evil. È un male assoluto.
Back in September, the Holy Father spoke to reporters during his return trip from his apostolic journey to Southeast Asia, reiterating the Church's stance on abortion.
Un assassinio. È un assassinio.
I deem deplorable the practice of so-called surrogate motherhood, which represents a grave violation of the dignity of the woman and the child.
Vita è una cosa brutta.
Continuing his advocacy for human life in the womb, in January, Pope Francis called for a worldwide ban on surrogacy, saying the practice exploits the child as an object of trafficking.
I deem deplorable the practice of so-called surrogate motherhood, which represents a grave violation of the dignity of the woman and the child.
Pope Francis has spoken out about other pro-life issues outside of the womb, addressing so-called gender theory in January. Francis calls it extremely dangerous.
Perché cancella le differenze.
It cancels differences in its claim to make everyone equal. These instances of ideological colonization prove injurious and create divisions between states rather than fostering peace.
Anziché favorire l'edificazione della pace.
The Holy Father also wrote about capital punishment this year in the preface of a book called A Christian on Death Row, My Commitment to Those Condemned, warning that it fosters a cycle of revenge in society and has called for efforts to abolish it. The Holy Father wrote that governments should, quote, focus on allowing prisoners the opportunity to truly change their lives, rather than investing money and resources in their execution. We must never think that there could be a sin, a mistake, or an action of ours that distances us permanently from the Lord. His heart has already been crucified for us. And in May, Pope Francis wrote about two topics that are often overlooked in our secular society: openness to children and parenthood. The Holy Father wrote about these issues in the Bull of Indiction of the Ordinary Jubilee of the year 2025, an official papal document announcing the dates of the beginning and end of this holy year. Francis said, quote, openness to life and responsible parenthood is the design that the Creator has implanted in the hearts and bodies of men and women. The desire of young people to give birth to new sons and daughters as a sign of the fruitfulness of their love ensures a future for every society.
Well, and Father John Paul joins us once again in studio to discuss the Church's defense of life. Welcome back, Father.
It's good to be here.
Well, the Church has always taught strongly about the dignity of the human person, but where do those teachings come from?
Yeah, it flows from our being made in the image and likeness of God in the book of Genesis, very first chapter of Divine Revelation, that we are made in God's image and likeness. And from the very moment of our conception, no matter how small, I think that's the emphasis of Pope Francis all throughout his pontificate. No matter how small a person is, and even no matter how old a person is too, we have innate human dignity.
And Father, the battle against abortion is largely a spiritual one. How can people fortify themselves to protect
the rosary? Okay. I mean, I've already prayed 3 since it became a broadcast, especially for you all, for the coverage. We can always pray. We can always pray the rosary, go to Mass often. But also mobilize ourselves in not just the spiritual battle, but also the state battle, the national battle, all throughout the country.
Yeah, and we're having a conversation here all day long. We're keeping this going. But how can others, have those conversations, whether it's in your parish, friends, work?
I think just by treating one another with dignity. First of all, recognizing ourselves. We had a package about assisted suicide and the reality of looking at ourselves as created by God. And that starts the way we look at ourselves, and also starts the way we look at other people. How we treat people, how we treat our neighbor. Just being kind to people. I mean, kindness does a lot. It changes the world, really.
The package that we were just watching on Pope Francis is important for everyone to see, because there have been some who have claimed that somehow he has demoted abortion. That's completely wrong in terms of this pontificate, isn't it?
I think we all know that throughout his pontificate. I mean, I think it's very consistent with the pontificates, just even going back to Pope St. Paul VI on Humani Vitae. Our popes have been very consistent on the sanctity of human life. And Pope Francis is very graphic when he talks about abortion, likening abortion to the mafia using white gloves. I mean, he uses very strong language that really sticks with you. And I think we'll see that from years down the line, 10, 20, 30 years from now. We'll see how his language, when he passes, we'll see how it sticks.
Yeah, and Pope Francis, in his writings, I think his focus on the unborn, but he's also very concerned about the mothers, too. He's written about that. Let's not forget the mothers here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the mothers themselves, we need to have absolute care of when they get pregnant. I mean, what happens when they get pregnant, when they're in a crisis pregnancy? I think one of the things, Tracy, going back to being very attentive, people can support pregnancy resource centers. There's so many pregnancy resource centers all throughout the United States, even all throughout the world. All of us can help out there. All of us can contribute to them financially and spiritually, obviously, and even helping out. There's so many people that are nurses that can contribute their profession as a nurse and helping out a local pregnancy resource center. So I think that's a way that we help out mothers. Absolutely.
It's a very helpful and practical tip, and we'll be right back with you, Father. For now, we're just going to take a look at what's happening at the rally. Roselle Regis is speaking with marchers who have journeyed to the Capitol. Stand up for life. Roselle?
It's a beautiful morning here. I'm at the rally site along Pennsylvania Avenue near the National Monument. And right now, a pre-rally concert is going on. As you can hear, the band Unspoken is taking the stage. And joining me now is Lillian. Lillian, tell me, I know it's your first time here. How does it feel?
It feels so good to be surrounded by all these people who are here marching for the same cause. I'm really excited.
And tell us where you're from. What was the planning that went into this?
I'm from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, from Notre Dame Regional High School, and we flew in from Missouri yesterday. And I'm here with the students from my school, the Pro-Life Club, and we're all here to march together.
What are you most excited about? There's a lot of guests and a lot of events happening.
I'm most excited to hear all the speakers and really get to experience the whole march.
And lastly, tell us why you're marching today.
We're marching for all people who can't speak up for themselves, all the unborn, anyone whose life is not being respected the way it should be.
Well, thank you so much. It's nice to meet you. Back to you guys at the studio.
Right. Well, we are incredibly blessed to have so many saints in the Catholic Church, and the pro-life movement has several pro-life patron saints. I think particularly of Gianna Molla, for example. I think John Paul II could be considered a pro-life saint.
Yes, and one more may soon be added to their ranks. Yes, Father, let's take a look at Blessed Moises Lira of Mexico.
Well-known pro-life intercessors include saints like Gianna Molla, Mother Teresa, or Our Lady of Guadalupe. But many probably haven't heard of this new pro-life patron, Blessed Moises Lira Serafin.
One of the characteristics of the new Blessed Moises Lira Serafin was precisely this: to reproduce in the same way the image of Christ the Son, meek and humble, and to propose this face of Jesus also for the imitation of his spiritual daughters, the missionaries of charity of Mary Immaculate.
Father Moises Lira Serafin was beatified by the Post Representative on September 14th of this year at the shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico, a fitting place for a future pro-life saint. Born in a small town in Mexico, Moises Lira Serafin dreamed of becoming a priest. With the death of his mother as a child and a working father, he was often in the care of the local priests. He took his final vows at the age of 29, entering into the Missionaries of the Holy Spirit in 1922. Known for his childlike spirit and simplicity, he later founded the Missionaries of Charity of Mary Immaculate, a religious order of sisters who dedicate themselves to caring for the sick, elderly, and children. First, starting in Mexico, the missionaries have spread across the globe, serving communities in Peru, Rome, and the United States, to name a few. Sister Beatriz, a missionary of charity located in Mexico, shared what Blessed Moises first told the sisters about their mission.
Y él nos decía a nosotras, hijas, yo a ustedes las quiero.
He told us daughters, I want you to be contributors to humanity, that you may be like the Good Samaritan, right? The only requirement to do good is need.
The Missionaries of Charity of Mary Immaculate have been serving those in need since 1934, striving for spiritual childhood by serving society's most vulnerable in schools and hospitals. Blessed Moises Lira Serafin gained a pro-life legacy after a miracle was reported by a pregnant mother of a child with a rare fetal abnormality in 2004. The doctors recommended aborting the baby, but the mother chose not to and prayed to Blessed Moises for 9 days for her pregnancy. By her next doctor's appointment, the doctors discovered her baby had been miraculously healed.
I think this is a very strong message from God attributed to his intercession. Maybe those mothers who have a problem during their pregnancies can confide in him.
His postulator, a priest of the same order Blessed Moises belonged to, encourages pregnant mothers to invoke his intercession for protection of the unborn.
Un aplauso al nuevo beato.
A round of applause for the new blessed.
The beatification of Father Serafin brought cheers in Mexico, which were echoed by Pope Francis at the general audience the next day. Blessed Moises Lira Serafin, pray for us.
Well, we are all hoping for the validation of a second miracle that might lead to his canonization, but I think I can speak for all of us so that there's a lot of tears here today.
There's a lot of tears. We have tissue, especially for me, so...
Yeah, Father, Blessed Lira's motto was, "It is necessary to be very small to be a great saint."
I think based on that video, his miracle was for a woman who had a crisis pregnancy. I think people should really stay tuned to that. People should really, because there's a lot of crisis pregnancies. There's a lot of problems in people's pregnancies, and to have an intercessor, that's very important, a saint. Obviously, all throughout salvation history, we are to be small. I mean, our Lord, it reminds me of the Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So many saints tell us to be small. Saint Therese of Lisieux reminds us to be like a child, like spiritual childhood. So just being small in all things, in your prayer life, and just even having a humble look at yourself. even a sense of humor of yourself. You know, that's being small, I think.
Yeah. It's definitely important for sure.
Yeah,
you know,
being able to laugh.
Yeah, you have to. Laugh at yourself, too. It's good. We do that a lot
make
here.
mistakes. We make mistakes, and just not to take life so seriously sometimes.
That's right, absolutely. You know, one thing that we want to talk about is our mother. You know, we often see images of Our Lady, especially Our Lady of Guadalupe during pro-life events. Tell us, you know, why that is, for those who may not know.
Oh, gosh, I wish I had more time.
Yeah.
Anyway, but there's so many more images of Our Lady of Guadalupe. I think what needs to be said is that at the time of Our Lady of Guadalupe, when she came in 1531, there was so much human sacrifice. And there were literally tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people being sacrificed to appease an angry God. She comes on the scene. Our Blessed Mother comes on the scene. And as soon as she appears, all human sacrifice stops, ceases. I think that says something. Now I'm about ready to cry, I think. Anyway, I mean, no, the reality. I mean, that's the reality of our Blessed Mother. I mean, she loves us so much, that much, and she, just by her image, the Indians, the Aztecs knew what she was saying. That she was a humble servant of a god. That she wasn't a goddess. We don't worship Mary. Catholics don't worship Mary. That she's a humble service, a handmaid of a goddess, of a god, of the true God, the one true God, that she had in her womb. The true God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Blessed Trinity, the Word made flesh, is in her womb. You know, that's what she bears. That's who she ushers in to us.
That's absolutely incredible. And Father, what other pro-life names can we turn to?
I have
a
some.
couple here with us today.
Where Father John Paul is, there are the cloud of witnesses. So they wanted some airtime.
I've seen your office.
Yeah, they wanted some airtime today. The saints. Blessed Joseph and Victoria Oma and their 7 children. They were just beatified by the church recently. Saint John Amola, who you mentioned, Matthew. And I also brought a piece of the crib of Bethlehem.
Wow.
And also the house of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the house where the Word was made flesh. I mean, the house where Jesus Christ took on sacred flesh. I mean, I just can't believe I have some of these things sometimes, but I just feel like sharing them with our EWTN audience. I think it's important.
It is important.
And they are our friends, and they're friends of the pro-life movement. So for those who are interested in learning more about the pro-life saints, we can start maybe even with John Paul II. You could argue who did more for the pro-life cause of any pope in modern times. I'm sure there'd be some who argue with that.
I think John Paul II, you know, the Archbishop last night said at the Vigil Mass, he talked about John Paul II's influence in the pro-life movement. And just when he came here to the United States in 1999 and spoke at St. Louis, I think his emphasis, John Paul II wanted, first of all, young people to know that they're loved by God. You know, I think that when we know that we're loved by God, that changes everything. That changes how we even look at ourselves. It changes how we treat other people. And John Paul II, I think, that was a constant message all throughout his pontificate, you know, is to hold up the sanctity of human life from conception till natural death.
Well, we are moments away from the rally. Thousands of people are crowding the National Mall right now, and our own Teresa Tomeo is right at the center of the excitement. Teresa?
We are, Matthew, in the middle of the excitement. It really is getting exciting. I was just telling my next guest, my friend Bishop Francis Calabut from the Chaldean Diocese, also based in my home state of Michigan. And we're watching here from the rally stage and looking out, and the line just keeps on coming. And you can see behind us that it's really filling up. It is such a glorious day. And as we mentioned earlier with our guest, there seems to be a different type of mood here this year. And Bishop Francis, always great to see you. We're from Michigan. We actually flew down on the plane together yesterday. We had each other. Yes, it was a lot of fun. It was a whole pro-life plane with lots of Catholics, and it was wonderful. I see your sign out here, Pro-Life Chaldean Catholics. How big is your group?
We're over 100, people have come in from 3 dioceses, from the Eastern Diocese in Eastern America, from the Western Diocese in San Diego, and we have some from Canada as well.
That's awesome. How long have you been with you, Bishop?
Well, unfortunately, technology being what it is, in very cold conditions, we just lost Teresa, but we're moments away from this march.
Yeah.
So as we're looking ahead, we know that individual marches are in individual states, and I know that there's something that is important to talk about there.
Yes, indeed. You know, marches in the individual states are expanding. We are going to be seeing a lot more coming in the coming years, and it's critical that the efforts at the state level continue, especially with all of these laws being introduced.
Well, that's right. In 2024, a lot of pro-lifers made sure to make their presence known at their state capitals. Let's take a look.
From conception to natural death, we are our brother's sister's keeper. No matter how small or even how guilty they may be, we fail to protect the precious gift of life if we choose to remain silent and fail to speak up for those brothers and sisters who are vulnerable to having their lives terminated, especially the unborn who have no voice to plead their cause before the courts of this world. Lord, we pray for the courage to proclaim the gospel, the good news about the sanctity of life. We pray for the sanctity of every human life, from conception to natural death. We pray for infants in the womb whose lives are at stake and whose voices cannot be heard. For families who suffer the effects of abortion, especially for the healing of mothers and fathers who need our compassion and care as they grieve for the child that they are not able to embrace. For the many who work and march for the cause of human dignity today and everywhere, and proclaim that from conception to natural death, there is a right to life. Father and Maker of all, you adorn all creation with splendor and beauty. Awaken in our heart reverence for the work of your hands, and renew among your people a readiness to nurture and sustain your precious gift of life. Grant this, Father, through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
And we are just moments away for the big rally, which is very exciting for the march.
One of the aspects that we all anticipate is the list of speakers. Some of it, we have sort of aspirations about who the speakers might be. There was some hope, for example, that J.D. Vance or President Trump might make an appearance. We know that there'll be a message from President Trump. We know that J.D. Vance will be appearing in person. But who are one or two of the other speakers that you're really looking forward to?
You know, I'm really looking forward to hearing from Ron DeSantis, because I was just so impressed with what he pulled off in his state, and I hope he'll give us like a little playbook that other states can use as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Bethany Hamilton, of course, professional surfer, she's going to be speaking as well, and she has an incredible story.
Yeah, I would say of all of them, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love the movie, Soul Surfer.
Yes.
The movie is really good. I encourage everybody to go out and watch it. It's a very clean movie. Yeah. Just her story is amazing, too. It's a story of perseverance, and we need that. We need stories. That. We need stories of hope that build us up. I think we all in the news, those of us here, are used to hearing tragic stories and even sometimes scandalous stories. I think we need to be in the business also of telling stories of hope, stories of perseverance that give life, you know.
Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah, it's important because it helps us to persevere, too.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back out to Teresa Tomeo. We're minutes away from the rally in the National Mall. Teresa?
Thanks, Matthew. And we're with Bishop Calabit from, of course, the diocese, the Chaldean diocese, centered in Michigan, but representing so many different areas of the country. We were talking, Bishop, about the hope of the young people. You have a lot of young people with you here.
We do. There's a great movement that's going on, and I think the Lord wants to pour out His Spirit upon the young. A lot of the young are bringing their parents to church, and a lot of the young are bringing, they're taking their stand on faith, and I think it's a wonderful movement.
The Chaldean diocese is doing a lot with meeting people, especially women, where they're at. Tell us about your pro-life office.
So we started a pro-life office a few years ago, and we're a very small diocese, so we're taking this incrementally. And so we're doing work now, not just for the unborn, and not just for those who are in the late stages, but we're doing things for the special needs, and we want the most vulnerable. And I think it's not only the child, but also the mother is the most vulnerable, because they've been brainwashed that this is a right, that they can do all of these things. So they're really vulnerable to the truth. and therefore we want to walk with them. First of all, let them know that you're not alone. We're with you. We want to walk with you, and we want to help you to become pro-life so that you can do the right choice, and we can help in whatever way we can.
As a bishop, how do you feel about some of the good advances that the administration has made so far? The pardoning of the pro-lifers, of course, and the other work. J.D. Vance being here today, a message from the president. As a bishop who works very hard in the pro-life movement, what does that mean to you?
Well, you know, a lot of the Psalms where the Lord allows the people to suffer for a while, and the people cry out and say, "How long, Lord? How long?" The Lord comes in and says, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, salvation comes. And this is what's happening right now. There is a phenomenal movement that's going on. It started not too long ago, and it's spreading throughout the world. I believe the hand of God is upon us. It's upon this administration. It's upon a lot of other administrations of a lot of other countries as well.
And I think, too, that even though obviously it's not perfect, there are some issues that we have to work through with IVF and the abortion pill and really talking to the administration about that. But to have at least the option to have an administration who's open and willing to come and talk to the pro-life movement.
You know, to have a Christian who is willing to hear and willing to participate. You know, the church is always engaged in whoever is the president, whoever is the vice president. We are always engaged. But when you have an open, you know, because abortion is always the number one issue because it's life.
Yeah,
once you take
everything.
You take out life, then there's no other real issue that's going on. There are, don't get me wrong, there are other issues from immigration that the church is also involved in, to a lot of also rights, human rights that we always get involved with. But it starts with life, and you don't have life, you don't have any other issue.
So you're optimistic. Your masses are filled with young people in our area. Just a few final thoughts, about 10 seconds, if you could send us off to the rally, Bishop.
You know, Jesus is beautiful, and we're growing. We need another 3 to 5 churches because we can't fit them all. But the most important thing is Jesus loves you, and Our Lady is right there with him.
We're just talking about Our Lady. Well,
yes.
We'll throw it back to you for the great rally, and we'll see you over on the Triangle along Constitution Avenue. Ciao for now.
Amen.
Ciao for now, Teresa.
So who else is on your list of must-hear speakers?
Well, you know, I have to say, I always like Congressman Chris Smith.
Yeah.
I always love to hear from him. He's been such a champion for life from the very beginning. And, of course, we are looking forward to J.D. Vance as well.
Exactly. We've got also Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Yep. And what's striking about him is that in this last series of election cycles where abortion was supposedly not going to be any kind of a winner for politicians, in his re-election campaign, he owned it.
Mm-hmm.
He made it not just a centerpiece of his campaign, but he was proud about what he'd accomplished on the pro-life cause. So in some ways, it's kind of a blueprint for going forward. But there are two others that I wanted to point out. One is we all love Archbishop Joseph Naumann of the Archdiocese of Kansas City, who has been there, I think, since 2005. He's kind of the lion, in many ways, of the shepherds in this pro-life. And we have a lot of beautiful bishops who are supportive. I always go back to his Episcopal motto, which is Vitae Victoria Erit, which is life will triumph.
That's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. What about you, Abby?
You know, what I'm excited about is seeing Jenny as a mom living out this mission, because she's spoken about how passionate she is, that the biggest lie women are told is they can do anything except have both a child and a career. And she will be witnessing that with her family. So I hope we'll get a shot of the little ones.
Yeah, absolutely. That countdown clock, you can just see it right there. I need my glasses a little bit to see what the time is, these old eyes. But, I mean, we're just moments away.
And let's not forget Lila Rose.
Absolutely.
You know, I think now she has a connection to EWTN now.
Well, we go now to the March for Life rally on the National Mall.
And a very warm welcome to those of you who are here in person. It's a little chilly out there today, but I hope that you're staying warm in your hearts. We are so, so happy to have you. I am Jeannie Mancini, and I'm honored to serve as president of the March for Life. And on behalf of our entire wonderful, hardworking team, I would like to welcome you to the 52nd March for Life, the largest annual human rights demonstration in the world. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being part of history by being part of the March for Life. To kick off our rally today, we're going to join in singing the national anthem, and it's going to be led by soloist Julie Stone, followed by Andrew Hodson of the University of Wisconsin-Madison Knights of Columbus Council. Please give a warm welcome to Julie and Andrew.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Andrew, for leading our pledge, and to Julie for that absolutely stunning performance. Each year, we are grateful for the collaborative witness of the Orthodox bishops and the Roman Catholic bishops leading us in opening prayer for the rally. I'm very happy to welcome to the podium a friend of mine and a wonderful, wonderful bishop, man of God, Archbishop Joseph Naumann. Archbishop, yes, our friends in Kansas City, you know him well. Archbishop Naumann from Kansas City in Kansas, and he's a member of the Committee of the Pro-Life Activities for the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops. Archbishop Naumann is joined on stage by a delegation of Orthodox bishops and Roman Catholic bishops in offering our opening prayer. Hello.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a privilege to be with you and to offer this prayer today. I'm substituting for our pro-life committee chair, Bishop Dan Thomas, who had a death in his family, so couldn't be with us. But I just want to say, Jeannie Mancini, she's one of my heroes, and we thank her for her leadership. So, as we open our rally prayer, I welcome His Grace Bishop John of the Antiochian Orthodox Archdiocese of North America, representing the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops of the United States of America. And we're joined by a delegation of brother Orthodox and Catholic bishops from all across the country. I especially welcome all of you who have gathered in this vast crowd as we stand together to proclaim our belief in the dignity of the child in the womb and to witness to the sanctity of all human life. This is why we march. And so let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, author and sustainer of the gift of human life, we, your sons and daughters in Jesus, your Son, come before you as stewards of this great gift. Hear our humble and heartfelt prayer. May we never fail to protect and value human life from the first moment of conception through to the moment of natural death. May our efforts rightly include legal protection as well as constant prayer. May we continue to do penance for the cruel and tragic offenses against the divine dignity of human life, especially by abortion. May we be instruments of your love and compassion for any pregnant mother in need and all those who have been wounded by abortion. We turn to you, Father of us all, for your grace and power to fuel anew in our time the ever-present need to build up the culture of life. May this culture of life bring fresh energy for pro-life initiatives in every part of our nation. May this culture of life find new strength among families, in our homes, our schools, our parishes, our workplaces, indeed among all men and women in our human community. May this culture of life bring aid and assistance for those whose lives are in any distress, especially in facing new threats against the dignity of human life. Ever-living God, pour out your abundant blessing upon all who will march for life today and upon all who join with us in spirit and prayer. May they have the fire of your Holy Spirit to never tire of the crusade for life whose origin is in you. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Archbishop Naumann, and our Orthodox and Catholic bishops. We're so very happy, very, very pleased to have you here and grateful. So whether this is your first March for Life or you're a seasoned veteran, and I see some of you out there that are seasoned veterans right in the front row here, but I met many in the hotel this morning that this is their first March for Life. I just really do want to honor you and thank you for making history by being part of our world's largest annual human rights demonstration. You, by being here, are advocating for the poorest of the poor. You are advocating that social justice begins in the womb. Thank you for standing on the right side of history and for being here. We are so very, very grateful. The theme for the 52nd Annual March for Life is Life, Why We March. It's a very simple reminder of the basic and beautiful truths about why we're all here today. The first and most foundational point of our theme is that every human being, regardless of race, regardless of disability, regardless of religion, gender, size, or stage of development in the womb, every single life has inherent human dignity. And it is just that case. Marchers, can I ask you a question? Do you believe, so I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to ask you to answer. So, marchers, do you believe that all human life from the moment of conception has inherent human dignity? Let me hear you say yes. Oh, come on. You guys can do better than that. Come on, let's try that again. Let me hear you say yes. Yeah. Okay. For the second point of our theme, science and technology. Marchers, I believe in miracles. But you know what? Even if you don't, science is on the side of life. Science shows that life begins at the moment of conception and fertilization. From that time on, we know that a new human life in the womb possesses its own genetically unique DNA and is different from its mother and father. Because of modern technology, we can see at just 6 weeks, expectant parents can view their child's ultrasound and see that a baby's heart is beating. And by 12 weeks, other organs have formed. And these are only a handful of the many moments of gestational development that give witness to the inherent dignity of life that is unrepeatable, valuable, and entirely worthy of our love and protection. So let me ask you, marchers, do you believe that science and technology are on the side of life? Let me hear you say yes. Yes! That's a little better. Thank you. The third point, the pro-life movement is at its heart with every woman and for every child. Tragically, we live in a culture that presents confusing, misleading, and even false messages to women in this regard. And one of the worst and most offensive messages is that abortion is necessary for a woman to flourish and succeed. Yet, the tragic reality is that 60% of women who have chosen abortion say that they would have preferred to choose life if they had the requisite financial and emotional support. Women need to know that they are strong and capable, and that the pro-life community will love and support them long after the child is born. And that's why there are well over 3,400 community-based pregnancy care centers across America that help women, help women and families who want to keep their children. And a whopping 83% of Americans on both sides of the political aisle support the work of pregnancy care centers. We just saw this week from a Marist poll that came out thanks to the Knights of Columbus. Marchers, let me ask you, will you commit to supporting women who are facing an unexpected pregnancy? Let me hear you say yes. Let's try that one again. Let me hear you say yes. On the fourth and final point of the theme, the power of telling your story. For over a decade, we at the March for Life have used the hashtag #WhyWeMarch on all social media related to the March for Life. Why? Because your stories matter. Your stories can change people's hearts and minds on this issue. At the March for Life, we're in the business of changing hearts and minds. Our goal is to make abortion unthinkable. Your stories will help us reach that goal. Why are you here? Why are you pro-life? Each of you has a reason, and when you share that reason, your witness makes a difference. Marchers, can you commit today, in the next 2 hours, on social media to using the hashtag #WhyWeMarch and telling your story? Let me hear you say yes. Thank you. Now, I'd like to show you a video about our March for Life theme, Life, Why We March.
Being on the right side of history isn't always popular or easy.
Through the third trimester, the bill has no limit.
Procedure, the babies were born alive.
Pregnancy resource centers are on high alert.
Pro-abortionists have firebombed the pregnancy center.
When culture is spreading lies about the dignity of life, and it seems like we're in a losing battle, we might feel like giving up. But we won't. This is why we march. Because lives like these turn into these. And that is why we march.
Only one march has happened every year since 1974, and in just a few hours, thousands of marchers will fill the streets of Washington, D.C.
We're here to march and to show solidarity for the baby in the womb.
We march to be a voice for the voiceless.
We march to end abortion.
We march for both mom and baby.
I just want every single baby to be valued and every single woman to know that she is important and she should be loved.
They're partaking in the annual March for Life, the largest human rights display in the world.
Because every single life deserves a chance. That is what real human flourishing looks like. And that is why we march.
I accepted the position as president of the March for Life in 2012, so this is my 13th March for Life leading the organization. There have been so many opportunities, responsibilities, and challenges that have come with my role. But one of the absolute highlights, something that always gives me joy and hope, is you, the marchers, the advocates, the mothers, and the babies. Your love, Your enthusiasm, your courage, your compassion. You have motivated me and our fantastic March for Life team and board. Each year leading this organization, I have felt that God was giving me a vision for what I thought the March for Life should be and could be under my direction. Over the past couple of years, I sensed that the March was at a very good point with so much growth, and that I'd done what God had asked of me in this role, and that it was time for me to explore other paths. I and our board prayed for leadership. We prayed for the new right leader. God has answered these prayers. Over the past few months, I've begun working closely with my successor. She is a woman of strong faith, compassion, conviction for the pro-life cause. Soon after today, the new March for Life president will be Jenny Bradley Lichter. And over the past 3 months, Jenny and I have become great colleagues and very good friends. I am confident that she is the woman meant to lead the March for Life in this next season. And I will stay involved on the board as well. Regardless of who is leading the organization, the March for Life remains steadfast and true, and our goals remain the same. We will continue to provide a place for the real heroes, you all, the marchers, to give public witness here in our nation's capital and throughout the country at our state marches by witnessing to moms and babies. Thank you. When I say that this job has been the honor of a lifetime, words could not possibly express the depth of my respect, gratitude, and appreciation for all of you and for this incredible role. Thank you. Now, I'm very excited to welcome to the podium, and then I'll be back, our new president-elect of the March for Life, Jenny Bradley Lichter.
Hello, marchers. I'm Jenny, and in a few days I will be the new president of the March for Life, taking over from a hero of mine and of all of ours, Jeannie Mancini. This is my first time standing up here at the March for Life, but it is not my first march. I wonder if there's anyone here who came to D.C. on an overnight bus ride. Well, that was me 24 years ago for my first March for Life. I was a college freshman at Notre Dame. Go Irish, I see you out there. I rode the bus through the night, slept on the floor at a Catholic parish across the river, and had an absolutely amazing experience at the march. Since then, I've been back so many times with classmates, friends, coworkers. Then I started bringing my husband, Brian. Where is he? Here he is. That's Brian. And in recent years, our 3 kids. You guys want to wave? But I've never forgotten my first march and the life-changing impact it had on me when I was still a teenager. I never could have dreamed on that day that I would eventually lead the March for Life and get to greet my fellow marchers and my friends from up here. I know that in this today there are so many future pro-life leaders, maybe even my successor as president of the March for Life. I know that there are so many current pro-life leaders here, including so many young leaders who witness to people around you about the beauty and the preciousness of every single human life, no matter the circumstances. You are here because you all know that unborn people are people too, and they have a right to life just like the rest of us. You know that the wantedness of a human being doesn't determine our value. You know that it's right and good to stand up for people who are too small to defend themselves. You know that abortion hurts women, that abortion hurts everyone it touches. I call you leaders precisely because you know these truths and you aren't afraid to say them out loud. But lately, many of the loudest voices have been shouting the lie that women need access to abortion. So I want to talk directly to all of the young women here who are being targeted with that message. Ladies, hear this. Loud voices might have told you that being a mother will hold you back, that having a baby at the wrong time will derail your education or your career prospects or even your shot at happiness, that your own future children are the enemies of your flourishing and fulfillment, or that your ability to bear children is your greatest weakness. You might have heard voices telling you that you're not strong enough to be a mom and still follow your dreams, that you're not strong enough, period. I am here to tell you that anyone who says those things is lying to you. You are strong enough. Motherhood is so empowering. It will make you tougher and happier and more fulfilled than you ever imagined possible. Motherhood will stretch you. Your heart will grow and grow and grow, no matter the circumstances. And if you are ever in a situation where you can't care for your baby, you are strong enough to entrust your child to another loving family through adoption. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you aren't. Young men, I want to talk to you for a minute too. Don't let anyone tell you that the way to love the women in your lives is to support abortion, let alone push them towards abortion when things look tough. People are lying to you when they say that your education or your economic security hinges on your right to kill your child in the womb. That is not what you or the women you love need. It will not make you happy. The women you love need men who are strong and confident enough to embrace the beauty and the messiness of life, no matter the circumstances. That's real love and real strength. Before I have an action item for each person here. When you get home, take a few minutes to get to know the resources available in your area for pregnant women who need a hand. Because you never know when someone in your life might confide in you about an unexpected pregnancy. Be ready for that. Commit yourself to be ready for that. Know who they can call or who you can call for them to get medical care, parenting classes, diapers, wipes, baby clothes, and be ready to be the person they can turn to for a hug. Be ready to be the voice telling them that they are strong enough. Since I was announced as the next president of the March for Life, some people have asked me if we're done marching because Roe versus Wade was overturned. What do we think about that? No, of course we're not done. We will keep marching here in Washington until abortion is not only illegal, but unthinkable. And we still have work to do. So we are so not done, marchers. I am certainly not done. I'm just getting started here at the March for Life. I will see you all back here next year and every year until every woman and every baby is loved and protected. We will keep marching together. Thank you. Okay, isn't she awesome? Yeah, I feel the same way. All right. Joining me now, they're going to be coming out here on stage, are your courageous pro-life leaders and members of the United States Congress and Senate.
who in fact just voted this week to protect life. Yeah. Please, give it up for these guys and gals, please. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank each one of them, not only for marching with us, but for their work protecting both mother and child. So we are joined by Senator James Langford from Oklahoma. And if you're from the state of this representative, be sure to really cheer loudly here. Okay, anyone from Alabama for Senator Katie Britt? Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith from Mississippi. Senator Pete Ricketts from Nebraska. And moving to the U.S. House of Representatives, Congressman Andy Biggs from Arizona. Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak from North Dakota. A little closer to home, Congressman Andy Harris from Maryland. Congressman Bob Latta from Ohio. Yeah, got a lot from Ohio. Congressman John McGuire from Virginia. Congressman Bob Onder from Missouri. We'll be hearing from him in a little bit. Congressman Chris Smith from New Jersey. Congressman Derek Van Orden from Wisconsin. We're also blessed to have among us today Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. We are so honored to be joined by these elected leaders who are fighting for life across the nation and on Capitol Hill. I'm also delighted to be joined today by two incredibly dedicated leaders in Congress, Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson. We're honored to have both the U.S. Senate Majority Leader, John Thune of North Dakota, I'm sorry, let me say that one more time. We are most honored to have the U.S. Senate Majority Leader, John Thune of South Dakota, and the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Let's give it up for these guys. Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson's deep commitment to passion for protecting the unborn and their mothers is truly inspiring and has been on full display these last few days in this new Congress. We are honored to have them both with us. It says a lot. In fact, this is the first time in the history of the March for Life that we've had both the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House not only on the stage, but speaking to you today. Please help me welcoming these gentlemen to the stage.
Move this or well, good afternoon, pro-lifers. It feels like a South Dakota day here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to the March for Life for inviting me to be here with you today, and I am nothing short of inspired looking out at all of you. We stand here today, you stand here today, to bear witness to the beauty and goodness of every human life, to remind people of the great truth upon which our country was founded, that all men and women are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I know that some days fighting for the right to life can seem like an uphill battle. But I want you to look around you today at the tens of thousands of Americans who will march up to Capitol Hill with you today. And I want you to remember, you are not alone. You are part of a great movement united around the truth that every life is precious, that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God and has infinite value and worth. It says in Psalm 139, "You formed my inward parts, you wove me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and my soul knows it very well." I stand with you in this fight, and so do many of my colleagues in Congress, and like you, we will continue to work toward a day when the lives of all human beings are protected, even when they're small, even when they're weak, even when they're vulnerable, especially when they're small or weak or vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight may be long, but we have the truth on our side, and I am confident. And I am confident that at the end of the day, truth will win, life will win. Thank you for being here today. God bless you all, and keep fighting for life. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. We're so glad that you've joined us here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for making the trip. It really is a great encouragement to all of us to see all of you, so many pro-life Americans here to stand and march for the sanctity of human life. I stand here with these colleagues of mine, these leaders for life, and it means so much to us to see all of you. For 52 years, this event has united millions of pro-life Americans just like us for the common purpose that we believe that every child has the right to life. For 2 decades, before I was elected to Congress, I served as a constitutional law attorney, and I litigated cases to defend our fundamental freedoms like religious liberty and the sanctity of human life. And now in this role that I have as Speaker of the House, I'm working to defend those freedoms in a different way. And the good news is there are many leaders here in Congress, just like the ones standing behind us here, who are committed to doing that same thing. And of course, my friends, it is a new golden age in America, and now we have President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. We are entering a new era. That's right. And with Vice President J.D. Vance, they have already... That's right. This new White House has already shown its resolve. It's one of his first official acts. President Trump just freed and pardoned nearly 24 wrongfully imprisoned pro-life activists. And I don't know if you saw his executive order on gender, but it defines life as beginning at conception rather than birth. And in Congress just yesterday, the House passed the Born Alive Survivors Protection Act. It is a matter, that's right, it's a matter of basic humanity to ensure that a child who survives an abortion attempt should be cared for as he or she is lying on the table gasping for breath. But I am so sad to tell you, only one House Democrat joined us in voting for that bill. It's incredible, really, but it demonstrates just how important events like this today are. My friends, House and Senate Republicans are committed to protecting innocent life. We will do it. As we near the 250th anniversary of our great nation, we remember that at the heart of our grand experiment in self-governance is the recognition of the right to life, as Leader Thune just said. America is premised on the self-evident truth that every single person is made in the image of our Creator, God, and thus every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or what zip code you live in or what you do for a living. Your value is inherent, that is given to you by God. Well, that's right. What we need today is a new generation of leaders and activists like Wilberforce and Frederick Douglass, men and women who will courageously use their voices to defend others. You, my friends, are part of that generation, and together we are rebuilding a culture of life, and it begins now. By sharing your time and influence, by volunteering to assist pregnancy resource centers, all the very practical ways that we can assist, using our voices, using our influence, it's going to make a difference. I'll close with this. I was born in January 1972. It was almost exactly a year before Roe v. Wade became the law of the land. I was the product of an unplanned teen pregnancy. I'm so eternally grateful that my mom and dad ignored all the people who told them to just take care of that problem. And they chose to embrace life and to have me, the first of their 4 children. If they It's a simple fact, a very simple fact. If they had not done that, then I would not be here. And I often wonder who else we have missed and what those individuals might have contributed to our society and our world, but they were just never given the opportunity. I often wonder when we as a nation will face that reality and turn our hearts back to the self-evident truths that we boldly proclaimed in our nation's birth certificate in 1776, as was said earlier, that all people are created equal and that all people are endowed by our Creator with the right to life. Let's keep working to ensure that more eyes are opened, that more people will embrace those timeless truths, and that all children will be allowed the incomparable gift of being born. Thank you for being part of this movement and this noble cause. God bless this march, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you both, Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson, for your bold leadership on this critical human rights issue. Thank you for prioritizing legislation that will save babies who survive attempted abortions in every state across the nation. We, the pro-life movement, had a very important win in November in Florida, largely thanks... I think you know what's coming here. So largely thanks, or I should say who's coming here, largely thanks to Governor Ron DeSantis. Oh gosh, his strength, commitment, and dedication ensured Florida's moms and babies were protected from the pro-abortion lobby's attempt to enshrine a right to abortion in their state constitution. Folks, let's give a warm welcome to Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis and family. Welcome.
Well, thank you for marching for life. You know, I kind of feel like we have a lot of momentum. So there's this issue that the president has introduced, which I'm supportive of, to say the Constitution doesn't give birthright citizenship to people that are here illegally. I think that's the decision of the Constitution. But it's interesting. Not everyone likes that. And so the New York Times had a hit piece going against this. And here was their headline: "Undocumented women ask, will my unborn child be a citizen?" So the New York Times is admitting it's not just a clump of cells. Let's welcome the New York Times to the pro-life movement. Wow. Here is what you should be asking your elected officials to do on the issue of the sanctity of life. Show courage in defense of the unborn. That's what we need from the people that we elect to the office. The sanctity of life does not depend on poll results. It doesn't depend on which way the wind is blowing. It's an enduring truth, and it represents the foundation of our society, which in our original founding document, which we will celebrate next year, the Declaration of Independence, declared that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, beginning with the right to life itself. And I remember when Dobbs came down, it was a big victory for the pro-life movement, but a lot of people didn't necessarily know, what were you going to do? What was the left going to do? There were all these things going, and what the left did is they poured hundreds of millions of dollars into these ballot initiatives. And in 2022, they swept the country. I think they won every single ballot initiative in favor of, many times, abortion on demand until birth. So we then, in 2024 cycle, we were facing in Florida one of these initiatives in our state, and it was very deceptively worded, but when they polled it, 75% of Floridians were in favor of it. Even though the language was misleading, they got it on the ballot. They put $120 million into enacting this as part of our Constitution. The media was behind them 100%. Now, this would have been the most radical amendment in the nation. It would have led to 40,000 abortions in Florida every single year and would have made Florida the epicenter for abortion tourism, because we're in the Southeast, which is the most pro-life part of the country. So the stakes were very high here. Now, most elected officials, they'll say, look, what's on the ballot is not their issue. Like, people can decide, and they wash their hands of it, and they walk away. But, you know, I remember a great man once said, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So we were not just going to sit around in Florida and do nothing. We had a responsibility to lead the charge and to do something that most people said was impossible: defeat a pro-abortion ballot measure in a state who, quite frankly, does not necessarily have overwhelming pro-life sentiment. And so this was very difficult, because what the pro-abortion side does, they don't tell the truth. They rely on a blizzard of lies to try to be able to enact these things. So if you turned on TV in Florida last fall, you were told that Florida's heartbeat bill somehow didn't allow pregnant women to get health care when they had a miscarriage, or all these other things, which were bold-faced lies. They never made the case as to why you should have elective abortions on demand up until 9 months. They never made that case. They were focusing on running commercials that were lying about what we were doing in Florida. So this was difficult because, you know, people see it on TV and they think it's true. So this was all hands on deck. So we decided we had no choice but to dig in and lead, that we had all these lives that depended on this. So we raised millions of dollars. We mobilized activists, not just in the state of Florida, but around the country, to come and help Florida. Many of you were part of that. We pressured our elected officials to get involved. We barnstormed the state. I had physicians against Amendment 4. We had survivors of abortion talking against Amendment 4. You name it, we did it. We even mobilized our state agencies, and we ran public service announcements dispelling the lies that were being told about Florida's heartbeat bill. But we were doing this, quite frankly, against the tide of public opinion. The wind was in our face. The wind was not in our backs. But, you know, it's easy to lead when the wind's at your back. Anybody can do that. The question is, when those things are, when you have all the odds stacked against you, are you going to dig in and are you going to do what's right? And I'm proud to say that we defeated this radical pro-abortion amendment. And we were the first state in the United States to ever defeat one. But here's one of the lessons. We were told since Dobbs by people, political consultants, pundits, many people that are more establishment Republicans, that standing for the right to life was somehow terrible politics, you wouldn't get elected, all this other stuff. Well, I can tell you I'm proof that that's not true, because when Dobbs was overturned, I ran on a pro-life platform on the Heartbeat Protection Act, and I won the largest victory that any Republican has ever won in the history of the state of Florida. And I can report to you now, years later, not one single member of the Florida legislature has been defeated for voting for Florida's Heartbeat Protection Act. Not one has been defeated as a result of that. And even more so, to show you the politics isn't what they say, since I signed Florida's Heartbeat bill a couple years ago, we have gained 800,000 registered Republicans on the Democrats since we signed the legislation. So don't let the naysayers say that you got to toss away these important convictions and that you shouldn't stand for the right to life. We showed how it can be done in the state of Florida. You know, we're proud that in the last 6 years since I've been governor, on issue after issue, we have defeated the political left, getting rid of DEI, beating them on illegal immigration, doing all these different things to the point where Florida is now known as the state where woke goes to die. But let me tell you, since we were able to beat Amendment 4, Florida is not only the place where woke goes to die, it's the place where babies go to live. Thank you. God bless you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I am now very happy to introduce to you a longtime friend and an ally to the pro-life movement, almost like no other, except we have so many heroes here today. So I am referring, of course, to U.S. Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey. Congressman Smith has served as co-chair of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus for over 4 decades, tirelessly working on behalf of unborn children and their mothers. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Congressman Chris Smith.
Thank you. Jeannie, thank you so very much, and Jenny, thank you. The March for Life Committee, what an amazing march, and you do it with such just power. And all of you here today, thank you so much. You know, I met my dear wife, Marie, 52 years ago in the pro-life movement. So to you young people, it can become a dating service. And we've been working the pro-life issue ever since. But from that perspective, both Marie and I have never been more hope-filled than we are today. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Today's March for Life, in our opinion, is an engraved invitation to each and every one of us to seriously recommit and rededicate ourselves to the defense of the weakest and the most vulnerable. To recommit with love and compassion, even for our opponents who don't wish us well. To tangibly assist women, especially through the extraordinary work of pregnancy care centers, in order to protect their precious babies, but also to protect their lives. Thank you, Knights of Columbus, for getting so many ultrasounds into those pregnancy care centers. And their Marist poll just found that 83% of Americans, and I hope the media will take note, support pregnancy care centers. Pregnancy care centers, as all of you know, are under siege by some politicians, but especially by Planned Parenthood, or should I call Child Abuse Incorporated, an organization that has killed over 10 million babies in their clinics. We must end all taxpayer subsidies to Planned Parenthood. Today, we recommit to exposing abortion methods, which the other side never wants to talk about, to a society that has chosen to be blind to the realities of brutally dismembering helpless babies with sharp curettes, knives, and the kids, as we know, feel pain from at least a 12-week on being dismembered, and also the poisoning of babies by literally starving them to death with the abortion pill. I asked the Secretary of the United Nations in a meeting, Gutierrez, in my office, do you know how the pill works? Because the UN and the WHO, they're all handing it out all over the world. I said, it starves the baby to death. I'm all into world hunger, mitigating it. I've offered 2 bills that passed the House on global food security. He says he's for that too. And yet they're starving little children, and then many of those kids are literally flushed down the toilet. We thank President Trump for defeating not 1, but 2 extremist pro-abortion candidates Clinton and Harris, and for his amazing, amazing defense of unborn children. We give thanks to God that abortion President Joe Biden is gone, but his morbid legacy of packing the judiciary with abortionists, using executive orders to kill more children, and then integrating one great program like the VA healthcare or global health with abortion. He has hijacked so many programs. President Trump's going to reverse that, and J.D. Vance. Let me just conclude by saying that President Trump has done more to protect innocent children than any other president in history. I've been here since 1980 as a member of Congress. We've had great presidents. Ronald Reagan, he was great. Trump has done even more, and then thank God he's back. Since the reversal of Roe versus Wade, achieved by three Supreme Court justices that he appointed, and Justice Alito, who's from our old hometown in Hamilton, New Jersey, half the states have enacted laws to protect the unborn child, saving about 200,000 or more children. We are winning. Kids are surviving because of that reversal. The bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, pro-lifers are a people of persevering faith in God. Through prayer and fasting, we will bear any burden. We will endure any attack. We know that the cruel injustice of abortion need not be forever, and that each day, despite setbacks, many unborn children and their mothers have been protected, and they're thriving. We have hope, and we have just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Smith. Next up, we have three inspiring women who will take the podium. First up, we will hear from Lila Rose, author, podcast host, and the president and founder of the pro-life organization Live Action. Following Lila, we will hear the courageous testimony of Dr. Catherine Wheeler. Dr. Wheeler, a certified OBGYN physician who serves on the board of the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs. And then last, but definitely not least, we will be joined here at the podium by our youngest speaker today, Miss Hannah Lape. Hannah is a student at Wheaton College and president of Wheaton's Voice for Life Student Pro-Life Club. Help me welcoming to the stage Lila, Dr. Wheeler, and Hannah.
Woo! I am so blown away seeing so many of you here. I am incredibly honored and I am so excited. I want to tell you all a story. Last night, I had a debate with a pro-abortion law professor at Georgetown. The room was full of students from both sides. Reflecting on my remarks on my way home, I wondered if I had made any impact on those future leaders. Hours later, I received a text. One of the pro-choice students had changed her mind and was now convinced of the humanity of the unborn child. My friends, this is half the battle, showing up. All of you here, all of you have the power to change minds. At the dinner table, on campuses, at soccer games, you can change minds. You are the voice for those who have no voice. Remember, the science is on our side. Natural law is on our side. The truth is on our side. We must simply have the courage to speak the truth with love. Courage is contagious. One change of heart can save a life. We must also speak the truth to our elected officials. We can start by demanding that they defund Planned Parenthood. It's time. Give that $700 million to pregnancy resource centers instead. And most importantly, we must urge our elected officials to abolish abortion. Abolishing abortion is the most important human rights cause of our time. 1 million of our unborn brothers and sisters are killed every year by abortion. I am so inspired by the incredible love and heroism of Joan Bell, who I believe is here today, and all the other amazing pro-life activists who were granted their freedom yesterday thanks to President Trump and Baby Vance. Thank you, Vice President Vance and President Trump. We can usher in a new golden age for America when we protect every life from the moment of conception. This is our moment. I am so proud of all of you, and I'm so proud of what our nation is and will become by God's grace. Make America pro-life again. Thank you.
Ooh, I'm taller. Have you ever looked back and thought, well, I shouldn't plan any of this for my life, yet life has a way of getting you right exactly where you need to be. I never planned to be an OBGYN. I never planned to be a mother. But then in medical school, I had an unplanned pregnancy. First thing I thought was, my life and my career are over, because isn't that what they tell us women? But the first person I told said, you're going to be an amazing mother. That's amazing. And more women need to hear that. So I immediately fell in love with this little one. Couldn't believe the love and the miracle of getting to grow a baby. My first rotation back after having my first child was OB. And there I was in the room watching my first birth and just falling apart weeping at the beautiful miracle of life. It became a passion for me. I was absolutely hooked. It was my greatest joy right underneath having my children. But then I went to residency, and in residency I was introduced to abortion specifically for babies with special needs that we would have called birth defects and anomalies. And we were told in that situation, it's a woman's right to choose. You're not here to judge. If you care about women, this is one of the things that we do in medicine. So for the first time, we didn't talk about the baby or healing. We instead talked about terminating and ending. And for the first time, we completely disregarded and actually intentionally took the life of one of our patients. That was the way I thought about abortion as I did them, that I was helping women. Until one day, and I can't tell you what happened, why, but suddenly the blinders came off. And for the first time, I actually saw the baby I was about to kill with horror. And for the first time, I actually felt the evil presence in the room of what was behind abortion. Somehow I did that abortion. I don't know how. I never did another abortion in my life. And it's been a long road to become 100% pro-life. Yes, thank you, God. My patients always told me the truth about abortion. They told me about how abortion harmed them, about their regret. They would cry to me about their abortions. But when I went to the literature as now somebody who believed in God and knew the horrors of abortion, I found that tragically they'd been lying to me. But my patients told me the truth. I had somebody ask me on an airplane once, how in the world, when you've done something that horrible, do you even get up? And I'll tell you, I came to know Jesus, and I came to know his love. Thank you, God. I came to know his love and forgiveness. And so only because of Jesus can I stand up in front of you today, and only because of Jesus can I tell people the dignity, the humanity, and the amazing miracle of babies, and that abortions not only take innocent lives, but they harm women too, and they harm all of us. So I am here today. If you've had an abortion, as an abortionist, I want you to know how sorry I am. And I know that there are people listening who've participated in abortion in some way who don't yet know love and forgiveness, and that you don't have to carry this burden anymore. And to you I say, please contact me. I would love to talk with you. The American Association of Pro-Life OB-GYNs. And this is why I march. Life is an incredible, beautiful miracle, and God's grace is available for every single one of us. God bless you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Lape, and I am co-president of Voice for Life at Wheaton College. For 40 years, Voice for Life has existed to build a culture of life on Wheaton's campus and to serve local moms, babies, and families. Wheaton is so excited to be here this morning, and we'd like to thank Jeannie Mancini for inviting us to carry the March for Life's historic banner. In 1970, Planned Parenthood committed its first clinical abortion in Syracuse, New York, only blocks away from the hospital where I was born in 2002. This abortion was the first in a decades-long genocide that has taken the lives of 65 million boys and girls in the United States alone. With these 65 million, we mourn too for their mothers. If the abortion industry truly cared for women, it would admit the lethal danger of abortion drugs. It would stop leveraging public confusion for political gain, and because abortion is never medically necessary, it would offer both patients and every pregnancy life-affirming care, mom and baby. Today, we affirm that the pro-life generation will not rest until every single abortion facility in our nation closes its doors for good. We will march until every child is protected by federal law, until abortion is unthinkable, and until every pregnant woman receives excellent prenatal care. With the new administration and the fall of Roe v. Wade, the next 4 years of America's history will be defined either by courage or by cowardice. Abortion is not a states' rights issue to be ignored. It is a fundamental human rights crisis weighing on America's shoulders. Our country cannot be great until the preborn are protected and are protected the right to life. Our confidence in the sanctity of all human life from conception runs deeper than civic responsibility, however. It is a timeless gospel truth. We have the assurance that Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The risen King who sits in glory at the right hand of the Father is the same humble servant who took on flesh in Mary's womb. He was fully God and fully zygote, fully embryo, fully fetus, fully infant, fully child, and fully man. And so, we celebrate today that every preborn child is knit together in the image of God, and we ask our nation to defend their constitutional right to life. Not just for those who are healthy, wealthy, wanted, convenient, or expected, but for every child. Tens of thousands strong, we are a voice for life, and we will speak until heaven meets earth, when death shall be no more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lila, Dr. Wheeler, and Hannah. Next up, we have two more inspiring speakers. First up is Beverly Jacobson, joined by her daughter, Verity. Beautiful. Verity is so beautiful. You will see. Beverly will share what inspired her to begin her nonprofit, Mama Bear Care. Following Beverly, and I should say Beverly's husband is also joining her up here. Following Beverly is Josiah Presley, another incredibly inspiring story. I can't wait for you to hear his testimony. I'll leave it at that. So please give a warm welcome to Beverly and to Josiah.
Are there any mama bears here today? Let me hear you if you're a mama bear. You know that mom comes out when someone messes with your kid, right? Let me tell you about when I became a mama bear. I was 5 months pregnant, but I wasn't excited. I was terrified. We had been told that our baby girl had Edwards syndrome, and this is a condition they said was incompatible with life. So I was meeting with a specialty doctor because I needed information. I needed hope. I needed someone to show me a path through this. And instead, this is what I heard. So, you're here to talk about your retarded daughter. He went on to say that if she survived, she would be a drain on the family, mentally, emotionally, and financially. Well, let me tell you, Mama Bear woke up. And something changed in me that day. And it changed the course of our whole journey. Because as Mama Bear rose up, so did hope. A fierce love swept over me, driving me to find the tender care that my baby needed. And look, Verity is here with us today. She is about to celebrate her 8th birthday. Yeah. She is such a gift from God. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. This has not been an easy journey. But as we began to find our new normal, we started reaching out to other families who were on this journey. And over the last few years through our nonprofit ministry, we have been building an army of mama bears rising up to fight for these precious kids. Because these mama bears are told over and over that abortion is the logical next step after they get a prenatal diagnosis. But these mama bears need hope. They need to know that there are people and resources to help them. And most of all, these mama bears, they need to know that their baby bears are a gift from God who deserve to be celebrated. I want to invite you to join the Mama Bear movement. You can learn more and get connected with our ministry at mamabearcare.org. And this is where we advocate for fierce love and tender care. So why do I march for life? I march for life because Verity deserves to be celebrated. Why do we all march for life? Because we know that every mama bear and every baby bear deserves to be celebrated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Abortion Survivors Network, I want to thank you all for being here today. I'm adopted from South Korea, and 2 months into my birth mother's pregnancy with me, she decided to have a DNC abortion. This is a type of abortion where the doctor goes into the mother's womb and rips the baby apart and brings them out in pieces. At the time, they thought everything had gone according to plan and they sent her home. But it wasn't until a few months later that she realized that the abortion had actually failed and I was still very much so alive. At this point, I was stepped and born later on that year. I lived in a foster home for 13 months and then was adopted into the Presley family and raised here in the States. This journey has been a long journey. It's been a difficult journey, but this has been the journey that God has placed on my life. And today I march to be a voice for those who are voiceless like I was all those years ago. Today I march because when I was unseen and devalued, my God had a different plan. And today we march to declare what our Creator has already declared, that all human life is valuable because it is created in the image of God. And I don't want you to miss this powerful point today. Today, it's not powerful. It's not a moving day because of us few up here on the platform. Today is a powerful day because of each and every one of you, because of each and every one of us. Individuals created in the image of God and called by our Creator to gather today and in one unignorable voice send an unignorable message that every human life is valuable across all ages, stages, ethnicities, economic statuses, abilities, or circumstances. I leave you with this. In Matthew 5, Jesus, he says this: "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, nor does anybody light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and it gives light to all who are in the house. In the same way, let your good works shine before others so that they may see your Father who's in heaven and give glory to Him." Today, we are shining brightly. And may we continue to shine every day for the glory of our Creator. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Beverly and Josiah, for sharing your very, very powerful testimonies. Stories like theirs highlight the need for life-saving legislation at the federal level, like the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act that passed just this week in the House, and that the House passed and the Senate voted on just this week. We need to continue to call on Congress and the White House to prioritize pro-life, pro-woman, and pro-family policies so that abortion one day, soon, becomes unthinkable. Right now, you are going to have the opportunity to contact your elected officials and the White House, calling on them to protect the most vulnerable among us. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You've done this before. Grab your cell phone, pull it out right now, hold it up. Okay, I see some of you holding it up. I'm going to start calling some of you out. Mary, Margaret, hold up your cell phones. We're doing a call to action. Yes, thank you. So now, I want you to text MARCH to 73075. MARCH to 73075. Send a message to Congress that you want them to protect both mom and baby. Brian, hold up that phone. All right. Hold up that phone back there with that white hat. Come on, let's see your phones up there. 73075 MARCH. Text MARCH to 73075 to be a voice for the voiceless. Every voice counts. So send that text MARCH to 73705, and together we'll send this important message to our elected officials. I know you've all been waiting for our next speaker, our keynote. I'm very happy to introduce you to our keynote, Bethany Hamilton, known for one of the greatest comeback stories of all time, having lost her arm to a shark at the age of 13, only to return to surfing 1 month after. Bethany's story of determination, faith, and hope has resounded in encouragement worldwide. Please give a warm Hawaiian welcome to Bethany Hamilton.
Aloha! Woohoo! We are here to celebrate life, the God-given beauty of children and life and the next generation. Oh, my life has had many turns that I couldn't have foreseen or planned myself. And I think all of us have that at one moment or another. But at just 13 years old, when I lost my arm, I thought, I can't surf with one arm. My life felt upside down, confusing. I felt like everything was chaotic. I didn't know what my future held. I needed hope. Someone came alongside of me and gave me hope that I could surf with an arm. They gave me a hint of inspiration that I could do it. And that gave me the courage and bravery to do what I hadn't seen anyone else do, surf with one arm. It ignited a desire in me to try something that I hadn't seen anyone else do. Fast forward, let me share something deeply personal with you. I remember the moment when I first had my very first pregnancy test. I had a similar fear. I didn't think I could do it. I don't know where that came from. I came from a great family, a Christian household. I was married to a wonderful man. And all of a sudden, I was rejecting this God-given gift and beauty that was only a blessing. What made me think that I wasn't ready? I was at the height of my career. We so often put our career before our children, our family, our loved ones. But still, just like the woman struggling to want to keep her baby, I had similar struggles. And it's humbling now when I look back on that. But the society and culture is so strong, filled with so many lies, and we're all hearing it. I believe that even though everyone here is pro-life, some of you may even struggle with this at some point. None of us are above that. These people aren't inherently evil. They're just being fed lies. And the more they hear these lies, the more they believe them. Now imagine, I had all the support in the world to bring this life. But imagine the woman who doesn't have all the support in the world. She's struggling to have hope that she can do it. She's being fed these lies that she can't do it. And that life has no value. She's scared. She's alone. She's overwhelmed. She feels like her life is upside down. She's being told that death is better than life. But who are we to choose death on behalf of someone else? So here's what I've discovered, and I hope that you here today can help spread this message of hope to all the young women who need to hear this. And maybe even more important, to raise up a generation of young men who can come alongside and do the right thing to serve that woman in the way that she needs. We need strong men. Come on, boys, let's hear it. Woo! Now, being a mother of 4, they are my greatest joy, the most beautiful blessing. They are the high of my every single day. Yes, there's challenges, and yes, it's difficult at times, but the beauty sure outweighs the challenge. And I look forward to every single day serving my beautiful children and sharing life with them. Children are true wealth, and they are truly the greatest blessing that God has to offer us, alongside of His grace. And so today, as we rally around a cause that God has called us to protect life and to love our neighbor, to come alongside of that young man and woman who are thinking of choosing death, to be that person to bring them hope. When I lost my arm, someone came alongside of me and gave me hope. They reminded me of God's love and that maybe there was more to my life, and who knew what was possible. And so these women, they need hope. They need encouragement. They need light in their life. And we as a society need to combat the lies that are being fed to them each and every day. Get strong on social media, because the truth is, this is where everyone is being fed these lies. And so, to all the women who feel like they're not ready for this, let's be a reminder to them to be willing to try and to put themselves out there, to do what seems impossible. Children are a heritage from the Lord. Blessed is the man who fills his quiver with them. So, as we march for life, the greatest gift of all, let us send a message of hope and love to the moms and mothers-to-be and to the fathers, that they too can say to themselves, I don't need easy, I just need possible. Thank you, and aloha.
Okay, and now I'd like to announce a very special video.
Hello to everyone at the March for Life. It's a pleasure to speak to you from the beautiful Oval Office. That's where we are right now, the magnificent Oval Office. And thank you for turning out once again to show your extraordinary love and compassion for the unborn. Each year, Americans of every age, color, and background travel to our nation's capital by the tens of thousands to stand up for precious little babies who cannot stand up for themselves. I am proud to be the first president ever to have joined you in person. As you know, this annual march started 52 years ago on the first anniversary of the disastrous ruling known as Roe v. Wade. That unconstitutional decision took power away from the states and the voters, kicking off 50 years of division and anger. But thanks to your tireless work and devotion across 5 decades, that historic wrong was set right 3 years ago. I was so proud to be a participant. 6 courageous justices of the Supreme Court of the United States returned the issue to the state legislatures and to the people where it belongs. It became a vote of the people, In my second term, we will again stand proudly for families and for life. We will protect the historic gains we have made and stop the radical Democrat push for a federal right to unlimited abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even after birth. Think of that, after birth. And some people want that. Can you believe it? We will work to offer a loving hand to new mothers and young families, and we will support adoption and foster care. We will protect women and vulnerable children. Under my leadership, a reformed Department of Justice will finally investigate the radical left attacks on churches and crisis pregnancy centers, and we will bring perpetrators to justice. We will get them to justice one way or the other. I will also end the weaponization of law enforcement against Americans of faith, and I'm releasing the Christians and pro-life activists who were persecuted by the Biden regime for praying and living out their faith. I just signed that document, and they're being released. One such American was Paula Harlow. At 75 years old, Paula was sentenced to 2 years in prison after praying outside of a clinic. That's why she was sentenced to 2 years. That's what happened under the Biden regime. In her sentencing, the judge mocked her Christian faith while her husband pleaded to be thrown in jail with his wife, fearing she would die alone behind bars. This week, it was my honor to grant a full and complete pardon to Paula and many others who were the victims of this horrific weaponization. Never again will religious persecution be allowed to happen in America. To all of the very special people marching today in this bitter cold, I know your hearts are warm and your spirits are strong because your mission is just very, very pure, to forge a society that welcomes and protects every child as a beautiful gift from the hand of our Creator. Thank you for never losing hope and never giving up. Thank you for your tremendous support. God bless you and God bless America.
Wow, how about that, right? I heard President Trump tell a reporter this morning that he would be watching the March for Life today. So let's let him hear our gratitude for those strong pro-life policy commitments. Thank you, President Trump. We are with you as you continue to stand up for unborn human beings and moms who need a hand. I also want to acknowledge a few members of the President's senior domestic policy team who are here today. These are the people who will be working on the pro-life policy agenda, so you can keep them all in your prayers. My friends, the Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, Vince Haley, is here. Deputy Director Heidi Overton, and Special Assistant to the President, Wells King. Thank you all for being here and for your hard work. Well, last time I was on this stage, I said I was just getting started, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all back here next year. It is now my honor to introduce to you someone else who is just getting started, and who I certainly hope will be back here marching with us again in years to come. In his first public event since he took the oath of office just a few days ago with his beautiful young family by his side, please help me welcome your Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Let me say thank you. Good afternoon, marchers. Thank you for having me. And it is an honor to be standing with you here today for life We are proud to march with you, and yes, we will be back next year. The excitement, the passion, the unwavering conviction that every single person here on the National Mall clearly feels, it is deeply moving to me and means more to President Trump and I than I could possibly say. For over a half century, this march has united tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life to rally for the cause of life in our nation. It is the single largest gathering in the world to celebrate our movement, the victories we've fought so hard for, and yes, the victories yet to come. And I want to personally welcome all of you who have traveled from far and wide to our nation's capital. Thank you for your dedication, and it is an incredible crowd, and it's great to see you today. You know, on Monday, we were forced to move all of the inauguration events indoors because of the bitter cold, and it was cold. But you guys, and it's cold today, here you are, outside in an especially frigid January. And I don't think I've ever seen such a joyful crowd out here, particularly during this time of year. As you all know, the event theme this year is life, why we march. And there are obvious answers to the implicit question it poses. We march to protect the unborn. We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God. Now, each time Usha and I welcomed our own children into the world, we saw firsthand the indescribable beauty of new life, and yes, as you can see, sometimes the behavioral challenges that we had on Monday, but they were good. They were good. And watching all three of our kids grow, learn, and become who they are today has been the single greatest blessing of our lives. Now, every parent here knows that feeling, that awe at a newborn child. It is our responsibility to cherish and to protect it. But thinking about the question of why we march, there are also some subtler, but equally more important answers to that question that I want to reflect on today. Now, the task of our movement is to protect innocent life. It's to defend the unborn, and it's also to be pro-family and pro-life in the fullest sense of that word possible. Now, across my own lifetime, I can't tell you the number of friends and other acquaintances I've had who, facing a pregnancy or the prospect of one, react not with joy but with concern. They wonder, how can they afford it? What will it mean for their education, their career, their relationship, or their family? And I know how many of you in this crowd have devoted immeasurable time and resources to help answer those questions and to lend a hand to young people facing a moment of desperation. But by and large, our society, our country, has not yet stepped up in the way you have. And our government certainly has failed in that important responsibility. We failed a generation not only by permitting a culture of abortion on demand, but also by neglecting to help young parents achieve the ingredients they need to live a happy and meaningful life. A culture of radical individualism took root, one where the responsibilities and joys of family life were seen as obstacles to overcome, not as personal fulfillment or personal blessings. Our society has failed to recognize the obligation that one generation has to another is a core part of living in a society to begin with. So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children in our country, and I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them. And it is the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids, to bring them into the world, and to welcome them as the blessings that we know they are here at the March for Life. Now, it should be easier to raise a family, easier to find a good job, easier to build a home, to raise that family in, easier to save up and purchase a good stroller, a crib for a nursery. We need a culture that celebrates life at all stages, one that recognizes and truly believes that the benchmark of national success is not our GDP number or our stock market, but whether people feel that they can raise thriving and healthy families in our country. And that brings me back to where we stand today. Earlier this week, President Donald J. Trump stood in the Capitol Rotunda and took the oath of office, becoming not just the 45th, but now the 47th President of the United States, and I know all of you helped. With the inauguration on Monday, our country faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes. Now, this is the man who delivered on his promise of ending Roe, giving us a monumental, earth-shattering decision in Dobbs. The man who appointed hundreds of pro-life judges dedicated to defending the constitutional liberties of all Americans. And the man who supported pro-family policies like doubling the child tax credit, which happened during his first administration and which we're going to do so much more on in the second administration. Now he's back, and we're going to do it again. Now, yesterday, President Trump issued a strong endorsement of the Born Alive Abortion Act, ensuring that those babies who survived botched abortions enjoy the equal protection under law, which is the obligation of every citizen to enjoy in this country. With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country. Instead, and I know you all saw the news, the 47th president has already issued pardons to those unjustly imprisoned. And I want to be clear that this administration stands by you, we stand with you, and most importantly, we stand with the most vulnerable, and the basic principle that people exercising the right to protest on behalf of the most vulnerable should never have the government go after them ever again. Now, the crowd assembled here in this incredible national mall provides an extraordinary example for our nation. You donate to diaper banks, you help find housing for those in need, you help fund the crisis pregnancy centers that give help to young women and young men in a time of crisis. You guys are the beating heart of the pro-life movement, and you've saved many lives already, and you're going to save more again. You being here this very March is a reminder of the incredible strength and unity of the pro-life movement. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for marching here today. And most importantly, in your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward. Now, it is a lifelong call to action, a moment in time, but every single day that you guys do what you do, from supporting young moms and dads to fighting for the unborn to working with our legislatures at the state and federal level, you make it possible for us to stand here and say that America is fundamentally a pro-baby, a pro-life, and a pro-family country. Now, I hesitate to give you all advice because I can see there are young and old people who have been in the pro-life movement, some of you for longer than I've even been alive, and I'm grateful to you. But if I can offer one piece of advice, it's a piece of advice born out of my own experience. There was a point when I would get frustrated with people who didn't see what we saw. I would get frustrated that people could look at a picture of a baby on an ultrasound and see not a human being, but just a clump of cells. But one of the things that being a father has taught me, and one of the things that being in politics has taught me over the last couple of years, is that it is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. So please, go forth, not with frustration, but with joy. We are joyful to march for life. We are joyful to know that that picture on an ultrasound, that is a picture of a baby with hopes and dreams and potential to come. It is a joy and a blessing to fight for the unborn, to work for the unborn, and to march for life. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
Wow. Can we give a warm thank you to Mr. Vice President? We are most grateful that you would choose the March for Life to be the first public event in office. Joining us now to lead us in prayer is the Reverend Dr. Matthew Harrison, President of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. He has many pastors who are here with him today, and they join him in solidarity. Shortly after we will begin to march, you all have been so patient with our incredible lineup of speakers, but let's give a warm and honorable welcome to Reverend Dr. Matthew Harrison.
Why do we march? Because the blood of Jesus Christ, God's Son, cleanses us from all our sins. Why do we march? Because many consciences in America have died. And we believe in resurrections, and we say, Lazarus, come out! Have I got my guys coming? Have I got my homies? They tell me my homies are coming. We are the pro-life Lutherans, the LCMS, and we have a doxal. They're not coming. So the God of peace, who brought again the dead from the God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, the great shepherd of the sheep, by the blood of the eternal covenant, equip you with everything good, that you may do his will, working in us that which is well-pleasing in his sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. Let's rock and roll.
From all of us in the United States Senate, we wanted to say thank you to all of you for coming out on this cold January day to stand for the value of every single child.
Today we stand united, not just in belief, but in conviction that every human life is sacred.
Being pro-life is about more than words. It's about action.
Your presence is a powerful reminder of the value of every human life.
I'm encouraged that so many Americans can come together, united by one message: life matters.
Now more than ever, we must stand together in the fight to protect the unborn.
The fight for life is the defining moral question of our time. It demands that we be a voice for the voiceless.
More than 55 million Americans will never touch their feet on the soil because of abortion.
And I think that we're in a pivotal time right now. We need people to show up and let their voices be heard.
And one of the most common sense things we need to be doing as conservatives is protecting our most vulnerable.
We march for the conscience rights of millions of healthcare providers, and we march for the rights of millions of pro-life taxpayers.
There is power in numbers, and together we must continue to use our voices to uphold the values.
This is a beautiful event, and it's so encouraging that many of you are maintaining this sacred tradition.
To march for those who God already knows, but we have not yet had the pleasure of meeting.
We march for every baby, mother, and life brought into this world. Because of you, tens of thousands of innocent babies have been saved nationwide.
Together we can improve health care, support new moms, and honor the dignity of every human life.
Your advocacy is turning the tide of our country so that mothers and unborn children can receive the support that they deserve.
I'm proud to be pro-life, pro-woman, and pro-family.
I'm proud to stand with you and fight for pro-life, pro-family policies.
There's no greater cause than giving a voice to the voiceless.
The miles of progress that we've won were achieved inch by inch and step by step.
Children are the most precious gift in the future of our great nation.
I know there is no greater gift than being a parent.
You remind us that our pro-life movement is about love and compassion. Working together, we can defend life and empower women.
And let's continue to fight for the unborn, for the sanctity of life, and for the dignity of our most vulnerable.
But it's because of you that I am inspired that we can create a culture from coast to coast that both values and protects life.
Just know that you have my gratitude for your incredible courage, for standing up for the most fundamental right of all, the right to life.
Your efforts have helped enact policies that respect the value of every person, especially vulnerable mothers and children.
We thank you for that. We thank you for your commitment.
Thank you all for standing up for what we believe in. And thank you for everything you will continue to do to fight for the rights of the unborn.
I'm with you, and we continue to work for life.
Thank you. Every life matters, and you're showing it by being here today.
God bless all of you, and God bless the mothers and the unborn babies.
God bless you in your stand. Thank you for your witness, your courage, and your tenacity. Keep on lifting up your hearts in prayer. Keep on lifting your voices in the public arena. And keep on marching for life.
Let's continue moving forward, united in our mission to protect and support every life.
Every single child, born and unborn, is valuable. Valuable in the sight of God and valuable to all of us. Thank you for coming out to be able to march for life.
Thank you, Senators. And as we're beginning to line up for the March for Life, we have a few last things happening. First, I'd like to thank Pastor Harrison for that beautiful prayer. The March for Life is committed to building a culture of life not just here in our nation's capital, but in communities across our country through our state March program. Our ongoing efforts to build a culture of life require significant resources. Your support today will empower us to expand our reach, to inspire more men and women like you, and to defend the most vulnerable citizens in this country, the unborn. For those of you who are watching live and for those of you who are getting ready and lining up to march, I can't tell you how much we would appreciate your support of the March for Life. Your support of the March for Life will help us to be able to do more state marches. We would be so very grateful if you would consider today making a financial gift of $20 by texting GIVE, G-I-V-E, to 73075. G-I-V-E to 73075. Together we can make a difference in every state, one step at a time. And to tell you just a little bit more about our state marches, our very own Senior Director of the State March Program, Erin Getz, will join us here on stage shortly. And here she is.
Thank you, Jeannie Mancini, my incredible president of the March for Life. Can we hear it for her last March for Life as president? Let me get a round of applause for Jeannie. What a record year 2024 was for the State March program. We marched in 16 capitals across the country, double that of the year before. We are so grateful to our local partners who helped make this possible. It is incredibly inspiring to see thousands of you marchers come together here for Mom and Baby from all the way in Connecticut to California. Many of our incredible partners and affiliates are here on stage with me, so I'm going to ask them to wave. We have California. We got Ohio. We have Virginia and Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Oregon, Kansas, and Kentucky. Let's hear it for our state marches taking fight to the capitals across our country. I am also surrounded by other incredible pro-life leaders from across the nation who work each and every day to build a culture of life in our communities. You can see their names on the screens to my left and right. Each organization they represent meets a different need in the pro-life movement and in our local communities. With over 65 million Americans lost to abortion and millions of women and families wounded, the work for all of us is not over. We now honor each and every one of you in your life-saving missions and invaluable work. Thank you for the incredible work you do day in and day out to make abortion unthinkable. As we begin to march, you'll hear a special, or you won't, you just watched that, and a special rendition of God Bless America by Matthew West. I also have a few administrative announcements. First, if you have trash, please dump it here on the dumpster on the mall. Do not throw it on the ground. Please follow the guidance of our marshals who will point you in the right direction to participate. I know some of you have already went that way, but follow them. They're in white jackets and march safely. Now, are you ready to march? With Roe versus Wade gone, our mission continues. We will keep being a voice for the voiceless. We will keep mobilizing in the states. We will keep uniting here in D.C. And we will keep marching for life. And we will keep speaking out until abortion is both unthinkable and illegal, until the day that abortion is no more. Now is the time. Let's march. Thank you, everyone.
God bless America.
EWTN's live coverage of the 2025 March for Life right here in Washington, D.C. This is the 52nd annual march, and I'm Tracy Sable, joined by Abigail Galvin, host of EWTN Pro-Life Weekly, and of course Matthew Bunson, Vice President and Editorial Director of EWTN News. Wow, that was incredible, that rally.
Well, the rally itself, as it always does, featured some pretty remarkable speakers. It just wrapped up, of course. A couple that really, I thought, stood out. Bethany Hamilton,
she was great.
Very poignant story about losing her arm, but her pro-life witness, I thought, was really quite striking. And then, of course, Vice President J.D. Vance, his first public appearance after becoming Vice President. Two things that he said. First, he used two words, protect and proclaim. Protect the unborn and proclaim that each child is a gift from God. And the other is he sort of laid down some markers, I noticed, for pro-life family policies. Pro-family policies that this Trump administration is going to be trying to implement over the next 4 years. So actually some substantive information in there from the Vice President.
Absolutely. And he said they will be back again next year as well.
Indeed, indeed. And one thing I found striking about Bethany's testimony was she spoke of like the fear that she felt despite having the support of an entire family and the means to have a child. And I just thought that that was an important message to make. I think a lot of times people don't think of the fear that hits every woman at that life-changing, altering decision. And so I hope that our viewers felt encouraged by that they're not alone.
Yeah, I picked up on that as well. And that was great that she mentioned that. You know, it was really relatable, too, I think, to a lot of, she said, probably some women out there in the crowd as well.
Exactly.
And then I think, you have something important
to say. Yeah. We've got a full crew on the ground at the march. Teresa Tomeo, Mark Irons, and Rochelle Rages are out with the marchers. And of course, correspondents Eric Rosales and Owen Jensen will join us as well.
Well, and reporter Mark Irons has been on the ground talking to pro-lifers all morning. He brings us a look at what is happening on the Mall as the rally-goers begin the march.
We've got a great group here from Louisiana. How's everybody doing today? A lot of excitement, and I've got John here representing the group. Tell me a little bit about what it means to you to be up here marching for life.
I'm very happy to be here. I'm very excited to represent my school. You know, being Catholic is pro-life, and so being pro-life is very joyful and brings me great joy to be here.
Absolutely. How do you witness to life in your generation? We were just talking before, sometimes it can be challenging. Sometimes in the culture you see pushback to these sorts of views. How do you witness to people?
Just by example. You know, I try to live life with joy by Christ, with my group, with my school around me, and being part of that community, it helps. It helps, makes it easier to be pro-life.
And I understand that you're going to be marching soon, but you had a march earlier this week. This isn't your first march. Yes. Tell me about that march back in your community.
So our school held a march. I think the fifth or sixth graders put it on for us. They had different stations around, and we walked, and we prayed for life, like the elderly, the unborn, the disabled, and you know, being able to walk, almost like just coming before that was, you know, it was a blessing, and it gave us kind of like a preview of what was going to happen here. And so it was a great blessing.
Keep up the great witness for life. This is what you see out in this crowd, people enthusiastic, and we're going to be bringing you more coverage up at the Supreme Court, so stick with us.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mark. And we're going to take a look right now at the route the marchers will be taking. It's a little bit further than it was before, but, you know, it's actually great, too, because it really gets you a little bit closer to the scene.
Yes.
Well, the rally site itself, I think, was pushed a little west.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that will increase the distance, but the witness remains, and that's the important part.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed, and what a witness it is. We have so many resources covering this wonderful event. EWTN reporter Rochelle Rages is on the Mall talking to participants. Rochelle?
Hundreds of thousands, millions of people.
We're still here at the rally site. Speakers are about to go up, but right now joining me are students from Ave Maria University. So tell us, why are you marching today?
I'm marching today to be a voice for those who didn't get the chance to have a voice, and be here surrounded by so many awesome people, but just like my age, and just being, so yeah. I've gone a few times, so it's awesome to be back in DC, but this is the first time I'm coming back with my friends from university. So.
Awesome, and tell us why you're marching. It's your first time.
Yeah, I'm marching for moms, for babies, and for my grandma. She was very active in the pro-life movement, and we're all wearing her pins today, so it's really special to be here.
Oh, that's so precious to have your grandmother here too.
Hello, I'm marching for those who have no voice. As Catholics, we are there to defend those, in this case, the unborn. And I'm just so excited to be here among all these amazing people to stand with the unborn.
I'm marching today for those who don't also have a voice, for all the moms, babies, everyone out there, because no matter how you were conceived, everyone is worth of life. Well, thank you so much for being here. I love that you guys are here. Enjoy. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rochelle. Now let's head over to EWTN News Capitol Hill correspondent Eric Rosales.
Yes, how are you? I tell you what, it's just an amazing sight to see the next generation of pro-lifers out here, young, and we've seen pictures of tiny little kids out there with their families. It's just amazing. I'm currently on the balcony of the Capitol Rotunda, the Cannon Rotunda, that is, and we're expecting the marchers as they start on down Independence Avenue. They're going to continue to be coming right past me in about an hour or so. Marchers will be here. It's thousands of marchers from throughout the country. As we saw, Mark Irons went and spoke to a number of them from a variety of schools, to churches, to families, to individuals, braving this chilly, cold weather to support life and the dignity of human life. And we all... We are towards the end of the march area. Just about a block away is the U.S. Supreme Court, and that is where the march actually starts. Now, the theme of this year's march, Life, Why We March, bringing together thousands to the nation capital just to show their support for the unborn. And this year is unique. As we heard prior to the march, we heard a message from President Donald Trump, but we also heard in person from Vice President J.D. Vance, along with a number of GOP leaders from both the House and the Senate, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Speaker Mike Johnson. I mean, they were all out here showing their support, and then they even had a video from a number of the lawmakers out here. So it's just an exciting time. We're going to bring it to you live as they continue to keep walking up and showing their support for the unborn. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Eric. Well, last week, Biden said that the 28th Amendment to the Constitution, known as the Equal Rights Amendment, or ERA, is the law of the land.
Well, the Catholic Church opposes the decades-old amendment and says it could threaten religious freedom and end pro-life laws. Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch, known as the woman who overturned Roe v. Wade, shared with us her thoughts on the ERA last week.
That claim he made today, certainly judicial, administrative, legal, there's no precedent. So this is barred from happening. So as the National Archives has said, there is no claim, there's no opportunity. And we just see this as continuing to pander to the radical, far-reaching left agenda.
And Carrie Gress joins us now to discuss the ERA. She is an author and a fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, as well as a scholar at the Institute for Human Ecology at the Catholic University of America. Carrie, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
So let's talk a little bit about the background of the ERA. Fill us in a little bit.
So the ERA was really, it's 1972 legislation. This is very old and very dated at this point. But the idea was really to try and get women to be treated on a level playing field with men. That was kind of the ideological idea, but really in effect what it was trying to do, especially with things like abortion and the draft, was to try to make women almost exactly like men. And so that was really why the big push was for it. But these are really ideas that came from communism and from socialism, this idea that we can have these great workers and we can get rid of women's fertility and really decimate actually the family and the faith as well. So the roots of it are pretty dark and ugly, actually.
And Carrie, you've already touched on this, but could you expand upon why the church is so against this?
Yeah, I mean, certainly for reasons of abortion, but also because of the fact that it really denigrates the beautiful distinctions between male and female, the importance of children and the family, and it really makes work an idol. And I think this is really what feminism has been pushing for almost, well over 100 years, is this idea that work is more important than our children and our fertility. And so you can see the damage that it's done, now that we're several generations in. Back in 1972, people didn't really see the deep damage that was happening with all this. But I think now that we're looking back, we're seeing that it was really not well-founded on, proper human anthropology.
Yeah. Let's talk about Biden's efforts. His efforts to ratify the ERA. I'm sure you have a lot to say about that.
Oh, goodness. Well, I just think the timing is amazing. When even Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is like, in order to do this right, we have to start over. It just feels like a really, poor effort to try to push something through. Again, something that's so old, something that parts of it have already happened in terms of gay marriage and many of the abortion things. But there's also a lot of problems that I think people didn't realize. Like, it would actually take away some of the preferences that women-owned businesses have, with government contracts and things like that. So there are actually a lot of problems with it. It's, it gets much more sticky than, just that declaration of, again, very old legislation.
Yeah, you just described the roots of the ERA amendment, the ERA, as very dark. It really is a product of feminism. That was, and you've written for years about how feminism has failed women.
Yeah.
Can you make that connection?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in order for women are told that their careers are the most important thing, and in order for that to happen, in order for them to be able to compete with men, they have to have their fertility thwarted in one way or another. And so abortion is really the engine, or really what makes that possible. So feminism is the engine for abortion. If we start helping women really think about motherhood in a much more beautiful and compelling way than what we've seen over the last 50 years, I think they hold up the Handmaid's Tale as the example of what they think pro-lifers want, which of course couldn't be any further from the truth, and yet so many people have come to believe that that's really what we're fighting for. So I think the key is really to start unmasking the damage that feminism has done and seeing why it is behind the pro-choice movement, and how it is that we can start really rebuilding, again, through the beauty of the family, through the beauty of womanhood and motherhood.
Yeah, and we've heard so many people, actually, women mention that. Mm-hmm. Well, I thought about my career, and how does this work into me being a mother? How can I do that also? Right. It is really sad. I know that you have a piece that's published today in the Federalist. Talk to us about that. It's about the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And you said it's really not the silver bullet that we pro-lifers.
Yeah, I think for decades, really, we thought that once Roe v. Wade was gone, that we would really have this pro-life culture. And I think because of the way Dobbs was argued, it went back to the states. And so we're seeing the fruit of 50 years of women being groomed and told that their children were actually an enemy and an obstacle to their happiness. And we haven't heard in the culture, anything that really has promoted a beautiful and appropriate and true vision of what motherhood is. And so that was really kind of the discussion was, how do we help women start to understand that many of the things that feminism is promoting, including things like promiscuity, that are really driving abortion numbers, how do we help them appropriately, gauge those things, that these are not going to be edifying and building our lives in a way that's, going to be fulfilling and happy.
Yeah, well, Carrie Gress, thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Great to have you. Well, as we can all see the iconic shot of the march, let's go out to Teresa Tomeo, who is always in front and center of the action.
Hey, Matthew. Hey, Tracy. It's interesting, and Abby, it's interesting right now because we walked all the way from 17th Street, and Matthew, I heard you talking about the distance, because we're now in front of the Capitol. Before, we were right at the Washington Monument. And what's really interesting about this is the banner isn't even near us yet. It's a little bit behind us. And you can see this group of people to my right, and this, I'm thinking, is either the pre-march or the march before the big march, or it's the people that could not get into security, because when we were walking up Constitution Avenue, it took us about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's about just over a mile. It's a nice hike. We're all getting our steps in today. But there are so many people here that there's this large group of people that have started up already. And as I was saying earlier when we were at the rally, at the Riser, there is, I think, a different mood this year because of the respect the administration has chosen to show to the pro-life movement yet again. The Trump administration and many people are here for the first time, which is pretty exciting. But what I noticed is I got the sense, and I asked a few people, I got the sense of how that is much bigger. I said, how do you think? Do you think it's larger? And they said yes, because when we were standing on that riser right before my last interview with Bishop Calibut, we could see people coming from far away, crowds of people trying to get into security. And then when we started to leave the mall, we really could not get out. We had to go all the way down the street at 17th and come all the way around because the crowd was so large. So I think this is going to be one of our largest ever. Can't give you a guesstimate in terms of a number. It's too early. But I'm thinking, since it's after 2 o'clock, that we're going to be here for a while. And we'll be here, and we have some great interviews coming up if our guests can ever make it from the rally stage, because a few of them were stuck back because of security. But we'll be interviewing people as we go along, and it's great to be here, a beautiful day in Washington, and this is why we march, for life.
Absolutely, and we're so great to have you out there for us, Teresa. Great to see you again. And it's great to see, a witness to the pro-life movement out in our nation's capital. It's really such a beautiful celebration every year.
Yes, the work of the pro-life movement is often built, however, in the small personal moments, helping one mother at a time choose life. Take a look at the life-affirming work of pro-life pregnancy centers across the U.S.
The mission of this home is to help these women become self-dependent.
Maternity homes like St. Clair's Home in Greenville, South Carolina, serve new mothers with unplanned pregnancies and even accommodate for moms who already have children.
It was actually a maternity home that, empowered us to raise our own children, which was great, and I felt like the Lord was leading me to this place.
The home provides for material needs as well as spiritual needs. St. Clair's makes it a priority to start everything with prayer. Jesus in the Eucharist dwells in their home chapel as a place of spiritual refuge.
So this room, I call it the heartbeat of the house, because everything should start in prayer, and this is the place where we hope the moms come when they feel distressed.
Maternity homes and pregnancy clinics can be life-changing for these women. And for neighborhoods where pro-life clinics are scarce, there are clinics on wheels.
We have pregnancy care teams that follow the women all the way up to even 2 years of age of the baby.
Holy City Mobile Pregnancy Clinic offers free services to expectant mothers in multiple neighborhoods in Charleston, South Carolina, who may not have options nearby. They also provide financial support and other alternatives to help these new moms choose life.
If she would like to adopt the baby out, we can help with that. It's free. If she needs help with just any kind of bills at home, economics at home.
Holy City is not the only mobile pregnancy clinic on the road. An organization called Save the Storks has 100 buses around the United States offering resources to women facing unplanned pregnancies.
But each unit is custom built based on what the community needs are. And these units really go out to the community where women who are considered the least of these can receive free services with licensed medical professionals on board the mobile medical clinic.
It's no secret that pregnancy centers need financial support and donations to keep their doors open. An accessible solution to this issue could be government assistance, but for one pregnancy center in Dallas, Texas, they do not want funds from the government. They'd rather stay true to the pro-life mission.
We would rather be poor and be able to help convert souls to Christ, save the spiritual life of the mother and the physical life of the baby, than be able to be rich and take in money from the government in order to, to have the funds. So we don't worry about that.
Another center in Alliance, Ohio, is offering expectant mothers and fathers the tools they need to be successful parents now and in the future.
We provide education on parenting, pregnancy, fatherhood, life skills, and then we have support programs such as our baby boot camp for labor and delivery, our mom-to-mom and dad-to-dad support groups.
Whether it's the in-person care or anonymous donations, it all has an impact on these mothers.
Donations show our moms that somebody out there who doesn't know them loves them without asking for anything in return.
Community Pregnancy Clinics, the largest network of pro-life pregnancy centers in Florida, has provided free care and resources to pregnant women for 50 years. Their 5 office and 2 mobile clinics are focused on finding women who are abortion-minded and abortion-vulnerable, which often are young college students. 8 out of 10 abortion clinics are within walking distance of colleges.
Our effort is to reach out and not wait for them to come to us, but to go out into the highways and byways, to go in front of Planned Parenthoods with our mobile units, to go to the universities, to really be where abortion-minded women are.
There are more than 2,700 pro-life pregnancy centers in the United States, according to the Charlotte Lozier Institute, providing support for both mother and child to flourish.
And Kristen Hawkins, president of Students for Life of America, joins us now to talk more about the great work of pregnancy centers. Kristen, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Does the average American actually understand or realize the significance and the work of pregnancy centers around the United States?
Absolutely not. When our Abortion Free Cities campaign is going out and door knocking in neighborhoods, educating neighbors about pregnancy centers, bringing diapers with them, we have found that 75% of the neighbors do not know that there's a pregnancy center nearby. 75%. Just a door knock, some social media, we can easily increase that, by 10, 20% in just a few weeks. But it's a major problem. We did some polling this January, as we do every year with Gen Z and Gen Y voters. Eliminating abortion becomes a 70% issue, which is huge, if every young person knew a pregnant woman would be supported if she chose life. And I think that's the whole people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care approach. If we as a pro-life movement did a better job of promoting all of the resources we have out there, I have no doubt in America we would see a massive mind shift when it comes to voting for politicians who support abortion protections and restrictions and other things like that. And that for me is one of the biggest, I think, calls I give on college campuses all the time.
And Kristen, what would you say is a turnaround rate when women do discover that they have these resources if they were seeking abortions previously?
Well, the turnaround rates differ based on the pregnancy centers that are working with women. The ultrasound is an incredible educational tool for women. We can see rates as high as 60 to 80% of minds change when they see their child via ultrasound. I know personally on college campuses, we see, I would say, not so much a mind changed rate when we talk about resources, but I call it more of a mind softening rate. You know, my biggest challenge on college campuses, my biggest enemy a lot of times are the ear pods. Getting students to take the ear pods out of there and have a conversation with us so we can share with them about our army of love. And what we have found is when we educate about the local pregnancy centers, our standingwithyou.org website where a woman can go and find all of the government funded and private resources that are nonviolent, if we can get them to take the ear pods out of their ear, have that conversation, they'll listen to what we have to say when it comes to, let me talk to you about the violence of abortion. Let me tell you about Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest abortion vendor. And I think it's really that first step on that road of conversion for those young people.
Yeah, let's talk about that, about the youth movement. I mean, do you see it growing?
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing that here today in the frigid cold. They canceled inauguration outside, but not the March for Life, right? These young people are excited. They're ready to go. We're now on more than 1,500 campuses across the nation, trained more than 230,000 young people. I was at Liberty University this week speaking to 10,000 young people. It was incredible, and these kids are on fire. I think the challenge for us in the pro-life movement is that they really want to see action. They want to see innovation. I think what we saw from the Vice President today speaking specifically about helping families in need and in crisis is extremely important to this generation. If you ask any of the pro-life students that we see right there on camera who are out there marching, they will say their mission is twofold: changing hearts and minds about the violence and supporting mothers and families so no woman ever again feels like she has to choose between her life and the life of her child. And so it's, you know, as you said in the earlier segment, there is no silver bullet here to ending abortion. It is a very big job that we have ahead of us. The beginning of the end of Roe of abortion has started when Roe was tossed into the ash heap of history, but we have a long road still to go.
Yeah, let me ask you this. You mentioned the ear pods, but are there any other challenges to get the youth movement over to the pro-life movement?
Well, we've seen a huge onslaught of misinformation in the past 2.5 years. I cannot tell you how many times we've been on campuses where a young girl will come up screaming at me and say, you want women to die in back alleys. You want women to die in the parking lots of emergency rooms. And you're like, excuse me, who have you ever met that said this in the pro-life movement? Where is this coming from? It's coming from a social media influencer, a Hollywood elite, somebody in the mainstream media who has repeated these lies and myths. For example, we have in every single state where there is an abortion prevention act, even in states like Oklahoma where Students for Life Action passed the Life at Conception Act, which completely makes all abortions illegal. In every single state, there is a provision in those pro-life laws to save the life of a mother if her life is truly at risk during birth, during the pregnancy. There's 0 states that do not allow a mother's life to be saved. Yet, I hear this over and over again on college campuses. And so that's why we're on TikTok. It's why we're on Instagram. I had to do a TikTok dance last night. It's why we're on Instagram. You know, it's why we have to be there, because that is where, sadly, our culture is. That's where minds are really being formed and shaped on this issue. And I was so honored. We had over 250 million views just on my videos on campuses last year. And so, you know, and I'm not that cool, in case you don't know. But just getting out there and being courageous with speaking the truth. And that's why I think some of the speakers today, you're talking to the young people in the crowd, of you can make a difference. You really can make a difference as a young person in this fight.
Yeah, for the record, we think you're pretty cool.
Yes, we do. Cooler than us.
Thanks.
Well, Kristen Hawkins, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let's get another look at what's happening outside at the march. EWTN's Roselle Regis is talking to folks on the ground.
Joining me now is a group from Detroit, Michigan. Jimmy, can you tell us where you're from and what you're doing here?
Yeah, we're from Detroit, Michigan. We're all part of the St. Thomas Eparchy, and we all serve liturgy, serve youth group together. We're a very tight-knit group. We love to serve and love the Lord together and be able to grow in fellowship and also the love of the Lord all together. It's a beautiful gift.
And why are you here? Why are you marching today?
Honestly, personally, I know it's all for the movement of the babies, but I also would like to see people understand the love of Christ. And I feel like the deeper you understand the love of Jesus, the more you'll give your life to him, and the more you'll dive deep into understanding why we march.
Amen. And you, why are you marching today?
I'm marching for the unborn babies and the people who don't have voices to speak for themselves.
And you, sir?
Yeah, with what Faith said, we're marching for the voiceless. Our parents chose life, so we're here to defend life as well.
And you, it's your fifth time?
Yes, this is my fifth time here, and honestly, I love being in communion with all the people who are in unison with me in my faith, and just to be able to march for people that don't have a voice is just an amazing thing to do.
Well, thank you so much, you guys. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I'm giving it back to you guys at the studio.
Another pro-life issue that has come to the forefront this past year is women's rights and protections.
EWTN's Monsi Alvarado explains how a rewrite of Title IX almost took away those protections.
A federal court in Kentucky ruled that the Biden administration's Title IX rule was unlawful and vacated the entire rule, meaning that it basically wipes it off the books and it cannot be applied anywhere nationwide.
A federal court struck down the Biden administration's rewrite of Title IX nationwide on January 9th, ruling that the Department of Education exceeded its authority by implementing the amended rule.
This is a huge victory for women, girls, and families, and making sure that the original purpose of Title IX is preserved.
Enacted in 1972, Title IX prohibits educational institutions or programs that receive federal funding from discriminating on the basis of sex. Women had faced exclusion from some colleges, universities, and had more frequent tenure denials than men. The law also aims to protect women from sexual harassment. The Biden administration changed the language of Title IX to include gender identity.
The Biden administration attempted to unlawfully redefine sex in Title IX to include gender identity, which would gut women's equal opportunities in sports and also threaten their safety and privacy.
The changes would open girls' bathrooms and locker rooms to allow boys who identify as girls to use their facilities and play in women's sports.
Women and girls deserve to compete on a level playing field. They deserve to have access to their most private spaces without males having access to those.
The Biden administration and many LGBTQ+ advocates said it was all about supporting the transgender community and inclusion.
Anything that we can do that says that to folks that they belong, that they have an equal right to this space or community.
But the rewrite didn't stop there. It also attacked freedom of speech.
Not only did this impact women's privacy and safety, but it could even be used to tell students and teachers alike that they have to use inaccurate pronouns. It could even be used to tell school officials that they have to hide information from parents about a child that may be expressing a different identity that doesn't align with their biological sex.
And for girls who say they're uncomfortable having a man in her locker room, well, that can be deemed discriminatory.
Alliance Defending Freedom filed 5 cases, and there are several other cases across the country, and those cases have received preliminary injunctions in 26 states.
The controversial changes sparked legal disputes in states across the country. Some 26 states challenged the rewrite.
We're encouraged to see a federal court reach the right ruling to reaffirm Title IX as it was originally intended, and ultimately to protect privacy, safety, and fairness for students and young women and girls across the country.
And back with us now is attorney Mary Rice Hassan, senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Thank you so much for coming back on with us. We appreciate it. So let me ask you this. You know, for now, women and girls are safe after the federal judge threw out Biden's overhauls of Title IX. Do you see, though, that issue of trying to change women's protections, do you see that going away?
Oh, it's not going to go away. In fact, one of the things that happened in the wake of the judge's injunction, which kiboshed, the Biden rewrite all across the country, was we saw pushback from the educational establishment, teachers union, from some of the progressive states, and many of them, unfortunately, have duplicated in their own state laws and policies the language that we saw in the Biden Title IX rules. So we are going to see continued conflict over this, but it was a wonderful thing to see the executive order from President Trump, because it went right to the heart of the issue. What does it mean to be a male or a female? And he defined it, and so that alone is going to do some good.
Women's sports has been much in the conversation. So can you talk about the impact of removing Title IX protections that would have on girls and women in high school sports and collegiate sports?
Oh, sure. I mean, the difference between males and females when you get to sports is quantifiable, and there are plenty of people who have quantified it. And I was an athlete through high school and college, and I remember the days before Title IX, and Title IX gave women an opportunity, because it said, all right, we're going to put money, we're going to make these teams have their own coaches and buses and things that we didn't have before. And I think people early on in the trans revolution, people were dismissing that this was really going to have an impact on women's sports, saying, well, how many men are there who are really, and now there's been, someone's keeping a total of, over 200 titles that have been taken. But I worry, too, about the young girl or woman who's the last spot on the team, who doesn't make the team because there is a man who's presenting as a woman. So it's a huge thing for women's rights, women's opportunities, that this was saved and protected.
Absolutely, and we've seen women's and girls teams actually stand down for participating with another team when there's a transgender male on the team for fear of their own safety even.
And two Catholic high schools in particular took stands and said, we are not going to put our girls, our young women, on the same court or field with these men because it's not safe. And so I was really proud of that, that they were willing to send that message too. It is fairness and safety, but it's also just respecting the integrity of, we know what a woman is.
So where exactly do we stand? Several states have passed laws to protect women's sports, including Texas, Montana, and Florida. Mm-hmm. But where do we stand in regards to perhaps future federal lawsuits?
So here's the thing with the executive order that President Trump issued. One of the things that does is it says the official policy of the federal government is that they're recognizing sex, male, female, and define those very clearly. So that alone, the order also said we are not going to fund gender ideology. We are not going to promote it. We are not going to foster its inculcation. In other words, educating, indoctrinating kids in this. So I think we're going to have a real battle on our hands, because there will be pushback at the state level from the public school system. But it sounds like this administration is ready to go toe-to-toe to protect the truth, uphold the truth, the reality of male-female differences, and protect women.
So important.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here with us. And don't go anywhere. We're going to have you back on. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Well, that's right. Regarding the dangers of gender ideology, President Trump promised to essentially put a complete stop to the previous Biden administration's controversial and many say harmful transgender policies. In fact, Trump made it something of a centerpiece of his campaign. White House correspondent Owen Jensen reports.
Well, good afternoon on this March for Life, beautiful day. Earlier this week, on Inauguration Day, President Donald Trump signed an executive order, had a bit of a long name. Let me read it here for you. It's called Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government. That's the title. Supporters say it acknowledges the truth. Now, here are some remarks from the president during his inauguration on Monday, just hours before he signed that executive order.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Now, Trump's new executive order also states, quote, "My administration will defend women's rights and protect freedom of conscience by using clear and accurate language and policies that recognize women are biologically female and men are biologically male." It goes on to say, "Federal funds shall not be used to promote gender ideology." With that, I'll send it back to you.
Well, thanks so much, Owen. Well, as opposition towards gender transition treatments for minors grows, the stories of detransitioners, people who ultimately regret and reverse transitioning, can be some of the most impactful stories we'll ever hear.
Yeah, certainly. As a teenager, Prisha Mosley was convinced that she was born in the wrong body. And at the encouragement of her doctor, she underwent a double mastectomy. And now, as a young mother, she advocates for other children who were swayed by the lies of gender ideology. She recently spoke with EWTN News. Let's take a listen.
I was previously in treatment for the anorexia, and when I said I'm fat and I was dying of malnutrition, they said, no, you're not fat, you know, let's fix your mind, that's a mental thing. And then when I went in and I said that I was born in the wrong body, they said, yeah, you're right. And then based on no tests and no facts other than the singular fact that I hated myself, that was the only real tangible evidence we had. I wish these laws had been here. Doctors lied to me, and I believed them, and those doctors needed to be unable to do what they did to me.
All right, we're back with Mary Rice Hassan. It's really hard to hear that from a young woman, your doctor actually telling you to do this to yourself. Let's talk about these so-called treatments for children who have gender dysphoria and the harms that they do.
Yeah, one of the things that has really become apparent is that there is no good medical evidence that there's any benefit. Now, we know you have to start the conversation earlier. Is this something that's good for the person? Is it in accord with their nature, the truth about being male or female? And you can't change sex, so of course the answer is no. But for those who are not starting there, they're saying, well, let's just look at the evidence and kind of weigh it. It's become very clear the evidence is not there. And in fact, this is nothing more than a terrible experiment on very vulnerable people. And I will add one thing here. Planned Parenthood has their fingers in the mix to a significant degree because they now are one of the primary providers of cross-sex hormones in this country. And it's the same slogan, my body, my choice, you know, all of those things. So I think people on the pro-life side can be very grateful for this transgender executive order, but the pushback generally against the transgender movement.
Well, many reports and studies are now indicating that these don't actually treat gender dysphoria, and we're seeing countries such as the United Kingdom ending these surgeries and even hormone treatments. Mm-hmm. Is this a trend? Is this something that is likely or could possibly gain traction here?
Yeah, so we saw this start in Europe about 2020. We saw with Sweden, Finland, and then the UK did the major 4-year research, exploration, substantive evidence reviews. But we've seen other countries that have been traditionally very progressive, Denmark, Norway, even the Dutch are starting to rethink some of this. So that is clearly where the trend is internationally. But the pushback here in the U.S. is really significant because the gender industry is very embedded in our children's hospitals, unfortunately, and it's a profit-making enterprise.
Yeah. We heard from Prisha. She said that she had anorexia, and we hear some of these stories that children suffer from other things, but yet they're pushed to really mutilate their bodies to the point of no return. Why aren't they going towards psychotherapy or some type of behavioral therapy instead of going to an operation or other types of treatment?
Right. So one of the reasons for that is because the transgender movement has tried to normalize the idea that hating your body and wishing you could change it is perfectly normal. And so the idea that you would question when a child says, I'm uncomfortable with my body, or I don't feel like I fit in as a boy or a girl, that is seen to be invalidating, if you will, of the whole transgender claim. But you're right. The real response and the better response is to engage the child with a simple question of, why do you feel that way? What's going on? And to start to look underneath, because we do see statistically that young people who express transgender identities are much more likely to suffer from depression, anxiety, adverse childhood experiences, loss, grief, just significant issues. Our hearts should go out to them. And yet, instead, the scalpel, the hormone prescription pad, that is the response of the gender industry because they benefit.
Yeah, and it's very sad because from that point, there's really no going back.
Yeah, yeah. Tremendous harm is being done.
Absolutely, Mary. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it. Thanks for being back again. Thank you. Well, another pro-life issue that was thrust into the spotlight this year, in vitro fertilization. It came after the Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos are human children. Three couples filed a lawsuit whose embryonic children were killed in a lab accident.
Eric Rosales joins us now with the controversy that continues with IVF. Eric?
That is correct. Yeah, statistics show since 1978, over 8 million babies have been born in the United States using IVF. That's about 2% of all births. Now, since the Alabama, that is, Supreme Court ruled, at least 11 states in the U.S. now require insurance plans to cover IVF procedures. And right here up on Capitol Hill in Congress, the debate continues.
Every parent across the country who wants to bring life into this world and may be struggling with infertility or others but wants to use IVF to create the miracle of life, bring it into the world, has a certainty that that's going to be available to them.
Last May, Republican Senators Katie Britt and Ted Cruz were pushing the IVF Protection Act. The new bill would have guaranteed access to IVF procedures and take precedent over any state laws. But some say the technology raised moral questions.
There's a great deal of ethical concerns about IVF itself, but minimally there should be safeguards to protect those embryos when they are cryogenically frozen. We got to treat with respect these embryos. Life is from womb to tomb.
If Republicans really wanted to make sure that IVF was available, they would support our effort to make sure that IVF is in every state. I am confident that our legislation will do that. We are not going to accept any legislation that puts in law personhood.
Although it passed the House, the bill failed in the Senate, so several states are now taking matters into their own hands, like Alabama. A new law last year now protects in vitro fertilization providers from criminal prosecution for, quote, damage or death of an embryo. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey quickly signed the bill into law, saying, quote, let me say clearly, Alabama supports growing families through IVF. Pro-lifers say Alabama Supreme Court got it right.
The Alabama Supreme Court ruling shows that these children die in huge numbers through the IVF process. And so that's a really great service, I think, to the public to realize that if we're pro-life, we should be defending life from the very beginning.
In Louisiana, state lawmakers were trying to pass legislation to ensure IVF remains illegal despite a strict abortion ban. But lawmakers decided to drop their efforts and revisit it later this year. They claim language in the bill would have left doctors who performed IVF treatment open to criminal or civil lawsuits. Now, it is important to note that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops agrees with the National Catholic Bioethics Center and opposes IVF in any form. They say children have a right to be born to a married father and mother, and they add that although IVF is well intended, it treats human beings like products and can result in loss of life through discarding of unneeded embryos. So the battle continues, and it continues up here on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, a number of people are starting to make their way, thousands, up here in Independence Avenue as the March for Life continues. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric, for that. Now we're going to go back out into the field to Teresa Tomeo. Hey, Teresa.
Hey, girlfriend. So I just grew about 3 feet. Could you see that? I'm standing on a riser. They put me on some boxes because I have this very tall, wonderful young priest, and he is Father Peter Olstein from Cardinal Newman School in Columbia, South Carolina. And I understand you guys are pro-life, right? Yeah! All right, Father, great representation. Is this your first time here with this group?
With this group, yes, my first time. We've had a good time. Wouldn't y'all say so?
Yeah. So tell us why you think this is really important as someone as a chaplain at a high school to be with these young people and to bring them to an event like this, especially in the way the world is today.
Yeah, I think it's just good to be public witnesses, doing it as a group, and there's something about doing it as a community that helps us understand how serious it is, and really just the importance of it. And that's what I'd say. Something about doing it together is just really important.
Now, first time here? How many of you are here for the first time? Okay. And you look like you're doing okay with the cold weather. I know South Carolina is a little bit different, right? Yeah, but they're having fun. Come here, young man. What's your name? Come on over here.
I'm Josh.
Hi, Josh.
Hey.
How you doing? You like this pro-life march so far?
I'm having a lot of fun doing it. Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean to you as a Catholic student to be here?
It means a lot, pro-life and keeping everybody alive.
Okay, all right. Well, you're alive, and we got to keep it going, right?
Absolutely.
Father, in terms of choosing the students, how did this whole event come together with bringing 35 students?
That's actually a good question. You probably have to ask one of the teachers here who put it together. But if I had to guess, y'all were probably excited to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're excited to go, and they wanted to support the cause.
Okay. And your name, honey?
My name's Katie Wilkinson.
Okay, and how has it been so far? What was the rally like? Did you enjoy all the speeches?
It was so much fun. We got to see our vice president speak, and I know a lot of us were really, really excited about that. Yeah, it was just so much fun.
So how will you go forward as a young person? And all of you, I want you to think about this when you go home, okay? From Auntie T, okay? Think about what you're going to do next year and future years for life. What do you think?
I think just, speaking up as a young person, going out into the world as, legal voting age citizens and speaking out for what we believe in is just so important, especially, hearing it from the younger generations and bringing it up as we get older is just very important.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
I know, she's good.
Well, God bless you guys. I want to ask you a question. Answer this. I'll just put 2 words out. We are pro-life. One more time. We are pro-life. Okay, give them a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Way to go, South Carolina. Woo! I love my job.
We love you.
Yes, you do.
And joining us once again is Dr. Joseph Meany, Senior Fellow at the National Catholic Bioethics Center, who joins us again to talk about IVF. Dr. Meany, there are a lot of couples who have trouble conceiving, and a lot of them, Catholics included, who turn to IVF. What are the moral implications for that decision?
Yeah. So, my wife and I suffered for 9 years from infertility, and it was really tragic because every time we would go to the doctor and want to discuss how do we overcome our infertility, all we would hear about was IVF, unless we had a really good, Catholic doctor or a good pro-life doctor. But yeah, it's absolutely terrible. When you look at the IVF process from just an objective perspective, it is expensive, it is inefficient, and it kills human embryos at an incredible rate. So it's not pro-life, it's not good medicine, and it doesn't treat infertility. So it's really sad.
Yeah. Well, according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the latest data show that 86,146 infants were born in 2021 using ART, or assisted reproductive technology, which IVF represents 99% of. There are hundreds of thousands of embryos of babies created through IVF that are frozen across the country. They're known as snowflake babies. The sheer number of lives that is being held is enormous. And what protections exactly do they have in these facilities?
Yeah, almost no protections at all. The terrible thing is that most IVF clinics and fertility services treat the human embryo as an object. They don't treat them as persons. They don't think... no second thought about just, discarding them. And at every step of the way in the IVF process, there's death, which is terrible.
And what impacts does IVF treatment have on a woman's body?
Yeah, so the very first part of the IVF treatment is to hyperstimulate the woman's ovaries. And there's something called hyperstimulation ovarian syndrome, in which these very powerful drugs can actually even kill some women. But it's always a horrible experience because it's just not natural. And they hyperstimulate, so then they harvest up to 12 eggs, which then they're going to conceive in a lab. And it starts off with that horrible aspect there for the woman, and then for the man, it always pretty much involves masturbation, which is horrible in itself, or donors. And that's the other thing. If a couple's suffering from infertility, sometimes they will go and say, well, why don't we go get, sperm from over here and eggs from over there and a surrogate mother to carry the child. And it's just a terrible destruction of God's plan for the family and for life.
Yeah, it really separates parents from their children in many ways. And what does it do to the children who are conceived from it?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, talking to children who have been conceived through IVF, particularly when it's donor conceived. They often say, look, I was treated as an object. My parents were suffering from infertility, and I was created as kind of this solution to their pain. but in a sense they were kind of transferring that pain to us because we realized that we were, created in a lab, that we were bought and paid for in some circumstances, that our brothers and sisters died along the way. They weren't valued and brought to life. So all these different things were just, very, very unsavory aspects of it.
And many recipients of IVF aren't aware of the alternatives.
No.
What are they?
Yes, absolutely. So, the wonderful thing about the Catholic approach is that one actually treats the infertility. And, infertility is a medical problem. Many people have this kind of false notion, well, gosh, I'm suffering from infertility. I don't go see the doctor. Maybe I'll just pray about it. But actually, it's a medical problem. If you have a heart problem, you go see the cardiologist. You can have endometriosis treated. You can have hormonal difficulties treated, both for the man and for the woman. And so all these different things are out there, and actually they have higher success rates. Something called NAPRO technology, natural procreative technology, has higher success rates than IVF, and it's less expensive. So, what's not to love?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being on here and talking to us about this, Dr. Meany. We appreciate you coming back.
Thank you.
Well, EWTN's Roselle Regis is walking, and she's talking better than I am right now, to the marchers as they make their way out to the U.S. Supreme Court. Let's see what she has to share. Roselle.
The rally has just ended and we are about ready to march. But before we do, we have Deacon Peter here with me. Deacon Peter, tell us a little bit about what you're doing here.
Yeah, we're here with our religious family, the Institute of the Incarnate Word. We brought youth from parishes of ours from different parts of the country, from New York, from Chicago, and we have maybe 300 or 400 youth with us that are just here to come to D.C. to really be a witness to the dignity and sanctity of the human person.
And this year's theme is life, why we march. Why are you marching?
I'm marching to be a witness to the gospel of life. Our Lord Jesus Christ came to show the dignity of each human person, that each one has an infinite value in the sense of the love of the Father, that he sent his Son to save us. And so I'm here as a witness to that truth which our Lord Jesus revealed to us.
And how about you, Mother?
He kind of gave all the great answers. I'd have to agree, we're here for life, that life is the best gift. And if we don't get it right on life, we're not going to get it right on anything else. So hopefully it's our last year. I mean, you never know. Hopefully it's our last year that we're here. And maybe the laws will be, changed and overturned. So hopefully.
Yes, hopefully. Well, thank you so much. It's nice meeting you too.
You too.
See you.
See you around.
And we're about to march, so back to you at the studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Roselle. We're going to go back out to Teresa again, who is along the march route. Hey, Teresa, who do you have with you?
Well, Tracy, first of all, before I get to my wonderful guest, Laura Muzica from Sidewalk Advocates for Life, look behind me. Talk about perfect timing. The banner, the beginning of the March for Life, the official beginning, is right behind us. So this is pretty exciting. And this has been going on now, the pre-march, as I said earlier, for, I think, a good half hour, 45 minutes. So this is massive. Lauren, let's start out. You said you heard that they were expecting about 150,000 from what you heard?
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable. We had a message from President Trump. We just heard from Vice President J.D. Vance, the Speaker of the House, the leader of the Senate. It really is such an electric day, and I think more people came out because we have our elected representatives showing up for us as well. So
what does that mean in your ministry? Because the sidewalk advocates are so important. You are like ground zero.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just thrilled with this new administration and not having a weaponized FBI and DOJ, right? We exercise our First Amendment rights. We go out to abortion and abortion referral centers, and we offer loving, life-affirming alternatives. And it's essential that we're able to exercise those rights to offer women in crisis loving, life-affirming alternatives. We have 282 locations. Because we're peaceful, prayerful, loving, and law-abiding, we were never threatened with the FACE Act, but it was always hanging there in the air under the Biden administration. And so we're just thrilled now that we don't have to worry about that we have an administration that loves life, they love family, they support us, we have a seat at the table again. We're going to get judges and justices and cut from the same cloth like Justices Gorsuch and Barrett and Kavanaugh. You know, this really is such a game changer for us who go to the streets and we stand in loving witness for these women and these children.
I mean, you may never know, because you're very active and you're busy and you have a lot of people involved in your ministry, but do you think that maybe there might have been someone who was a little bit holding back because they were concerned under the previous administration administration about doing your kind of work?
Absolutely. We were constantly trying to assure our sidewalk advocates of their First Amendment rights. You know, the case of Mark Houck a few years ago, who was just, he wasn't even in front of the abortion facility. He was down the sidewalk, and he just shoved an abortion center escort who was verbally accosting his young son in protection of his young son. And then all of a sudden, a year later, he's got over 25 federal agents outside of his front door threatening him. Yeah, that's right. And thankfully, yes, he was found not guilty, of course, right? But that was always hanging over us. And so we're so thankful that President Trump, Vice President Vance, and our elected officials showed up for us today. And they said that they're going to stay strong on this issue.
I like what you said, that you have a seat at the table. That to me is what's huge here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is paramount that we are able to exercise our First Amendment rights to be there for these women and these families. Planned Parenthood has sold them a bill of goods. They've told them $500, nobody has to know, your life will magically go back to normal. And what we see on the other side of abortion is such pain. So it's paramount that we be there.
So what are you working on? Anything new? Any conferences coming up? Any big events for sidewalk advocates?
Well, we've got the Celebrate Life weekend at the very end of June here in Washington, D.C. You know, it's so important. We're here at the March for Life to stand in memorial for the about 65 million children who have lost their lives under the banner of so-called safe and legal choice. But we also want to continue to mark the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe versus Wade, right? And so we're going to gather that weekend in memorial, but also rallying together to talk about what the future looks like of post-Roe America. At Sidewalk Advocates for Life, we are full steam ahead with covering every uncovered abortion and abortion referral facility in America to ensure that no woman walks into one of these facilities without knowing real hope and help.
You're amazing. Thanks for being here. And thanks for trekking all the way up Constitution Avenue. She ran here for this interview. That is a pro-life warrior. Back to you guys.
All right, well, thanks, Teresa. Let's head back over to the Cannon Rotunda with EWTN Capitol Hill correspondent Eric Rosales. Eric?
Thank you, Dr. Bunson. Yes, another pro-life warrior out there is New Jersey Congressman Chris Smith. I recently sat down with him. He is the co-chair of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus and is Catholic. I asked him about the future of the pro-life movement, especially with Republicans taking control of the Congress and also the White House. And it was just this week that, as we know, the House passed the Born Alive Survivors Protection Act. The legislation actually would have protected little boys and little girls who survived botched abortions. However, it did fail to advance in the Senate and is now dead. After all, Democrats voted against it. House Speaker Mike Johnson says that this is a piece of legislation that should not be political.
Should the doctor try to keep that child alive? Or should the doctor deny that crying newborn child medical care and let the child die? Who could answer that question with the latter response?
The bill would have required healthcare workers to report failures to an appropriate law enforcement agency. Congressman Smith tells me it's common sense, and although it failed to advance in the Senate, he remains hopeful about the future for the pro-life movement.
I've always been a realist and an optimist, all based on faith in Jesus Christ and our Blessed Mother, particularly Our Lady of Guadalupe, believing that we keep entrusting this movement, the babies, even the post-abortive women. I mean, look at the great work that's being done to reach out and provide a way of reconciliation. I mean, our Lord loves us so much that he wants mercy and he wants reconciliation.
You're also working on new legislation as well. Tell me about that.
Well, I'm reintroducing H.R. 7. So it's a very high profile within our great Republican leadership who is very committed to life, starting with Mike Johnson, Steve Scalise, right on down the line, John Thune. But this bill is the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, and it's a comprehensive bill that would make permanent all of the riders that have to be renewed every year, including mine, Federal Employees Health Benefits. I did it in 1984. The Hyde Amendment, the biggest one of all.
Congressman Smith says this would prevent Democrats' yearly effort trying to remove these pro-life provisions from many bills. He adds, more importantly, it would also remove abortions from Obamacare. What's your final message for the pro-life movement?
The message is to pray unceasingly, to have great hope, manage our disappointments and do it with discipline, and realize that, you know, every human rights struggle ever has taken time.
Congressman Smith is also hopeful that President Trump's Secretary of Defense, possibly Pete Hegseth, will reverse the abortion travel policy available to military members. He adds that Republicans need to continue recruiting pro-life workers at all levels of government. As you can tell, Congressman Smith is a very passionate man with strong convictions to save the unborn. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Eric. And we're going to back out to Mark Irons, who's at the Supreme Court for us right now, which is the endpoint of the march. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. It's great to be out here. And you're right, those marchers are on the way, and they're coming right here to the Supreme Court where I am now. I have to tell you, up to about 10 or 15 minutes ago, it was kind of quiet here, but I'm already seeing some marchers trickle in, the ones that are getting ahead of that March for Life banner that's leading the way. There were some pro-abortion protesters that were here for a while. They've seemed to move on. It's mostly a pro-life crowd, and it's only growing even more as we speak. But again, let's talk about the significance of the location that I'm in right now. Unfortunately and tragically, this is where it all started. 1973, with that Roe versus Wade decision that legalized abortion across the nation. But it was soon after that, 1974, a year later, founder Nellie Gray of the March for Life got this march going. You can hear some of the chants behind me now as they come in. But 1974, and year after year, rain, snow, sleet, or shine, they continue. And then look at 1992, almost 20 years after Roe, another big case here at the Supreme Court, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Pro-lifers were hopeful. Could something change? Could something with Roe change? Unfortunately, Roe versus Wade upheld and affirmed in that decision, and really another loss for life here at the Supreme Court. 30 more years pass after that, year after year, marching up to, we remember the day in 2022 with that Dobbs decision when Roe versus Wade was finally overturned and the issue of abortion back to the states now. And of course, this march continues. At 3 years post-Dobbs, the fight continues. And one note about this March for Life route coming from the rally in recent years, it changed to make a significant turn right across the street. The building I'm looking at that you can't see in the shot, but it's the U.S. Capitol building. The route now goes right by the U.S. Capitol building in a significant way, showing that this issue, at least on the federal level, we're now paying attention to what's going to happen in our U.S. Congress. But today, it's all about marching for life and all the excitement. And I've got a pro-lifer right here. Nick, come on in. This is Nick Horgan from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Nick, tell me why you came up here to march.
Well, I came up here to march because I really do believe in the pro-life message. I believe that life begins at conception. I believe that life is sacred. God created all souls and all bodies, and that is what needs to be protected for everybody, the unborn and the elderly.
What an amazing witness. Nick, who did you come up here with?
So I came up here with my church group, Triumph of the Holy Cross. We have 13 people, all great people, all believe in pro-life. We're all trying to fight out here and fight for the pro-life message and just make sure to keep abortion out of the national level.
Absolutely. And Nick, I should have started with this. This is the most significant thing. This is your first march.
Yes.
What is it like? And I have to say, Nick, you also got ahead of the big crowd,
yes,
right? Kind of got up here before the banner. But what was it like? I mean, there's already so many people filing in here. What was it like to be in that crowd?
Well, the atmosphere is unimaginable. I can't even describe it. It's insane. I absolutely love it. And I've never been around so many pro-life people. It's really nice to see. I'm blessed to be here.
That's amazing. Well, Nick, why don't you go ahead and join your fellow pro-lifers. Thank you so much. And guys, we're going to continue to be posted up out here for updates. We'll toss it back to you now.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Mark. We are joined once again, happily, by Dr. Christina Francis, the CEO of the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Dr. Francis, thank you for taking the time to come back here today.
Thanks so much for having me back. I appreciate it.
The March for Life is a celebration of life, but something that's not often appreciated are the benefits of pregnancy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's so important that we talk about this. I was with a couple of my colleagues over at the march, and we were talking about how many women, I think, in this country and around the world feel fearful about the risk of death during pregnancy. And certainly, as an OB hospitalist, I know very well the risks of pregnancy. But what we don't often talk about, as you said, Matt, is the benefits of pregnancy, not just to baby, obviously, it brings that baby into the world, but to mom as well. So we know that cancer risk, for instance, is reduced in women who have pregnancies, breast cancer, uterine cancer, ovarian cancer. You're much less likely to have those if you've carried a pregnancy to term, and for breast cancer, if you've breastfed as well. The other thing is, we hear a lot about maternal mortality, which again is a very real issue, but there's actually a very large study out of Europe that showed that not only did abortion have a much higher mortality rate for women than pregnancy, but also if you compared pregnant or women who had been pregnant recently to women who were not pregnant, the pregnant women actually had a less likely chance of dying. So it actually gives them a protective effect. They have a longer lifespan as well.
Yeah, you mentioned cancer. There was some findings, I guess, in the New York Times that showed that young women are being diagnosed with cancer more often. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was shocking for a lot of people, and certainly many of us might think of cancer as something that happens later to you in life. But we are seeing an increasing incidence in young women, specifically hormonally mediated cancers, such as breast cancer and uterine cancer. We know that hormonal contraceptives are actually carcinogens, so they increase a woman's chance of cancer. The other thing that was interesting to note is that the rate of decline in cases of cervical cancer has significantly decreased. Cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted infection, and so not only do we see a high incidence of that, higher than we should in the U.S., but also other types of sexually transmitted infections are on the rise in this country. I think all of that speaks to young people and honestly people that are older as well, not making wise choices about their sexual behavior and being exposed to not only infections but to an infection that could lead to a cancer.
Yeah, so from your position, can you set the record straight about the care that women should be receiving when they have complications or, say, an adverse diagnosis?
Yes, 100%. So there's been a lot of lies in the media and unfortunately from other medical organizations that pro-life laws prevent doctors like me from intervening when women are having pregnancy complications. There is not a single state law in this country that prevents us from intervening when a woman is facing a potentially life-threatening situation. Certainly we can continue to treat miscarriages, ectopic pregnancies, things like that. And also you brought up the term adverse diagnosis. That can happen for mom, but it can also happen for baby if we find out that baby has something going on with him or her. And one really tragic thing, I think, is the pressure that women and families who get these diagnoses feel to terminate their pregnancies, to have an abortion. And so we want to ensure that every family is offered appropriate care for that child, whether that be active medical treatment or perhaps it might be something called perinatal palliative care. But that, again, can be offered in every single state. Women and their children can continue to receive excellent health care.
Yeah, I want to go back to the oral contraceptives and the dangers there that really aren't always talked about. And sometimes doctors will try to prescribe those to young women because they have really terrible, maybe menstrual cramps, and this is a quick fix, and they don't talk about the consequences of taking this pill.
Right, absolutely. Well, coming from someone who was trained in sort of the traditional way, I will say that for OBGYNs, we are trained that hormonal contraceptives are kind of the panacea fix for many, many things. And I'm not saying that they might not have a good indication in some circumstances, but certainly, as you said, oftentimes a 13 or 14-year-old might come in with painful periods, and that's what the doctor goes to immediately. And not only, is that not actually getting at the root cause of the problem, it's kind of masking the symptoms, but also, again, we know it's a carcinogen, and so when we're exposing girls to these at these very young ages, and then many times they stay on them for decades, I don't think it's any surprise that we're seeing some of these hormonally mediated cancers increase. Certainly there's a lot of other factors. Obesity, environmental exposures definitely contribute as well. But one thing I think that my profession needs to take a hard look at is exposing especially young girls to these hormonal contraceptives when maybe they don't need to be exposed to that. And again, they should be told about the risks as well.
Yeah. And are they going to listen?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Christina Francis, Doctor, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Well, let's head back out to Teresa Tomeo now with more from the march.
Hey, Matthew and Tracy, what a great crowd we have here today. And this is someone that I normally don't see in person. I always talk to him on the radio on my show, Catholic Connection. And he's brilliant. He does a lot of research in the pro-life area. He's from Catholic University, of course, National Review, Professor Michael New. So, Michael, your first reaction to being here in this new administration, what's it feel like today for you?
Just a lot of optimism. You know, there's a lot of new opportunities with the new administration. You know, President Trump spoke by video. Vice President Vance spoke in person. That was very exciting. We're excited that the 23 pro-lifers who were in jail got pardoned. That's an exciting development. We expect President Trump to come through with the Mexico City policy and prevent tax dollars from funding abortions that promote or perform abortions abroad. So we're excited. This is an exciting time, very lively march, and we're excited about the new administration.
What about in terms of the pulse of the society and culture? What are you seeing now? You're great at keeping up on the latest research, the latest polling. I think I saw a poll the other day that showed a good percentage of people want restrictions on abortion, correct? Yeah,
absolutely. The Knights of Columbus Marist poll came out. It showed very strong support for incremental pro-life laws. And we saw gains between 2025 and 2024. So majorities oppose tax-free funding of abortion. Supermajorities oppose funding abortion overseas. Conscience race enjoys broad support. People want limits on chemical abortion drugs. So incremental policies continue to poll well.
And what do you think of the crowd here today? I'm not sure the number yet. Lauren Masika from Sidewalk Advocates for Life, who was with us a few minutes ago, she's hearing anywhere between 100 and 150. It's big this year. Yeah, it seems bigger than last year. I think people are excited about the new administration. The weather cooperated. People are very excited to build a culture of life. I mean, it's great to see the religious orders, lots of young people. There's a conference at Georgetown tomorrow. Student Life is doing their conference tomorrow, so a lot to do. And last but not least, in terms of what you're hoping for with this new administration, the fact that we're able to talk to them, that they appreciate us, that obviously they respect us enough to show up today, what does that mean in the long term, do you think?
Well, that means a lot. I mean, we don't necessarily get everything we want all the time, but they will listen to us. I think the main policy thing we need from the Trump-Vance administration is limits on chemical abortion drugs. A lot of our good pro-life laws are being circumvented because women can get these drugs through the mail. That's terrible public health. It's obviously failed to unborn children. So we really need some limits put back in place, and that's really what we're hoping for.
Michael, thanks for all you do. Appreciate it. Good to see you in person, and we'll talk to you on the radio. Michael New from Catholic University, and of course, National Review, and the march continues. This is a big one, guys, and I don't think we're going to be done for quite a while. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Teresa. Great to see you both out there. All right, we're going to get another check outside because there really is, as Teresa said, just a lot of excitement out there, especially on the march route. And we're going to go to Roselle Regis, and she is talking to those that are taking part. Hey, Roselle.
We're in the middle of the march now, and as you can hear, the energy is high here, surrounded by hundreds of people. But right next to me are Kimberly and Marie. Kimberly, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're marching?
My name is Kimberly. I'm from Illinois, and I am a student at Franciscan University. I am marching because I am pro-life, I'm Catholic, and I believe in the truth. I believe in science, and it is backed by the truth. And I also believe in miracles, and that through being the hands and feet of Jesus, you can do anything, and I am so happy and excited to be here at the march.
Yeah, and you told me it's your first time. What's your reaction like so far?
I feel very inspired and motivated to be surrounded by a bunch of young adults, young and old, and that we're all standing for the same thing.
And who was the speaker that stood out to you the most?
Dr. Wheeler was the speaker that stood out to me the most. I was very inspired, and I felt very encouraged by her and her story, and how she was transformed and how Jesus worked through her and healed her.
And to you, Marie, the rally just ended. Who stood out to you the most?
Definitely Hannah. The youth and the energy she brought and her faith and just her message was absolutely amazing. And I was so excited to see someone more my age and more Kimberly's age up there speaking for our generation and showing that it doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, that everyone is important.
And lastly, why do you march?
I march because I am a follower of Jesus Christ, and I want to love and serve the Lord with all my heart, and I want to protect the unborn, and I believe in motherhood, and I believe in being a woman and standing up for the truth.
And you?
I'm marching for life, for all life, children, mothers, husbands, fathers, everyone who deserves a voice and doesn't have one or is perhaps too afraid to stand up and showing that courage is necessary and it's a good thing, and we all need to stand up and support each other and show each other that everyone is loved under God.
Well, thank you so much. It was nice meeting you too.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys at the studio.
Okay, thanks so much, Roselle. Well, Anna Harpine is the founder of World Youth Alliance and CEO of FEM, a comprehensive women's health and wellness program for optimal reproductive health. And Anna recently sat down with EWTN News' Monty Alvarado at Seek 2025 in Salt Lake City, Utah, to discuss the inherent dignity of the human person.
I think the Catholic Church has really been clear that faith and reason go together. And so that's a powerful place where science comes in. The knowledge we learn on the scientific side can help to illuminate the respect that the Church teaches is necessary to provide to every human person. Every human person is made in the image and likeness of God. This gives us a foundational teaching that the dignity of the person is absolute, it must be respected, and it's the foundation of how we approach the world. And the more we learn about science, the more we learn about how our bodies work, the more we understand these intricate links of hormones and our systems, of neuroactivity in the brain and hormone activity. It's an incredible operation that's taking place within each of us. It's knowledge that all of us should at least be exposed to have the opportunity to wonder and understand who we are and how we were created. But it works hand in glove to say this is who the human person is. This person is worthy of respect. This person has a unique value and purpose in their life.
Mary Rice Hassan, an attorney, speaker, mother, and senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, joins us once again on set. Thank you so much for coming back. You're earning your stripes today, that's for sure.
No, it's delightful to be here.
So faith and reason, on the subject of life especially, why is there seemingly this disconnect?
It's a good question, because when you think about the discussions that were part of the original Roe decision about viability, and people seemed, at least when Roe was still the law of the land, that was one of the criticisms. People said viability is a subjective standard, depends on how good the hospital is, et cetera. So it seemed like we were moving more towards a rational discussion of this, especially as science showed us the truth of the unborn child. You know, this is really a child, it's just a developmental continuum. But I think what this speaks to, the fact that we have still so many discussions and people unwilling to recognize conception as the beginning of life, is that when people make moral decisions, they don't necessarily do it from an intellectual standpoint. And Pew Research had a survey out, almost a decade ago now, asking people about how they made moral decisions. And a number of people simply want to know what's true. They would work on faith or their beliefs about what's true. A smaller segment said, show me, prove it to me, science, etc. But the vast majority of people were making moral decisions based on experience or what their friends said, recommendations. So a very subjective standard. And I think that's what we're seeing here with the abortion issue and the continuing conflict when science is so clear, and yet we're not able to get at least a voting consensus to protect the unborn from the moment of conception.
Yeah, and there are many states that have laws that allow abortions up to viability, which, you know, is around 23 weeks. Some states say it's 24 weeks gestation. Can you weigh in on that, you know, when it comes to the debate around abortions and should they be allowed up until viability?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's really disturbing to see how a number of states have moved there. So there really is no boundary, as you said, up to delivery, or they may say viability, but really you've got a fully formed child who just needs to grow. And yet the hardness of heart is really hard to explain. But I think one of the reasons why in those particular states they've succeeded is because there's deflection going on. They don't talk about the child. They don't talk about what pregnancy is, even though people know that. But they make it all about women's autonomy and women's choices and trusting women, and yet we don't take off all the boundaries and legal boundaries when we're talking about protecting children from child abuse or any number of things. We always need boundaries because the law is a teacher as well.
Let's go back even further in gestation to conception, because there are many pro-abortion supporters who claim, well, this is just a clump, they say, of cells. What's our answer to that?
Look at an ultrasound. You can see an ultrasound from the earliest days, and it's clearly growing, moving, alive. And if the child were not alive, why do you need to kill it? You know, there's a basic logic. People can give you the full scientific answers about why this is, you know, conception is the moment. But really what we see is a unique human being with the joinder of sperm and egg and their own unique DNA. So after that, it's just growth. It's a stage of development, just like all of us getting older, you know. So.
Governor DeSantis, in his speech today at the rally, talked about the New York Times actually referring to an unborn child when it came to the issue of immigration. Is it really a reality that they know what this is, but they are ideologically incapable of admitting it?
Yeah, clearly they know. And I'll tell you, I was in a debate once at a law school with a woman who was pro-abortion and, in fact, had worked for NARAL. And she admitted, yes, this is an unborn life. But then she switched. She said, what matters is who gets to make the decision whether the child lives or dies. So it's deflection, it's being unwilling to keep the conversation where it should be. And so that's what we need to do. And I think the testimony of women and men who've been impacted by abortion is really important to help people feel the pain and feel the difficulty here.
Yeah, and know the truth.
And to know the truth.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming back. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to get back out to Mark Irons, who is at the Supreme Court with another marcher. Hey, Mark, who do you have there?
How's it going, guys? Great to be out here. I'm with John Mize. He's the CEO of Americans United for Life. John, I just want to ask you, what is it like to see so many young people, really people of all ages and from all over, marching for life?
This is incredibly inspiring, Mark, to see this many people that come out for life. And what's most exciting is the youth. There are so many young people that have come out today to march for life. And what that tells me is that this next generation, that is going to be the solution to our challenge for battling for life in this country.
All eyes on the coming generations. I want to ask you, Americans United for Life, your organization, you've been the CEO for about a year now. Tell us about your organization.
So Americans United for Life is the original pro-life organization. We were started before Roe, and we have been centrally involved in every single battle in the Supreme Court over the last 5 decades. Our organization is committed to policy, we're committed to culture, and we're committed to law and respecting the human dignity of all lives.
You've been paying attention to all these cases here throughout the years at the Supreme Court. A big one last summer on the abortion pill, probably the most significant since the overturn of Roe versus Wade. Tell us about that issue of the abortion pill, what your organization is doing. This is something that the pro-life movement is going to have to pay attention to going forward.
We absolutely need to pay attention. 60% of all abortions are now occurring via mail. And unfortunately, the Biden administration walked back restrictions that were put in place by the FDA to keep women safe. They now have the ability to receive chemical abortive drugs in the mail without ever seeing a doctor. That exposes women to significant safety risk, including women that are due with twins, women that have ectopic pregnancies, women that are beyond 10 weeks, and women that have been abused. We don't know what's happening with these pills. It could be a partner that slips the pills in to an unknowing woman. These are dangerous. Our role with the Trump administration is laser focused on reinserting those regulations that keep women safe from these dangerous drugs.
And you know, John, before we went on air here, we were talking, you're a person of faith.
Yes, sir.
And you were saying how important that is to the pro-life movement going forward, right? It's about laws, it's about changing law, but it's also about changing hearts and minds. And you were saying Christian unity, whether you're Catholic, Protestant, whatever, that's so important as well. Tell me more about that.
This is our moment as a church. And when I say a church, I mean the Church of Jesus Christ. All of us together, Christian, Protestant, what have you, Orthodox, we have the opportunity to come together. I feel like we're on the front end of a great awakening in this country. And I feel like with the church in unity, this becomes an issue that goes completely away. We win this issue if the church stands up. And the church has done this before. We've seen this done with slavery. We saw it done with civil rights. It's now the moment for the church to stand up, for preachers to preach this, for pastors to preach it, for the church to stand up in significant ways in defense of life.
And one note about the March for Life, it's always within the crowd, you see a faith-based presence very strong every year. It's been the same way this year. Guys, we'll toss it back to you. We'll stay posted. We'll have more updates here from the High Court.
All right. Thanks so much, Mark. Well, let's head back out to Teresa Tomeo along the march route. Teresa.
You know what? Timing is everything, Matthew, because a little while ago, maybe, 45 minutes ago, we were at the beginning of the march. Now we're at the end of the march, literally coming behind us. And I have someone with me, a wonderful organization. Her name is Deb Miranda. She's with Life Runners, but we were laughing because you couldn't run up here because it was so crowded back there, right?
We had to get out of the sardine pack and come running up the sidewalk because it's just loaded with people today. It's such a great march, packed in like sardines. Great day, great day.
Yeah. How long have you been with Life Runners?
So me personally, I've been Life Runners since 2017. Life Runners itself started in 2008. 12 guys. You know anything else that started with 12 guys? So they started, wanted to raise money for a pregnancy care center, do something really great for pro-life. So they all ran a marathon, raised money, and Life Runners was born.
Do you think there is a mood when you're out there running for life, and Pat usually is on with us, Pat Castle usually every year, is there a different mood out there given what we're seeing now with this administration, and people feel they can breathe a little bit?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yes, breathing is a good thing.
Yeah.
We're not uptight and, you know, on our guard, but we still are on mission. We still are on mission, and we haven't let up. The mood is, yay, we've got somebody on our side. You know, we're not swimming against the tide, but we're still swimming against the tide of the culture.
Right.
So we're still going strong, witnessing to life. Life Runners every day. I mean, we don't all run, so that's a good thing. So you don't have to be a runner to be a Life Runner. We're 25,000 members strong all across the globe. We're in 3,000 cities. We've got 300 chapters, over 50 nations. Only half of us run, but we witness, walk, run, pray. Every single one of our, when you join as Life Runners, everybody gets gear, and everything has this message on the back. Remember the unborn?
Yep, remember the unborn. Yep.
Just like the sign says. And we're out there, you know, being a message ministry and witnessing to life and being that voice for the voiceless and being that positive, you know, message witness and message in the culture, whether you're, you know, putting on and running a 5K or running a marathon, or if you're, you know, like me, putting on your jacket and going out to the grocery store, taking the kids to school, on the soccer field, pumping gas in the dental office. You know, people are always like, what's Life Runners? What's Life Runners? So we're out there witnessing.
Great witness. Good to see you. Thanks
hey,
for coming.
Teresa, thanks for having me on. God bless everybody.
God bless everybody. And here we are at the end of the march, and it's been a great day, huge crowd. Not sure about the numbers. I'm just going to put a guesstimate out there. I'm saying between 100 and 150,000. That's what someone else told me earlier. We'll hear about that a little bit more. Probably nothing official from the police. They usually don't give us an official estimate, but it has been a great day here. Thanks for allowing me to take part, and back to you in the studio.
Now, Teresa, it's been great to be with you. I mean, she always brings so much joy to this day.
She is the unsinkable Teresa. and given all of your adventures and travels, mille grazie.
We love her. We also love Roselle, and she is down there as the march is winding down, still speaking to those who are marching. Roselle, who are you talking to now?
We are still marching along here, following the crowd, but this sign really caught my attention. Joining me now is Eileen. Eileen, tell us about KIDS.
So KIDS is a group that a friend of mine, Letitia, and I started in 2009, and we felt it was important to represent babies with Down syndrome in the March for Life because they are targeted through amniocentesis and abortion, and we just felt it was important to bring that message, you know, that their joy, and you know, so it was a group formed for families to come and march together. So we still do that when people can make it, and but we started with our family this year, and we've been collecting people along the way who see our signs and have a family member with Down syndrome.
Yeah, and tell us who's here with you today.
This is my daughter Sadie.
Hi.
And Colleen, my other daughter, and my husband Steve. And we're from Vermont, so we travel down just about every year to do the March for Life. So.
And you told us it brings awareness, but tell us personally why you're marching.
Well, I march for life, and especially those with Down syndrome.
And did you want to say something too? Why are you marching today?
For life.
For life.
Well, thank you so much again, and thank you for what you do.
Yes, thank you very much.
Nice meeting you guys. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Rosa. What a beautiful family there. You know, there have really been incredible advances in the medical field to help premature babies survive. And according to a new study conducted by the University of Rochester Medical Center researcher, the survival rates of extremely preterm babies has increased significantly over the past decade.
when I was in fellowship, 24 weeks was kind of the limit, maybe 23 weeks. But, you know, those numbers are decreasing, and 22 weeks is now more of the limit of viability than what it was even 15 years ago. So there's a better chance of a good outcome than there was.
Well, and joining us once again by popular demand is Dr. Christina Francis. She's going to talk to us about advances in this life-saving technology. And Dr. Francis, it seems odd that not a lot of hospitals have this technology that can really save the lives of these 22-week premature babies.
Yeah, well, you know, it is amazing that we are now able to provide care and see good outcomes in babies so young. You know, there's even some centers that as early as just after 21 weeks, which basically is the halfway point of pregnancy, they're able to provide care to these tiny little babies, some places as small as 400 grams, which is just so teeny tiny. But what we see is that there is a significant difference actually in hospitals and what they can provide and the outcomes that they have. In fact, I was reviewing a study recently that showed that the hospital that a child was born at actually had the same prognostic factor as how old they were, how far along in pregnancy they were, as to whether or not they would survive. And so it really does make a difference, the kind of care that a hospital provides. But what we see in the centers that are leading the way is the University of Iowa is one such example. What we see is that babies born at 22 weeks have an 80% chance of survival. I mean, we're not talking about 5 or 10%. 80% chance of survival, and of those that survive, the vast majority of them will not have significant neurologic issues as they get older. And so this is really amazing care. I think it should serve as an impetus to other hospital systems to say, what are they doing right and how can we do better?
Yeah. You know, another thing I want to talk about that we should bring up is a lot of times when women are pregnant, sometimes our doctors tell them they should abort their baby because maybe they think the baby has fetal abnormalities or medical conditions, which is so really just heartbreaking. And a lot of times, thankfully, the mothers will say, no, we're not going to do that, and the baby turns out to be perfectly healthy. We were talking in one of the breaks that there was a study that came out a few years ago about a lot of the fetal testing, the false positives. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the New York Times a few years ago did a story on the high false positive rate of these genetic tests that are offered now to every pregnant woman. Part of the problem with these tests, sometimes they can be very accurate, but part of the problem is that they really are the most accurate when you're targeting a very high-risk population. However, now we're offering them to every pregnant woman, including those that are very low risk for having a baby with a genetic abnormality. And the rarer the condition, the more likely the test is to be a false positive. And, you know, that may lead some women to choose to end their pregnancy. It also causes significant stress. I have a dear friend who had a false positive on a test, and it caused significant stress for her. And as you said, sometimes then a doctor may intervene to end a pregnancy when the diagnosis was wrong, or maybe our evaluation of how that child will do was wrong. I'll just share very quickly a story of my now goddaughter, who was the daughter of a patient who had an adverse diagnosis during pregnancy, and we thought we were going to lose her entire pregnancy. She had a less than 5% chance of survival of the pregnancy, much less beyond. She's now 10 years old. Aww. She has Down syndrome. She's had to have a couple heart surgeries, but she's the joy of her family's life, you know, and yes, she beat the odds, but, you know, that was a real lesson to me that we as doctors are just human beings. We don't know everything. We're not God. And, you know, how many times do we intervene and maybe limit God's ability to perform a miracle or to show us that we're not always right about these things? Yeah.
So what's coming down the road? What treatments might be there for both mother and child, and are there ethical concerns that might be attached to those?
Sure. Well, you know, again, as our care continues to improve, there's always the danger with advancements in biomedical technology that just because we can do it, should we? There's all kinds of things going on now with potential artificial wombs, you know, that I could see many problems with that. But on the other hand, what if a baby is born at 18 weeks? Right now, we can't do very much for that child, but maybe we could continue to incubate that baby in an external external environment and perhaps get survival. So those things certainly are fraught with ethical concerns. But, you know, the wonderful thing that we're seeing now is advancements in fetal surgery, where physicians, I have a dear friend who's a fetal surgeon, can do in utero repairs of things like spina bifida or something called a congenital diaphragmatic hernia that used to be universally lethal for children, and now we see children having much better outcomes. So that's really amazing. And then, of course, we need to continue to improve the care that we give to pregnant women. And this is one area where I think abortion makes the medical profession lazy. If your answer to every complication of pregnancy or every adverse diagnosis is just get rid of the baby, just end the pregnancy, that doesn't really motivate us to come up with new technologies and new treatments. So I'm hopeful that not only will we advance respect for life in the profession of medicine, but also advance technologies that will continue to improve the care we can provide.
Well, Dr. Christina Francis, thank you so much. You've been so generous with your time today.
Absolutely. It was so wonderful to be here with all of you and all the viewers, and as we continue to defend life.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you do.
Well, Eric Pizzalis is at the Rotunda with another look at the march. Eric?
I tell you what, guys, I'm having such a blast up here. If this is not a message from the pro-life community to the world saying that we are here and we are mighty in number. I tell you what, there must have been 10,000 that came through down Independence Avenue, even before the official front of those holding the Right to Life march sign. I mean, you want to know how to rile up a crowd, let me tell you. There you go. I tell you what, I'm having a blast out here. Marchers are making their way in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Many times they ended up having to stop. It was just 2 years ago that the justices overturned Roe v. Wade and set the abortion issue back to the states to decide. And up here on Capitol Hill, you know, Republicans have been battling with Democrats. Democrats have been coming out saying that they are for a woman's right to choose and that they're going to do everything they can. And I tell you what, in the 2 years since Dobbs' decision, the pro-life community has fought relentlessly, and they are coming out and showing their support today. We're going to have just a wonderful time out here waving to the folks, and they are passing by, not only yelling, saying thank you to all of us up here, but they are chanting EWTN, and it's just wonderful to be part of an organization that the pro-life community recognizes that we're there, we're representing what the actual church does say, and that is to protect life. Back to you in the studio.
Well, EWTN reporter Mark Irons is also live at the Supreme Court. Mark, what do you have for us?
She said you won't need
Well,
one.
I'm sitting here with two folks from Tampa, Florida. First question, why did you come from sunny Tampa all the way up here in the cold? Apparently it's worth it for you.
I just feel like it's a very worthy cause, and it's important, especially because, like, we're so young. It's important to show that no matter, like, your age, regardless of your age, that, like, every human should have a chance at life, and, like, every person should have the opportunity to do amazing things and the things that God has in store for them. And I just feel like everyone should, yeah.
And excuse me, I didn't even introduce them. We have Daniela and Rhiannon from Tampa, Florida. The theme this year for the march is life, why we march. So Rhiannon, why do you march?
I march because I believe that this next generation that has yet to come deserves the right to life. And it is amazing being here and seeing this many people. I've never been in a crowd this large to fight for the life of the next generation to come.
We're hearing that a lot from a lot of first-time marchers, too, and this is your first march. I want to ask both of you, often the issue of abortion comes up, and we hear things like, your body, your choice. That's what they share with women. Or, you know, it's just a choice. You're shaking your head no.
No. Because, like, when you look at the science, and this isn't even from a religious point of view, which that proves even more, but the science of embryology states that life begins at conception, and therefore, when life begins, they should have the same rights that you and me have, because the Constitution states that all men should be created equal, and therefore, because these babies in the womb are alive, then they should have the same rights as you and me, no matter, and because they're the most vulnerable. We should be the voice that they cannot have physically.
Absolutely right, and I've heard that in my reporting over the years, whether you're a person of faith or not. This is not a faith-based issue. It's not a religious issue. It's an issue of science when you get down to it, and the church follows science.
Even more that when you just know that God creates each child in His image and likeness, there's so much of my heart that wants to preserve that, and just like knowing that, like, I just want that child to have their best life and the life that God has for them.
I guess the question is, what's next? You came to the March for Life. You marched with people from all over the country. Rhiannon, what's next for you as you go back to Tampa, as you're thinking about this issue? What happens next?
I think that abortion should just be illegal all over the world, truthfully, but as citizens of the United States, it's our right to fight for it here in the United States. And the Fourth Amendment in Florida just got denied as we just went through the election process, and
the ballot initiative in Florida stood up. There's a big win for the state of Florida, and you were right there for it. You said you were doing some advocacy work, writing some letters at some point in time?
Yeah, so I wrote a lot of letters in the state of Florida to people all over the state of Florida, our representatives, our Senate, our governors, and that was a big deal to me. I started it over the summer. I wrote many letters advocating to not pass the Fourth Amendment, because that is just what we need for our next generation.
You see that right there. Young people who are advocating, don't be afraid to write your congressman, write your state senator. You can make a difference, and it's so inspiring to be with you guys and hear your witness.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you. This is awesome.
It is awesome, right?
Perfect phrase. It's awesome.
Thanks so much for that, Mark. Well, in the United States, we're really fortunate that we have the freedom of speech and the right to assemble, and we often see that on display right outside of abortion clinics where pro-lifers go there to pray.
But 2 cities in the U.S. are hoping to ban pro-lifers from coming near abortion clinics. Let's take a look.
On the front lines, we have sidewalk counselors there ready to assist and accompany women who are in unplanned pregnancies and have them choose life.
The battle for life sometimes comes down to an interaction between 2 people, the mother and someone that just wants to help. Sidewalk Advocates for Life have members across the country on the front lines of this mission, talking to women who are determined to have an abortion and educating them on the devastating physical, emotional, and spiritual impacts. Their volunteers have saved the lives of more than 23,000 babies since they began in 2014. But laws are being passed to prohibit this kind of pro-life work.
And so what cities have done across this country have prevented and squelched the free speech rights of these sidewalk counselors and other peaceful pro-lifers who are out there on the front lines looking to protect unborn life and their mothers.
They're called buffer zones, areas where it's illegal for pro-life activists to approach women seeking abortions. On the docket for the Supreme Court cases out of Carbondale, Illinois, and Englewood, New Jersey. Carbondale passed a law banning pro-life demonstrators from coming within 8 feet of a woman seeking an abortion. Englewood passed a similar law, barring demonstrators from entering within 8 feet of the clinic's entrance. Coalition Life challenged the law in Carbondale, and it was repealed. But advocates say that's not enough.
The minute this case goes away, if it were to go away, the city of Carbondale will likely bring it back again, and they have not disavowed such an effort. So that's why it makes sense for these pro-lifers and these sidewalk counselors to continue their litigation in front of the Supreme Court.
The fear is what starts with a buffer zone could extend to restrictions on thought, and the idea is not so far-fetched. In the United Kingdom, there have been several cases where people have been arrested for silently praying near an abortion clinic. Fortunately, that has not happened in the U.S., but advocates want to make sure that it never does.
It is fear. What happens in Europe may be imported across the pond to the United States, and so we should be very concerned that that could happen unless we change the tide with the Supreme Court and allow people to exercise their First Amendment rights.
And so the pro-life movement is hoping for a win at the highest court in the land. But justices have not decided on whether they will even hear the cases. They've struck down buffer zones before. However, they've also upheld them, like in Colorado, where the legal precedent was set for buffer zone regulations. Pro-life advocates say if they overturn Colorado, similar laws in Carbondale and Englewood would not be able to take effect.
We're asking the Supreme Court to revisit its decision in Hill versus Colorado and allow for pro-lifers to exercise their First Amendment rights on public sidewalks, to counsel women and accompany them.
Well, as of now, the Supreme Court has not decided whether to hear the Carbondale and Inglewood cases. It's been on the docket for months, and it really is unclear when a decision will come down.
Aaron Baer, president of the Center for Christian Virtue, has experience working on policy in the state of Arizona and understands very well the changing legal landscape when it comes to the pro-life movement. Aaron, thank you for coming back.
Yeah, great to be back with you and warming up in here after a cold March out there. Yeah,
it is. Worth it, though.
Yeah, very much so, very much so.
So how often do legal challenges on these buffer zones make their way to the Supreme Court?
You know, a lot of these buffer zone laws get challenged often. I think really right now we're seeing our best opportunity ever to overturn these buffer zone laws. Really, the quintessential case here is that the Hill v. Colorado case from 2000. And what's important when you look at that case and why this has been able to stand so long is because every time these laws have been considered, it was under the Roe v. Wade sort of jurisprudence, right? Seen through that lens where abortion was given this special protection under law. This is now on our best opportunities to do away with something that I think a lot of First Amendment scholars, even non-pro-life First Amendment scholars, would say is a real problem and should not be in place in the first place.
Well, there's been a push to have the court revisit Hill versus Colorado. What's the likelihood of that?
I actually think there's a really good chance. We have a Supreme Court now that is filled with originalists. We have a very strong First Amendment preference there, which is what you would imagine judges would be. Anybody on the Supreme Court you'd hope would be somebody that values the First Amendment. So we really see this as our best opportunity to do away with just one more of those fallouts from Roe v. Wade that is still around today. There's so many ways that Roe v. Wade has changed, not just the way culture understands life and abortion and things like free speech, but the way the law does. And getting Hill v. Colorado cleared off the books and doing away with these unconstitutional speech restrictions is long overdue.
Yeah, the buffer zones, they have a requirement there to stay 8 feet away from women seeking to enter a clinic. Can you talk to us about the importance of physical closeness, maybe during moments of an encounter like this?
Yeah, and that's I think the quintessential question here when we're talking about why this matters so much. You know, the media and a lot of the pro-abortion advocates want to paint pro-lifers as these angry, blowhorn shouting, bigots out on the sidewalks. But as you can see at the March for Life, these are some of the happiest, kindest people you'll ever see. And really when the folks that are out there praying and trying to reach out to these women want to have that soft, gentle conversation about one of the most difficult situations in life. And so it's absolutely essential to be able to have those conversations. And honestly, even Justice Kennedy, who was somebody who kind of affirmed Roe multiple times, he ruled against, he dissented in the Hill case, saying this is unbelievable that we would stop speech around a moral issue in a gentle way, right? We're not talking about people who are berating or getting physically violent. They're even restricting gentle speech and kind speech in this context.
So if the Supreme Court decides not to hear these cases, what does it mean? I mean, will Carbondale and Inglewood be able to reinstate the buffer laws?
Unfortunately, yes, and those buffer zones are in effect right now because the lower court and the courts of appeal have ruled in favor of the cities in these cases, and that's somewhat understandable because they would have to overturn Supreme Court precedent. So really, you need the Supreme Court to weigh in to change the direction there. If we don't pick this up now, you're going to see more of these things continue to grow, and we have to act now.
Aaron, thank you so much for your important work. We appreciate it.
Well, reporter Roselle Regis gives us one more look at those taking part in the march.
Then we just ran to And we've been walking for a while now, but the energy is still high. A lot of chanting, which brought me to this group. Sister, can you tell us about your group here from Boston?
Sure. Our groups we have a variety of parishes, and we have some communities that are from Portuguese, Brazilian, Hispanic, Anglo parishes, and I think there are some also colleges here from Boston. From the Artists of Boston, yeah.
And you told me it's your 6th time here. How does it feel this year for you?
This is about my 6th year. I think every year is different. Like you can feel the energy of the people. There are things change after 2022 with the new law. but we still feel how people care about life, and it's always energizing, and it's always awakening the hope to see so many young people here.
Right, and speaking of young people, we have Caitlin here. It's your first time. How does it feel?
I think it's a great opportunity. If you have the opportunity to come, you should definitely come. It's so beautiful seeing so many people that believe in the same thing that you do, especially as a young woman. I think we need to have other women know that we are here for life and love. And it's just so beautiful to see so many people from different communities, different places around America. So it's really fun. And if it wasn't for Sister Elsa, I don't think I would have came. So.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's lovely meeting you both.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
You too.
Back to you guys at the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Roselle. Despite pro-abortion laws, the work of the church continues to embrace and, of course, promote life. Dioceses across the U.S. put their money where their mouth is, helping mothers financially, physically, and spiritually get the resources they need.
Archdiocese of Miami is very unique in that we own and operate our own pregnancy help centers. And we have 3 of them, 2 in Broward County and 1 in Miami-Dade County.
Free and confidential services to help mothers choose life in southern Florida.
We explain, to them what happens during an abortion procedure because many of them simply don't know.
Providing resources like free ultrasounds, pregnancy testing, counseling, Earn While You Learn classes, and educational classes.
Project Joseph classes for the men, where they're educated on being good fathers and supporters of the mothers of their children. The Earn While You Learn principle allows them to use points to purchase brand new items that are in our boutiques that we have. And of course, not everyone is available to take a class, so we have also an emergency material assistance program as well.
The Archdiocese of Miami also offers adoption planning referrals and a post-abortion healing program through Project Rachel.
We use a model called Entering Canaan for both men and women to show them that there is hope and healing after having made an abortion decision and having, an abortion experience.
In New York City, the Sisters of Life are an order solely dedicated to the pro-life movement. They were founded by Cardinal John O'Connor, the late Archbishop of New York. The order helps mothers choose life and supports their material and spiritual needs.
Walking them out of a place of fear to a place of freedom is our biggest work. We also have a lot of extraordinary activities, which will be things like a baby shower. Like I mentioned, a cooking class. Earlier today you saw we were painting something with the women. It's just a way to make them feel part of a family.
Building a sense of family is pivotal for many women who may be considering an abortion. The Diocese of Reno participates in a program called Walking with Moms in Need, a nationwide parish-based initiative created by the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops in order to increase support for pregnant and parenting mothers in need. The diocese offers support at different pregnancy centers in the Reno metro area for moms who may not know their options for life.
Those are actually interfaith works that we're happy and proud to participate in, and that gives us the ability to extend our efforts to multiple sites rather than just 1 or 2.
Archbishop Joseph Naumann of the Archdiocese of Kansas City has been at war with the state of Kansas fighting for the unborn. In 2019, the Kansas Supreme Court ruled abortion as a constitutional right. Since then, abortion has tripled in the state.
Our laws don't permit human life to be destroyed in any other context. So it teaches young people, well, this must not really be killing a human life because the law allows it.
But this does not deter the Catholic Church in Kansas and other pro-life advocates in the state. Organizations like 40 Days for Life, Kansans for Life, and the Kansas Catholic Conference offer prayer and resources to pregnant mothers in need with hope they'll choose life.
This is going to be an issue that we're going to deal with for a long time. I think there's a new wave of pro-life leaders that are emerging. I think the pro-life movement is going to continue to grow, and it's going to continue to adapt to the new challenges that we face. And I'm excited to see the fruits of that down the road.
Bishop Daniel Muggenberg of the Diocese of Reno reminds us the battles for life do not always come down to what happens in the courtroom.
I think the encouragement that I would offer is to remember that this isn't just about a legal fight. This is about a moral fight for the conscience of our country and certainly for our Catholic population. Sadly, so many people are being deceived by the culture of death and by these very highly funded pro-abortion movements. And so we need to have our people be educated. We need to encourage them to come to see the beauty of the value of human life and protecting and defending human life at all its stages.
And we're back here in the studio. We have a packed house now. Good to see everyone.
Good to be back. It's been a great day.
It's
been a great day.
So inspiring. And I believe we're here to hear from Mark Iron out in SCOTUS.
That's right. The crowd is huge in front of me. All the marchers coming in, filling in, still here in front of the Supreme Court. And we've got a marcher all the way from Canada. This is Samara. Took the 8-hour drive with her fiance Matthew, who's just off camera here, drove down to be here at the March for Life. What made you want to make that drive?
Well, I wanted to come here to walk in solidarity with a lot of the other marchers that are here, but also to inspire fellow Canadians that we can't give up. We have to keep going and keep trying to have a voice for the voiceless.
And you're from a large Catholic family yourself. You said 5 of 11?
Yeah, I'm number 5 of 11. Yeah.
What were you saying to me? You were saying that Canadians, the pro-life movement there, can actually really learn something here from the U.S. and even what happened here. What can you learn?
I think it should be an inspiration to Canadians to not give up, that, if it can happen in America, it can happen for Canadians, that at least abortion won't be funded by the general population, and it shouldn't be something that's funded for all 9 months. It should be made unthinkable, like the hope and the dream is in America as well.
Unthinkable. And this is your first time at the march. You've been to the Canadian March for Life, but first time here. What was it like being in this crowd, marching, being in that rally crowd?
It was amazing to see just everybody from all walks of life, a whole bunch of different religious backgrounds, and Christian Front, just a unitive aspect. I mean, saw a bunch of people who are Lutheran and Orthodox and stuff. So it's kind of unitive in that aspect to see people from largely different faith backgrounds.
What's next? As you're hopping in the car, heading back across the border, what are you reflecting on, thinking about that you've heard here and you're going to take back with you?
I think Lila Rose spoke to that pretty well, and I think like a big part of that, J.D. Vance as well. Talking about knowing what your resource centers are back home, to be able to be that voice for the voiceless back home as well, and just support other people, and be able to offer that help and support as well.
Samara, thank you so much. Proof that people are coming not just around the country, but all over the world. From Canada, back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Mark. Well, the March for Life has been led by Jeannie Mancini for more than a decade. She's done absolutely incredible work.
She has, and this February, Jenny Bradley Lichter will be stepping in as the new president. She sat down with EWTN's Montse Alvarado to talk about taking on this new role. Take a look.
It's really special for me and my whole family to be stepping into this role as a mom of 3 little kids. And my family are all really excited about it. My husband is a longtime marcher with me, and his support and prayers and his care for our family when I can't be there are what are going to make this possible for me. And my children, as marchers themselves, are so excited to be a part of this work. And we have talked a lot with them about how, although leading the March for Life will be my job, it's really our family's calling. So they know that taking on this calling means that I might not be home quite as often, although I certainly will make every effort to keep my schedule as consistent as possible. But we've also talked about how my older kids, the 2 who are in elementary school, will actually come on the road with me sometimes. They'll travel with me to state marches occasionally throughout the year. And they are so excited about that, to kind of dive into the pro-life movement in a new way. And I think that will really mitigate for them the sense that, oh, mom is leaving again. Instead it becomes kind of an adventure that we're embarking on together to try and do some good in the world and show the beauty and the joy of family life, and of doing something like this with your children and your family alongside you. The March for Life and really the whole pro-life movement, right, I think are being called to try and attain a new level of strategic savvy when it comes to legal strategy, political strategy, legislative strategy. And that's a world that I've been working in for the last 15 years. in my legal and policy career, and I am really looking forward to sort of diving fully into that element of the work of the March for Life and trying to think through how we can continue to communicate with clarity and compassion, and also how can we kind of strategically move the needle in every way possible.
You know, one thing that I was most inspired about in seeing Jenny speak today was how she directly addressed the young women and men out there in the crowd. I think a lot of times in the pro-life movement, a lot of our talking points are directed at the people that already believe a certain way. And I just felt that her comments were truly making a bridge, building a bridge, and just inviting others into the movement.
Yeah, she's a perfect example of how God leads us in certain directions. I mean, here's a Notre Dame grad. I think she's undergrad at Cambridge University. She studied at Harvard Law. Worked on the federal side, domestic policy. She served in the White House during the Trump administration, worked for Catholic University as a deputy general counsel. I mean, this is an incredibly impressive CV for anyone.
For anyone.
But God had in mind that all of that would lead to here, where she's taking over the March for Life. It's an extraordinary journey.
It is, and I know you've known her for a long time.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, 10 years. She was interviewed by Father Mitch on EWTN Live when she was taking over the March for Life. And I was just starting the priesthood. So it's like, when you start something new, you don't know what you're doing. And she was just starting as the president of March for Life, and I was just starting out as a priest. So it's interesting to see where she's come all these 10 years, a decade later, and everything that she's done.
Yeah.
And God bless her. I mean, she's a mother.
Yeah.
Now, I think she'll be a good mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one other aspect, too, is that when she was at Catholic University, I think she was a founder and director of the Guadalupe Project. She started this in 2023, and its purpose is, it's a campus-wide initiative to support and lift up pregnant and parenting students, staff, and faculty. So it's sort of, she was built for this
She was.
job. Yeah.
Absolutely, she was. And then we're going to go out now to Mark Irons, who is at the end of the march, and he is at the U.S. Supreme Court. Mark, who are you with right now? You're being a busy guy.
So many people just keep coming up. They want to talk, and I'm happy to talk to them. A lot of pro-life energy here. And we have a Students for Life college chapter from Gonzaga in Washington. Give me your names and just tell me a little bit about the Students for Life chapter and what kind of work you do.
Yeah. My name is Kaylin McClymans. I'm a senior at Gonzaga. I'm currently the vice president of the club. And currently what we've been doing is a lot of education when it comes to the campus. And so we work with an administration that is not super supportive of the pro-life cause, even though it is a Catholic Jesuit university. So that has been a very interesting thing to effectively and honoring the school, but also not allowing them to silence us in an area where it's so important to speak about this topic on campus, and educate people. There's a lot of kids that are just fed the lie that abortion is a woman's right, and that it's okay to kill your child, and that there shouldn't be any repercussions for it. But I think what we get to do as a club is bring just the honor and encouragement and empathy to people, to just educate them on it, that it's a very serious issue that is harming our generation.
And give me your name, sir.
My name's Ian Stoddard.
Ian, often this issue is seen as something, they'll say, you're a man. You can't talk about this issue. This is a woman's issue. Who are you to say anything? How do you respond to that?
I don't think gender has anything to do with it. I think it's humanity's job. It's us humans. We're supposed to look out for each other, and we're not supposed to just look out for the people that are similar to us. We're supposed to look out for everybody, and that includes unborn people, the children in the womb, whether they're male or female, and the mothers themselves. We want to look out for the mothers as well. So I don't think gender has anything to do with it. I think we're supposed to look out for each other as humans. That's our role. That's our job.
Absolutely. We've got two first-time marchers down here. Give me your names quickly.
My name's Devin. JP.
What was it like? First-time march for you. How you doing?
Well, it took about 11 hours to get out here from Spokane, but once we were here, it was super neat to be able to walk through the beautiful parts of Chinatown and downtown Washington, D.C. to get to the march and just get to see so many people of all ages and all backgrounds, and we all have the same common goal of supporting life from the womb to the tomb. And I really enjoyed the guest speakers that we had. Vice President J.D. Vance, that was super neat to see in person. Ron DeSantis, and a lot of other celebrities, and those important in the pro-life movement. So it's just been neat to see everybody come together as one and defend those who otherwise would not be able to defend themselves.
JP, how was it for you, the first march?
It was great. A very enthusiastic crowd and lots of enthusiasm.
Absolutely. And guess what? You guys are such a big part of this movement. Thank you for being here. We'll toss it back to you guys from the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Mark. We saw so many people braving the cold to take part in this year's march. It is always so humbling to see and inspiring.
Yeah, we saw and heard from so many incredible speakers, too many really to name. Here are some of the highlights.
I would like to welcome you to the 52nd March for Life, the largest annual human rights demonstration in the world.
I just want to say, Jeannie Mancini, she's one of my heroes, and we thank her for her leadership.
This is the first time in the history of the March for Life that we've had both the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House, not only on this stage, but speaking to you today.
Look around you today at the tens of thousands of Americans who will march up to Capitol Hill with you today, and I want you to remember, you are not alone.
One of his first official acts, President Trump had just freed and pardoned nearly 24 wrongfully imprisoned pro-life activists.
Well, let me tell you, since we were able to beat Amendment 4, Florida's not only the place where woke goes to die, it's the place where babies go to live.
All of you here, all of you have the power to change minds.
I march for life because Verity deserves to be celebrated.
To stand up for precious little babies who cannot stand up for themselves.
We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God.
Today is a powerful day because of each and every one of you.
You are the voice for those who have no voice.
And together we are rebuilding a culture of life, and it begins now.
I know your hearts are warm and your spirits are strong because your mission is just very, very pure.
I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children, and I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them.
That life is the best gift.
All right, love seeing those highlights. All the marchers and everyone speaking, really inspiring. We're going to go back out to Mark Irons now, who's at the Supreme Court, with some marchers right there. Mark, who do you have?
We've got Brian Westbrook here. Brian, you've got a documentary airing tonight on EWTN, but tell our audience who you are and what they can expect to see tonight.
Absolutely. Brian Westbrook with Coalition Life. We're based out of St. Louis, Missouri. We're excited to be here at the March for Life. The documentary is called The Life's Journey. It's airing at 6 p.m. Eastern on EWTN, so we're excited that we're airing the documentary. And it talks about kind of the journey of how we started Coalition Life, why sidewalk counseling is incredibly important to continue to grow that and expand sidewalk counseling, but of course our pregnancy center that's really growing very quickly in the St. Louis region as well.
Awesome. Guys, it's been another great March for Life, and we'll be fighting for this cause all year. Stay tuned to EWTN. Brian, thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Great job out there. To all the crew members.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And all of the producers and cameramen and sound people. The amount of work that goes into this cannot be underestimated, and a beautiful performance.
Yeah. No, and they had to make a lot of changes with the last minute security that had to come in.
Yeah, what you don't see behind, what happens behind the scenes.
Absolutely. So the changes to that security were because of the decision for J.D. Vance to make an appearance at the March for Life. And I think it, as a coming out party, so to speak, for J.D. as his first public appearance as vice president, and then to have that message from President Trump, I think it sends an important message. There were obvious concerns within the pro-life community as the campaign in 24 sort of flowed, and we saw some, not stepping back by the president, but some positioning, let's put it that way. So this is, I think, a pretty significant outreach on the part of the Trump administration back to the pro-life community to rebuild those bridges and those relationships.
Absolutely, that was really important. And what an incredible speech from J.D. Vance as well, really inspiring.
Yes, I think the focus on the whole family is one that is important to keep in mind. Just like this isn't done alone, we do it all together as a community.
Yeah, one of the things last night that Archbishop Naumann said when he looked out upon all this sea of young people at the Basilica, he said, "You are like a beautiful mosaic." Oh, wow. You know, I think that's a beautiful place to say that because there's so many mosaics there that are beautiful. But looking out at this coverage today and looking out at all these young people there, it's like each person there is a beautiful mosaic made in the image and likeness of God to contribute. And their voice makes a difference. Their voice really does communicate a difference. And they're a voice for the voiceless.
At a march some years back, I remember a member of the pro-abortion community expressed absolute shock and dismay when she was on the Metro in D.C. on the day of the March for Life, because she said the youth, the youngness of the members of the pro-life community who were assembling on the National Mall, and she realized suddenly that this is actually the future, not the one that they thought it would be.
Right, and we talked to Kristen Hawkins about that too, the growing youth movement in the pro-life movement, and it really is just incredible.
Yes, it's been inspiring to see the youth really take the torch on and just be so ready to leave their mark and pave the way for a better future for those to come.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been just inspiring all day long. I feel like it's like a catechesis all day. Yeah. It's almost like common sense all over again. And but we need to learn the basic truths again and again and again. We need to hear those things. And also, those basic truths change our hearts, change our own conscience, and hopefully change the conscience of our country.
Yeah, well, that's a wrap on this year's live coverage of the March for Life presented by EWTN News.
Yeah, and on behalf of the entire EWTN family, as we mentioned, the crew, the reporters, everyone behind the scenes around the country and really around the world, too, we want to thank you in joining us in celebrating life.
Remember, life is a gift. May God bless you.
Does it seem like your life is a game and you are always losing? Is your journey full of confusion? Do you feel lost and alone? Do you think you are stuck?